Hey, you know where 2017 is?
Yeah, it's on the second floor.
Second floor.
Yeah, that's close enough.
I walked in the building and there was a security checkpoint, so I'm checking in. But I didn't want anybody walking during a hearing saying, hey, we didn't see you going through the building. So.
Appreciate you running down here, sir. Have a good day.
Yep. Good afternoon, boys and girls, friends and lovers, children of all ages. I'm sorry? Thank you. We are in the Colorado State Capitol. We're taking our own tour. And we're going to speak on an issue today. What the hell? There's no humans around here. It's like the whole damn thing is closed off. So my shit must be this way. Jesus Christ, I hate when there's nobody around and you don't know where you're going. Hi, friends in code. I'm trying to find the meeting on the second floor. And this is the second floor. Excuse me. You know where the accountability meeting is? The police accountability?
271,
Yeah.
next floor up.
The next floor up? Thanks. Hey. I guess I'm going to 2.
I was already headed down.
Well, shit happens.
There you go, brother.
Thanks, man.
Yep.
I can't yell. I gotta save my voice. I'm gonna speak as soon as I get in here, or when they call me. Here we are. I am with the press, and I am signed up to speak as well.
Oh, they're allowing people with the press to go in.
Thank you. Press?
Hey, how we doing, Fred?
I'm live right now.
Yeah, well, we get your ID once you enter.
Okay, I'll give you my photo ID. It's no problem.
I don't know if you don't want to know what the press credential.
Unless they have a press credential.
Right. In other words, business going to come apart. Your driver's license doesn't work because
Prove who I am, my business,
I haven't been.
my license. I'm on a live stream. I am signed up to speak today as well.
clarify everything on the phone.
Thank you.
I didn't also feel like they're around too much, you know? So, not saying it's not in there, but she's like, sorry,
This is on 217, right?
Pardon?
This is on 217?
Yes.
Okay, you're gonna have to wait till I move all this back.
Great.
really what our lobbyists look like.
So we'll stand in the background like a fly on the wall. So usually these things are in the basement, and then we're gonna just sit and type and do all the things preparing prior to. So now we'll find a spot along the wall. And let you enjoy the beauty of the building, huh? Good afternoon, boys and girls, everybody. We are at the Capitol here in downtown Denver, Colorado. We are going to be speaking today on Senate Bill 2020-17, which is one that requires the video. Oh no, not the videotaping of police officers. The body cameras of all officers. That one who is not wearing a mask. Yeah, I just demand my space, right? So we are guaranteeing that. We are guaranteeing that. Some officers are wearing masks, others are not. As you can see.
Flashbacks. Yeah. Did you see? I can't even remember. I'll remember the name. You'll know when I long chain. Oh, yeah, that's what it is. Oh, yeah, there's plenty of shenanigans in there. You know, I get paid a hefty hourly salary, so just, I tell them, just keep going. Keep going. I get paid like this,
Yep.
Oh, shit. But you know, as you know, we're steeped in a rich tradition, and we can't change that. Yeah, yeah. I just did. I just didn't know if we did because, and hey, let me tell you, I think this was pretty good.
Okay, I think we're gonna go in.
But yeah, just text him.
Is there room for press?
Hey, you're in opposition side or support or neutral?
Are you waiting to be allowed in? What is the? Okay. Because I was told there's a press section possibly.
I think that's in the house. Let me look at the computer on the floor right now. I know this earlier this morning. That was our third reading.
So yeah, I don't think so, but.
Somebody signed up for you.
Check in. I think. asking if you're speaking.
I'm on the list.
Came on with the sergeant.
No, I didn't.
I don't know if you need to, that's what I was asking. I'll ask. You know, if I had known it was going to be late, I would have. No checking in. I would have to go live, folks. Jimmy Henley's mom. Oh man, Sabrina. Yeah. Yeah, let's see if I can squeeze you into the conversation. While we're sitting here live, we might as well go over the bill as it reads, because I think you're not going to like it. I think that there's things that are wrong with it. We might as well educate you as we go through this. Enhance law enforcement integrity concerning measures to enhance law enforcement integrity. Beginning July 1st, 2023, that requires our local law enforcement agencies and the Colorado State Patrol to issue body-worn cameras to their officers, and requires all recordings of an incident be released to the public within 21 days after the incident. The local law enforcement agency for Colorado State Patrol receives a complaint of misconduct. A peace officer shall wear and activate a body-worn camera when responding to a call for service during any interaction with the public initiated by the peace officer, when enforcing the law and investigating possible violations of the law. A peace officer may turn off a body-worn camera to avoid recording personal information that is not case-related when working on an unrelated assignment, when there is a large break in the incident or contact that is not related to the initial incident, and in administrative, tactical, and management discussions. The peace officer does not need to wear or activate a body-worn camera if the peace officer is working undercover. The bill requires sanctions for failing to activate a body-worn camera. The bill allows for redaction or non-release of the recording to the public if there are specified privacy interests at stake. What is a specified privacy interest? What is the name of the police officer who killed somebody? Quite possibly. Beginning July 1st, 2023, the bill requires the Division of Criminal Justice and the Department of Public Safety to create an annual report of the information that is reported to the division. I'm concerned about this division. That would be the Division of Public Safety. Is that a state public agency? Somebody research that for me real quick, huh? 21 days. Actually, they're extending it to 21 days. 21 days after the local law enforcement agency or Colorado State Patrol receives a complaint of misconduct. Specific. It has to be a complaint of misconduct. Requires the Division of Criminal Justice and the Department of Public Safety to create an annual report for the information that's reported to the division, aggregated and broken down by state or local agency that employs peace officers along with the underlying data. Each agency in the Colorado State Patrol employs peace officers shall report to the division. Any use of force by the peace officers that results in death or serious bodily injury. Any instances when the peace officer resigned while under investigation for violating department policy, all data related to contacts conducted by peace officers, and all data related to the use of unannounced entry by a peace officer. If any piece, the Division of Criminal Justice shall maintain a statewide database with the collected in a searchable format and publish the database on its website. Any state and local agency that fails to meet its reporting requirements is subject to suspension of its funding by the appropriating authority. If any peace officer is convicted of or pleads guilty or nolo contendere to a crime involving the unlawful use or threatened use of physical force, the post board shall permanently revoke the peace officer's certification. The post board, so they're taking away any inappropriate use of force. So he jumps on me in a chokehold, he's not fired. He doesn't lose his certification, even though the chokehold is now banned.
All right, one more announcement. So most folks in here, I know you all are testifying on the bill. If you're not testifying and you'd like to give up your seat for someone who's family or that'd be great. I think we have most folks in here, but if anyone's willing to go to the overflow room and then be shuttled in, that'd be amazing. Thank you all. We'll start at 2:30 and we'll hear two bills before 2:17. Those bills will pass, but I just want to let you guys know kind of the process, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you all.
I'm gonna stop reading this and let you guys go to legcolorado.gov. (2017). That's how I'm doing, folks. I'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you. Give me. I'm gonna go use the head before we get interrupted in the meeting. now I will tell you, these masks are Denver made. If you know anybody with a PPP phone, we're making them, and we're covering all the bills. So here's where some interesting stuff comes in, folks, and we're gonna come back in now. Well, I'm just seeing any person to behave for a shall not discharge kinetic impact projectiles or all other not or less lethal projectiles in a manner that targets the head, pelvis, or back. Discharge kinetic impact projectiles or use chemical agents or irritants, including pepper spray or tear gas, prior to issuing an order to disperse in sufficient time to ensure an order is carried and repeated if necessary, followed by sufficient time and space to allow compliance with the order. So they're gonna allow the police officer to be liable for 5% or up to 25,000. The bill creates a new use of force policy. Deadly force 1/4 is authorized. The bill prohibits a peace officer from using a chokehold. Oh, I can't remember it. All right, folks, we're going to stop watching my computer screen. Session is about to start.
Welcome to WebEx. Enter your access code or meeting number followed by pound. Your entry 4925501 is not valid or the meeting has not started yet. Re-enter your access code or meeting number followed by pound. Enter your attendee ID number followed by pound. If you do not know your attendee number, press pound to continue.
Finance Committee will come to order, please call the roll. Representatives Benavides. Hockenpelt. Here. Here, Gray. Here. Prather. Sanders. Snyder. Stover. Here. Bird. Here. We do have a quorum, members and folks in the audience. We will be broadcasting directly to the overflow room, which is in the ultimate court chamber. And we will get started with the 197, the Rockland and Casa. Please present your bill, Representative Rockland.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Committee, for hearing us today. Yes, this bill started long before our pandemic started, but right now it's really important to get it through. It starts back in, let's see, when the USDA, the federal government, finally recognized that Colorado was a leader in hemp production. And they put us into their Department of Agriculture. And this bill simply addresses what the federal government wants us to do, and the state will comply with that. And so that by October, we will be able to harvest, plant, grow, we'll be able to do everything with hemp and be completely legal with it. So that's kind of what we're doing. The fiscal impact is strictly for background check requirements. Everybody who is a grower will have to have a background check. And I don't pay a fee for that, and that also pays for the bill. So it's kind of a circular thing in there. And so we're asking for your eye vote on this. It's a really important for rural Colorado to get our hemp programs going again. It brings in a lot of money to rural Colorado. It's used for a lot of things, and Colorado has been a leader in that to continue to.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's nice to see part of it, just the top parts. This is a bill that's simply taking Colorado's law and aligning it with federal law under the Farm Bill of 2018. hemp will now be able to be raised in Colorado, and like we've been a leader in this industry since we started talking about hemp in the state of Colorado. This gives our industry an opportunity to be in alignment and for us to continue to grow this industry. Without this, we won't be in the hemp business. So it feels like it's too late to be talking about it, but we started back in March, early March, and it's now worked its way through. There's a very small, as was mentioned before, cash funds is what's going to fund this. So this is a good thing.
Thank you. Questions for the bill sponsors? Seeing none, is there anyone not signed up who would like to testify on this bill? Seeing none, the witness testimony is closed. Amendments, bill sponsors.
We have no amendments.
No.
Committee amendments. Seeing none, the phase is closed. Wrap up, bill sponsors.
This is a really great bill to help out, especially after COVID-19, to get our hemp industry growing and thriving. Thank you.
Committee, Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 197 to the Committee on Appropriations with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any final discussion? Seeing none, please pull the tape. Representative Benavides, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Falkenfeld,
Yes.
Carter,
Yes.
Gray, excused. Crowther? Snyder?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yes.
Representative Silver is excused. Representative Sullivan?
Yes.
Byrd?
Yes.
Yes. That passes 9-0.
Thank you very much, committee.
Thank you. Next up, we'll hear House Bill 1424, Coleman and Silver. Representative Coleman, Representative Silver, please present your bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the public, Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'd like to start by thanking you for the opportunity to discuss this bill today. Last year, we passed Senate Bill 224 to continue to set the gold standard in cannabis policy. However, we need to continue the work we started last year and provide a clear social equity definition for the marijuana accelerator program. The first rules and regulations of marijuana legalization in Colorado in 2013 and 14 disqualified those with past convictions from entering the cannabis industry. These regulations disproportionately impact the communities of color, increase the racial divide, and further contribute to racial inequity in our state, and create a new challenge for the disenfranchised. Recreational marijuana is now legal in 11 states for adults 21 and over, and 33 states legalize medical marijuana. Social equity programs have been implemented in 7 of the 11 states where recreational use is legal. While Colorado set the gold standard, it is yet to develop a social equity program that bridges the lack of social justice in the cannabis industry. Under this bill, a social equity applicant be a person that is eligible for technical support, capital support, and licensed suitability discretion. The bill sets standards for the social equity applicant, looking specifically for individuals who have resided in high crime areas, who have been denied a license because of previous personal or familial cannabis convictions, and whose income does not exceed an amount determined by the Office of Economic Development and International Trade. This bill, which I know you guys are really disappointed about, has no business in it. And I know this is even more disappointing that it's not a mandate. It has no mandate. It simply creates a tool for local governments to prioritize social equity applicants. We are honored to have the support of the Color of Cannabis, Cannabis Consumers Coalition, Simply Pure, the NAACP, Equitable Consulting, Black Cannabis Equity Initiative, Native Roots Cannabis, VS Strategies, Therapy Care Station, Marijuana Industry Group, the Cannabis Global Initiative, the Colorado Department of Revenue, the governor and his office, and many more, including hundreds of citizens of Colorado, who signed a petition for this legislation, which I'm happy to pass around if you all would like to see. And then at the end of the day, we just want to make sure we put equitable opportunity for folks to participate in the industry, and we look forward to answering any questions you might have.
Thank you. And you do have one person signed up for witnesses, but before we go there, are there any questions for the bill sponsors? Oh, Representative Soper, sorry about that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first just want to say, it's a real honor to be on this bill with Representative Coleman. He and I had looked for an opportunity to be on a bill together and thought that certainly wouldn't happen, and then this bill came to fruition. Also, I want to point out two additional things for the committee. First of all, it's really unusual to have two guys who have never smoked or tried marijuana in their lives running a cannabis bill, so this is probably truly a
The disbelief on the panel.
Corporatization of cannabis.
And then second of all, it's an equality bill. And to be on something that levels the playing field, it's not a mandate. It ensures that local governments have guidance when proceeding forward. It's really important. And that's why I agreed to be part of this bill. I see it more as a business bill, not necessarily a cannabis bill. So I would urge you to vote.
Thank you. Questions for the bill sponsors? Seeing none, Artway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If it's okay with you, I'd like to call up three folks we have here to testify. One is Sarah Woodson, Larissa Boulevard, and also Samantha Walsh.
It's not working. It's not working. Okay, great. All right. Please come forward. If you want to have to give up your seats, we'll allow for this. We can only do, sorry, two at a time. And thank you for coming here to testify today. This committee does limit testimony to 3 minutes, and then questions from the panel. Please state your name, who you represent, and proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Samantha Walsh. I'm here testifying on behalf of One Games, the owner of Simply Pure, the first licensed cannabis business owned by an African American woman in the country, and a coalition of minority business owners in the cannabis industry called Black, Brown, and Edge. We're here to ask you to support this very critical piece of legislation. My clients would like to, state that they are very lucky that they have an opportunity to enter into the cannabis space, where other people who resemble them and come from the communities that they grew up in have been disenfranchised from being able to do so. They want to make sure that there are equitable pathways forward so people can benefit where they have also benefited and be able to create opportunities for themselves and their own families. Additionally, as we move forward, we hope the committee and the legislature as a whole considers what financial opportunities look like, not only for the cannabis business industry as a whole, as it struggles for equitable financial access into traditional banking, but particularly for minority owners within the cannabis industry who not only face that barrier to traditional banking and financial services, but also as owners of color have even more bridges and obstacles in their pathway when it comes to accessing financial services. These are equity stakeholders, and we ask you to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please introduce who you represent and proceed.
Hi, my name is Larissa Boulevard. I'm here representing the Cannabis Consumers Coalition and also Boulevard Company. I have been in the cannabis space for 20 years. I actually had one of the first dispensaries in early 2000, 2002, 2003, 2004. 2004, I was rated the Denver North Metro Task Force and DEA used the illicit forfeiture and actually invoked the Patriot Act. Basically under my experience, police harassment year after year after year until I had to dissolve my dispensary in 2008 and move back to Virginia and start my life over. I moved back in 2013. I was still participating in the cannabis industry. My background is with the Denver 420 rally, the original one, which was a social justice vessel, and that is my background. So when I came back to Colorado in 2013, I noticed that there was a significant lack of diversity. Myself being Latina and Native American, I wanted to see more representation of the industry of my own people around me. A lot of my own customer base when I had my dispensary were people of color, and now they were being serviced in other communities. Some of them not even receiving the continuity of care that they could have had when they were still working with me. So I I signed up for my master's degree at Regis University and was cannabis policy reform, a degree I designed, and I focused with a narrow scope on the industry and the policy that was being developed. And I was very alarmed at the growing disparity and at myself having to really fight hard to have a voice. So I wrote my master's thesis Enduring Racial Disparity after cannabis legalization, which I finished in 2015, and have devoted my almost all my free time outside of the Consumer Coalition and Boulevard Hemp Company in advocating for social equity. I recently won a $650,000 grant from the state of California to do workforce development for social equity candidates in cannabis. I do know and have a roadmap for success for that. I see this also as a free market issue. Not only do I want to see a better representation of people of color in the industry and have the harms repaired for people who are most impacted by the war on drugs, but I also want to help create meaningful economic security for those of us who were directly harmed and those of us who do have the original skill set to make this a very successful and honor-worthy industry. Thank you very much, and please vote yes.
Thank you. Any questions for these witnesses? Seeing none, thank you for your time. Ms. Woodson? And Mr. White? Please state your name, who you represent, and proceed.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing us to testify here today. My name is Sarah Woodson. Good afternoon. I represent the color of cannabis along with the NAACP. I'm very honored to be here in front of you today. We have been working very hard to get equitable opportunities in the cannabis. And what we realized when working with industry stakeholders along with community is that people could not determine who had been negatively impacted by the war on drugs. And so what this bill would allow us to do is to actually put qualifiers on that. So if you've had past cannabis convictions, if you've lived in places that have been disproportionately impacted by mass incarceration, community decimation, high poverty, you now have an opportunity to participate in a legalized industry when before you were criminalized behind those same participations. So we're happy and we're proud that we were able to work with everyone to get this bill in front of you today. And we would ask that you would support this bill along with all community and industry that's come together to work on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name, who you represent, proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Art Way, I'm here personally, as well as owner of Equitable Consulting. I primarily am just here to say thank you to the sponsors. Thank you to Senator Gonzalez, who worked on Senate Bill 224 last year. And thanks to you as well, Madam Chair, for your efforts on this issue even 2 or 3 years ago. I appreciate that. I'm also here to apologize. I was a member of the core Amendment 64 campaign committee. And I believe if I had it to do over again in the first 2 years after Amendment 64 passed, I would have been down here fighting for equitable opportunity within the marijuana industry then. So in many ways, this bill, in conjunction with 224, this is a bill in that regard. Many of us who are criminal justice reformers and drug policy reformers, our focus was on ending the drug war, and we thought marijuana would be the first shot in that war to slowly reverse the harms and the detriments of the drug war. But we did not have an economic intersection lens to our work, and in many ways, in a state like Colorado, where we had already decriminalized marijuana to a large extent, the criminal justice benefit of legalization was almost overcome and secondary to the structural inequities that legalization almost caused. So from that perspective, I want to apologize. And other than that, if I didn't thank the sponsors, I'd like to thank them as well. One thing that I will complain about, because I always have to complain about something, is I don't think we need to wait a year to implement this. I know the Marijuana Enforcement Division has been working hard on Senate Bill 224. I think all the nuts and bolts and the T's and dotting the I's and everything may have already been done, but I haven't been involved with some of my other community members, so that might not be the case, but that's my testimony, and I ask for your support on this bill.
Thank you. Questions for the witnesses? Seeing none, thank you for your time. Is there anyone who's not signed up for House Bill 1424 that would like to testify? Seeing none, will the testimony please close? Bill sponsors, amendments.
No amendments, Madam Chair.
Committee, amendments. Seeing none, the committee is closed. Wrap up, bill sponsor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. All, thank you so much for taking time to listen to this bill. And we really appreciate your support in helping us to make sure that this industry is equitable and also in space. We ask for an aye vote.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Coleman, for bringing this bill. I have a little unclear about one section, section 4 in here, basically has to do with prior convictions. So my thought was, when I first was reading this bill, that the intent was to allow people with prior convictions to apply through the social equity portion to become a licensee. But when I read it now, it must be the opposite. So maybe you can clear me up a little on that.
And
Representative Coleman.
Madam Chair, on section 4, which page are you looking at? Page 7?
6.
Page 6, and then where are you looking at?
Line. Maybe I got it wrong. Sorry, line 4.
Representative Coleman.
So your question is this helping people with prior convictions be able to participate? And I'm trying to figure out where your concern is.
Representative Snyder.
Person who's convicted of a felony of 3 years immediately preceding the application. The person is going except for a person applying to be a social equity licensee. Marijuana conviction shall not be the sole basis for a license.
Correct. Thank you.
Representative Coleman.
Yeah, so ultimately what that's saying, maybe we need to clear up the language a little bit. We had a conversation with another representative. If you're a person applying to be a social equity licensee, we want to make sure that that conviction is not the sole basis for license.
Okay.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you. So the intent is that if you haven't had a conviction within the previous 3 years or awaiting sentencing, that should not be the sole basis for you applying to be a participant in the social equity license.
That's correct.
Representative Coleman.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. That's correct.
Thank you.
Other questions for for these bill sponsors? Seeing none, Representative Silver, please move your bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 20-1424 to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation and a commitment to continue to work out these technical words.
So moved. Is there a second? Second by Representative Byrd. Any final discussion? Seeing none, please poll the committee.
Representative Benavides?
Yes.
Hope?
Yes.
Carver? No.
Excuse.
Becker? Sanders?
No.
Snyder?
Yes.
Stover?
Yes.
Sullivan?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Gray?
Yes.
Yes. And that's congratulations. Thank you. With that, the Finance Committee will stand in a brief recess.
You don't have a seat, because I don't. They'll speak.
Thanks for hanging with me, folks. These things take forever. But we are getting ready to introduce South Senate Bill public comment on SB 2021-217, police accountability and the requirement to film. There's a lot of prominent families who have lost their loved ones who will be speaking today, and I hope the audio is good. Sorry if I haven't been paying attention. I've been writing my script as I signed up for public comment today. Thank you, Timmy Henley's mom, Sabrina.
The Finance Committee will come back to order. Members, we will now hear Senate Bill 217. I want to give folks a little heads up. We will be triggering footage in this video. If you do not feel comfortable or do not want to see the video related to what we're discussing in Senate Bill 217, I do suggest you leave the room. Your seats will be held if you would like to do that, so I'll allow time for that. Also, members, folks who are listening and here, I'd like you to know that we limit testimony to 3 minutes per person, and then the panel will ask questions of the witnesses should they choose. Please try your best to follow that guideline. You'll see little dots on the table when you come up and testify. I'll call you up in pairs of 2, just because of social distancing. With that, I think we can go ahead and start the video.
Denver police moved in hours earlier than usual on Saturday. Tear gas flew 4 hours before the curfew started at 8 p.m. Minutes into the curfew, the tear gas went flying. Police advanced, smashed the barricade, and had that crowd on the run. Can I ask you what's going to happen at 8? Sir? They shot me. I think with a rubber bullet. On his feet and face. Take a look.
Oh, good, buddy.
Throwing punches at me and knocked the handcuffed man unconscious. Without any provocation, the officer stops him on the head, grabs him, and takes him down. Fights, right?
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. You know, I realize that that video is probably hard for many of you to watch. And although I've seen these videos and these acts, it's still hard to watch. Over the last almost 2 weeks now, we have seen protests and her demands for change and police accountability, along with Representative Leslie Herod and of course our Senate sponsors, Senate President Leo Garcia and Senator Rhonda Fields. I'm proud to bring this bill forward. I'm going to walk through just real quickly what this bill does. This bill will require public reporting on policing. It will mandate body cameras. It will rein in the use of deadly force by officers. It will prevent the rehiring of bad officers. And it will provide civil rights enforcement by individuals. Members, we have worked tirelessly, not only with, of course, members in our caucus in the House, we've worked with our Senate members as well. Law enforcement integrity and accountability is what the community is calling for, and it is what is needed. I also want to recognize that this is not a new issue, members. I think we've heard from folks saying, why this, why now? This is not a new issue. This is something that has been going on for generations. I'm a third generation resident of Denver and 6 generations in Colorado. And I can tell you that my parents and my grandparents have been fighting these injustices before I was born. Members, I just want to prepare you all for today that we will be bringing amendments, and you should all have those in the box folder. And I think some of you maybe have printed them, and that's great. And we are also happy to walk through those. And I want you to also keep those in mind as we move through testimony and go through this entire process. I'm going to do a very quick overview of what those are. So the amendments that we will be bringing today are amendments that came together through the work we have done with the District Attorney's Office, with victims' rights groups, with law enforcement, with the Attorney General's Office, and also ongoing input from community. We are going to be talking about post certifications and what that means, and going to doing some amendments around that, as well as adding additional privacy protections for victims. We worked on several amendments to address law enforcement concerns, and really worked hard with them, and not even concerns, but things that they thought were the right thing to do for the community. We also will be looking at training and what that will look like and what the implementation will look like, as well as additional language around body cams. Members, thank you for being here today, and we appreciate the members that have signed on and supported this bill, and the fact that you are going to sit here today and listen to the community and ask for a yes vote.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my co-parent sponsor, Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez, for solidarity with Black Lives Matter, and the work that we have been doing to ensure that there's accountability. Members, I'm not going to take up a lot of time because I do want to get to witnesses, but what I do want to say is that, again, this is not a new issue. For you all who know me, I'm the Judiciary Committee. You know, I've worked on law enforcement issues since I've come into this bill. But I want to let folks I want to be very clear with people that I have worked on these issues directly with law enforcement on use of force in response to what happened to Elijah McClain and Devon Bailey specifically since early August. And additionally, I have worked with law enforcement from across the country, not just California, but Nevada, Ohio, South Carolina, to talk about police accountability. and changing the culture within our departments to ensure that people are safe. Community members like Terrence Roberts and Candace Bailey, who have urged us to do something around law enforcement accountability and police misconduct. I want to tell you about a conversation I had with Mr. Roberts and Ms. Bailey last year. They came to me with a bill idea that would really rein in use of force by law enforcement officers. I saw the bill, I looked at them, and I said, I don't think I can get support for this. Do you want a bill that will pass, or do you want to make a statement? I know a few of us have probably had those conversations with our constituents. George Floyd, and I will say it's not just George Floyd, but it included so many others. Breonna Taylor. We were on Zoom call after Zoom call after Zoom call, talking about people as hashtags and what we saw come up on our social media feed of how they were killed. It was time for us to act. Doors, this very building, demanding accountability. Something beautiful happened. In that, one by one, my colleagues from the House and the Senate signed on to support this bill and saying that we must do something to hold law enforcement accountable. And then as you heard what happened in the Senate, we not only saw Democrats come and support this bill, but Republicans and law enforcement officers who now wear the badge that we do say that it's time for us to address these issues. So today, we are going to hear from families of victims and victims themselves who will talk about what then. We'll hear about the lack of accountability, and we'll also hear from opposition to this bill. And I hope you listen to all sides. We will have amendments today, and I think we'll have amendments moving forward on this bill because we are listening. Protests, the outcries of the people of Colorado and across this country have made a difference. And we're here hearing this bill because of the difference they've made. So I applaud them. One final thing I want to bring up. When I was in fourth grade, lights out, it's okay, bring it down a little bit. When I was in the fourth grade, I remember moving to Colorado Springs, military family, you all probably know that. And we moved into a new home. The young kid who used to live there came over to our house. He was very upset to have to move. He was a military family as well. We know how hard that is to move so often. He came, my brother and I were home. My brother's about a year older than me. He came into our house and he called me the N-word. It's the first time I've ever been called that. I was very upset. My brother and him went outside. There was a fight. And I called the police. Thinking I was doing the right thing, I called the police. My mom was working. Somehow in the mom's way, and I don't remember if I was in the fourth grade, but somehow in mom's way, she showed up around the same time law enforcement did, in her uniform. And I just remember her being so upset with me, yelling at me, pushing me and my brother in the house, and dealing with law enforcement. When she came in, I told her I thought I was doing the right thing. This person was on our property, called me that word, and instigated a fight. She told me that if that ever happened again, never to call the police, only to call her, or maybe mistaken for the aggressor, and he could die. She was so upset because she had a conversation with a fifth grade boy about how he was supposed to act in the presence of law enforcement. So in that moment, my relationship with law enforcement changed. And as many members of our communities know, we have to think very hard if we call them for help and support. But in my life, I've had to. I have been shot at in this very building, and State Patrol has stepped up and saved my life. I have respect for law enforcement. My father was the head of internal investigations for Supermax Prison. I have respect for people who put their lives on the line to do that work. But I have no respect for what we're calling those bad apples tarnish the reputation of law enforcement in our communities and have driven us to this place. So my goal here is to bring accountability back to law enforcement, to bring integrity into this conversation and ensure that we can trust that the officers who are there to serve and protect will be held accountable if they do not. So to speak to this issue, I look forward to the conversation. With that, I'll just open it up to witness testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there questions?
Nope, sorry.
I'm sorry, are there questions for our bill sponsors? Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First thing I want to thank you for bringing this bill forward, not specifically for the bill, but for the conversation. It's a conversation that's definitely needed. And you know, my view is, I don't care if you're a state rep, a DA, or a police officer. Anytime the government has certain powers, we need to have conversations about, is it too much power? Is it not enough power? Or is the power used properly? So even, you know, I think a lot of people think we're here due to George Floyd, this conversation needs to take place even before George Floyd. So I'm excited about having a conversation. I'm always excited about talking about limiting government and government oversight and making sure we're doing the right thing for the people. I'm excited about hearing and learning from all the witnesses today and learning from their experiences too. Also, I want to say I respect your passion. I can hear the passion in both your voices. We've had conversations over this before. So hopefully we'll have a fruitful conversation. I think most people, I've yet to talk to one person who thinks the status quo is doable. Business as usual is okay. I haven't met anybody. And I don't know, Republican, Democrat. I think today we're going to look at the bill, see if it is the right way to go. Is it strong enough in some areas, too strong in some areas, or if it could be, other remedies could be added. So I'm excited about the conversation and hearing everybody, and I apologize if this is not a question. Thank you.
Apology accepted. Further, any questions for our bill sponsors? Representative Kraft.
Thank you, sponsor, for bringing this bill. One of the things that I've heard probably the most often when I talk to my sheriff and my chiefs, and when I talk to my city councilors, when I talk to constituents, when I talk to my neighbors, is this is so fast. This bill is so fast. Could you talk about what stakeholders that you've done, how you've gotten feedback, how you connected with people?
Representative Harris.
Thank you, Representative Kraft. So I have been meeting with law enforcement on this specific issue since about November, where I had a meeting with a few members, not all, of law enforcement. And when the bill was introduced in its current, I guess not its current form, but when the bill was introduced in this time frame, we were able to show the bill to law enforcement before the bill was introduced, and we actually took a lot of their suggestions and amendments before introduction. Since then, we have had regular conversations with stakeholders on both sides, all sides of this conversation, and have made amendments to address the concerns that have been brought up. So I will say that this has been one of the probably more robust stakeholder processes that I've had on a bill. We have been moving this bill at about the same pace as other, the day after, I believe the day after or the day after that we introduced this bill, the House introduced a package of bills related to COVID that are moving quickly through the process. But in this time of year, everything happens quickly. And again, I want to thank the stakeholders for providing constant feedback and recommendations on an almost hourly basis, if I will. And you know, we've been cycling through all of that as well. So thank you for asking that question.
Any additional questions for our bill sponsors? Seeing none, we will move into the witness testimony phase. And I will hand the chair back to Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Now, minutes apiece. We'll start out with, Ann McLean.
Shanine McLean's in the overflow room. She'll be coming in as quickly as she can.
Okay. Natalia Marshall.
Same.
Okay. And the sergeants are going to get them now? Okay. And then I just want to call who's going to be on deck so that if they're in the overflow room, they could be moved over here. That will be Vicky Trujillo. Okay. And then we'll hear from Martin Newman and Suzette Nava. Why don't we bring up Vicky Trujillo first? I don't think we're doing paper right now, but I will take it from you. Okay, please state your name, who you represent, and then proceed with testimony. I'm so emotional watching that video, I'm sorry. Good afternoon, my name is Vicky Trujillo, and my late husband Jason Gomez is also supports this bill. I became a widow at the age I was around 28 by the hands of Denver Police Department Officer Timothy Campbell. My late husband was unarmed and posed no threat to the officer or the public. Officer Campbell shot my husband 6 times in cold blood and robbed me of my best friend, my partner, and my husband. He stole my husband's life from him and has faced no consequences. Officer Campbell has several previous complaints filed against him before Jason's murder, but remained employed with DPD even after Jason's death. I wish I could tell you that was the only way that police brutality has touched my life, but it's been a constant force since before my birth. My father was attacked by police in 1977. He was manipulated by the police and coerced to sign documents that removed the Department of Liability through promises of no criminal charges. As a man of color who had already been brutalized, he opted to keep himself safe in the only way he knew how. The cycle didn't end there. Since my late husband's death, I became active in the police accountability community. I have instilled honor and respect of the First Amendment in my children, and we take part in meaningful, peaceful protests. In 2016, my children and I were participating in a peaceful protest where unprovoked officers pepper sprayed my young children. My older son has been targeted and stopped by police, even being detained without just cause. Even with video evidence of all these incidents, no disciplinary action was taken. Because of this continuing trauma, I suffer from PTSD. My husband was murdered by police, my children have been targeted repeatedly by police, and during current protests we have been, this past weekend, the 30th, was the worst. This past, on the 30th of that Saturday, we have been shot with pepper bullets, flashbangs, and pepper spray. I fear that speaking out today, the retaliation by law enforcement against my family will reignite. I ask you today to stand up for not just me and my family, but of all Coloradans. This bill is about bringing back trust in the law enforcement and holding the bad performers accountable. There is nothing in this bill that endangers an officer's life or makes it harder to do their job. Perhaps if this bill had been passed in 2007, Jason would be sitting next to me today and not in this earth. 13 years later, Jason, if they didn't know your name then, you don't know his name now. Jason Gomez. Please vote for this bill. Members of committees, I have sent emails and articles, photos, and copy of my testimony. I respectfully ask that you take some
emails and messages. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Thank you for sharing your story and being brave enough to testify today. Is there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time.
And I just wanted to add one more thing on this recent protest. I gotta say, has been the most scariest one of my whole life. I see people bleeding from their eyes, people getting tear gas, flash bombs. I have seizures. I've never been the same since. I am not even sleeping well. That had a really bad effect on us. I just wanted to put that on record.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Thank you.
Finance Committee will stand a brief recess. We do have a division on the floor. We have to go vote, sorry.
We are all very sorry. I'm gonna figure it out.
More, folks, we're gonna hold the live stream as long as we can. Council went to vote, so we're just let it die and you can play live.
I'm checking it. Oh, Joe Biden. Oh, yeah, there's only one thing in it, and it's from May. Okay. Sweet. All right, I got it.
House Finance will come back to order. Next up, we have Janine McCain and the County Marshal. Please state your name, who you represent, and proceed.
My name is Janine McCain. I am Elijah McCain's mother. Okay, Elijah lives in Federal. He was in a thug war zone. Elijah was a life worker who helped other people to heal their bodies by working as a massage therapist in Greenfield, Colorado. He has worked at his location for a number of years as a valued professional with coworkers finding love and listening. Elijah was peaceful, refused to argue with others. He was a vegetarian, refusing to harm animals, and was a very humble and respected person. 3 officers who stopped Elijah unlawfully on August 24, 2019 did so with malice in their heart, or else their actions would result in Elijah coming home and talking to me about the stop later on in his life. Instead, he was not allowed to live that night at Fairmont in rural Colorado. The officers did not stop there. His body was tortured after the cameras were turned off, and Answers Medical Center was used to help cover up his bruises until my family and I was kicked out of the hospital. We had experience at the hands of the North Colorado officials and authorities is appalling and inhumane. The way the other officers who showed up yet refused to de-escalate my son's birthday death leads me to believe he was used as some type of initiation for the police force's gang affairs, excitement, or evil pleasures. I have pictures if you would like to see them.
Is there? Or do you want to just show the committee? Or they?
Oh, they can circulate.
Okay.
Those pictures that are circulating right now show that his abuse did not stop. When those cameras turned off, his abuse continued. He was on the grass for the video. Those marks did not come from the grass. So there's a lot more going on in the Rural Police Department that is being let for us to know. And you guys need to do an investigation. Y'all need to do a lot more, pass these laws. I'm in support of this bill, because when it comes down to it, these laws have nothing over human life. Our lives are the reason why these laws were made. So how come these laws can't be changed to save more lives? To stop the abuse in the Rural Police Department? How is it that we're all on the same level in life, yet they're paid higher to destroy our lives? Administrative pay is ridiculous. We're out there suffering while our family members are killed. Elijah was denied burial funds. He's still labeled as a suspect. How is that possible in this so-called technological value for a death world? I'm confused. There's more loss of life in this. There's no respect for life at all in humanity anymore. I have no hope. If the laws don't get changed, if y'all don't do better, because y'all know that passing laws, humanity laws, for us to live by. If y'all don't do better, it's gonna get worse. And it's not gonna stop at black people. It's not gonna stop at colored people. It's gonna go all the way around, because everybody has to be judged on earth, guaranteed.
Thank you for your testimony. Please state your name, who you represent, and proceed.
My name is Natalia Marshall. I'm speaking on behalf of my uncle, Michael Marshall, who was murdered by the Denver Deputy Department inside of the Denver City Jail, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Marshall family as well. My uncle, Michael Marshall, unfortunately suffered from schizophrenia. He lost his Bible late one evening when he was staying at the hotel he printed at, and he paid for it for the week, and unfortunately, his Bible went missing. He carried this Bible on him every day since I can remember. He called, and during the call, he had a psychotic episode, and he was, unfortunately, they can't dispute him calmly, so they arrested him instead of sending him to the hospital. When he was arrested, he was in jail for 5 days without medication. He ended up having a psychotic episode, and when he had a psychotic episode, 5 officers attacked him. They crushed his body. My uncle was only 5'11" and 120 pounds. They broke his spine, and they fractured his spine, and they also put pressure on his neck. He started vomiting, and as he vomited, they put a spit mask over his face so that his vomit would get on the officers. Unfortunately, as they did that, he aspirated. Once he aspirated, he lost consciousness for over 15 minutes, and then they decided to put him in a restraint chair as if he was still fighting. Put handcuffs on him so tight that his ankles and his wrists was cut and bruised 360 all the way around. We got to the hospital, they told us that he was suffering from some type of heart problems. They wouldn't let us see him for at least 5 hours, told us we had to pay his bill of $100 before we even got any information on him. We ended up seeing him, and he was completely bandaged, literally from head to toe. Once we left the hospital, we still had no idea that he was attacked by officers. We found out he was attacked by officers once we watched CBS News the next morning at 5 o'clock. We went down to the police department, and they told us they can't tell us any information and that they're investigating his death as a homicide. He was sent to the hospital with only a 5% chance of survival. For the last 5 years, our family has been trying to figure out how to come to terms with him not being here anymore. We absolutely have no choice, but we're constantly reminded by his death due to police brutality that continues to happen around our state. So I'm here because I support this bill, and if it wasn't for those police officers attacking him, hopefully they'll still be alive. Those police officers have never been, I would say, they have never been disciplined. They were suspended for 16 days or 10 days. Their suspension was overturned, and they also got paid for their suspension. They're still in place to this day. One got the life-saving award for getting his heart rate back, and the other one was promoted to become a police officer on the 16th Street Mall. So I'm hoping that this bill gets put in place so those murderers can actually be convicted or at least charged for their crimes, because unfortunately, our family member has suffered and was tortured, and his killers are still out living life. They go home to their families, and I'll never see my uncle again. So I truly support this bill, and I hope that you all do as well.
Thank you. Questions for these witnesses? Seeing that, I just wanted to thank you both for coming, and again, know that the death of your loved one is not in vain. And I forgot to mention anything else. I've heard Elijah McLean recently, and I just want you to know that the people of Denver are really lifting up, and Aurora are really lifting up his name, and you've been fighting for so long. So thank you so much for continuing to be here on behalf of Marshall. So, thank you.
Thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we will hear from Mari Newman and Suzette Marva. you have your name and who you represent and proceed.
My name is Mari Newman. I'm a private civil rights lawyer here in Denver at the law firm of Kilmer Lane and Newman. I represent some of the family, including the two families that you just heard from, the family of Elijah McLean and the family of Michael Marshall. I want to talk for a moment about the fact that this issue is not new. The case of George Floyd gained national attention.
Sorry, we have another division, I will say, the people don't want to hear you. We have to go back to the floor. Yeah, brief recess.
Excited about this long process. As you can see, the halls are full. There are lots of people here. Families of Elijah McLean, Michael Marshall, Marvin Booker. There are high-priced lawyers hanging out all over. Should we take a tour? Can you see all the plastic dividers between everybody?
So you don't have an alley, so you're here tonight.
We got the vision.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. So expecting
Hey, Jack, congratulations, thank you.
Thank you too.
You're all good.
Full heart. Okay.
Back to you, Representative Champion.
Thank you, sir. Is this hand sanitizer? Can I have a spray? Thank you. So some interesting things you might want to know. Please take a tissue to open the door. There's the tissue to open the door. And there is coffee available on both sides of the chamber, in the front and the back. The chamber is now in session. It looks like they are having some kind of discussion. I'm not exactly sure all the things that are going on, but they have to keep leaving these sessions that we're having to do with the main points of business on the floor. These votes and these changes that are happening can't happen without each individual person. Ooh, want to see something pretty? Yeah. How was that? Was that fun? This really is a beautiful building. Marble, all this red marble from Beulah, Colorado. It just doesn't get better than this. I'm telling you, they took almost all the red marble just to build this Capitol. Oh, Mr. Capitol. Yes, they do federally constitute an oxymoron, I think. You know, my friend, did I hear it truthfully that the officers who were fired were rehired after 10 years and got back pay?
Yeah, so they weren't even disciplined for my case. They were disciplined for the Denver Diner case. Yeah, and then I think it was this February, right before the pandemic hit, reinstated with seniority, back pay, and vacation time.
And vacation time.
Everything, yeah. Even though they just
10 years vacation pay.
Yeah. I kid you not. Yeah.
So they got paid for 10 years?
They did, and so what I probably would assume happened, so the union's been covering a lot of their, financial hardship, as they say. It's spelled out in the collective bargaining agreements. So I bet a chunk of that went back to the union, but then they kept whatever the remaining balance is, for sure. That's what I assume probably happened.
10 years. Is this what's right with the system?
This is exactly how it's been designed to function when you look at the holes and the way that it's, when you really get into the minutiae details, that's why this happens.
Nice. Hey, I want to make sure I give you one of these.
Please.
I am, thank you. I am a mask maker, and I have a mask making factory. I'm hiring Denverites. And if anybody has a PPP loan, they can buy my masks, and they don't have to pay the money back to the government.
Oh, wow.
Yes, so we're hiring people locally. We're trying to keep the money local. And so I got to share with the people I know and love.
What's up, man?
I'm
going to shoot you a text message.
Alex, you're wonderful. Absolutely. We're busy right now. I got it, too.
What's up, bro?
And bless you, sister. Thank you. So this is the real shit that we're talking about, right? These are the real things that we're covering when we're talking about police accountability and integrity. Is 10 years.
Excuse me.
10 years. Sorry, my apologies.
Hi, good to see you.
Good to see
Melanie.
That's hard. It's life been nuts.
I know.
How you doing?
Appreciate you doing all that you're doing, keeping everyone informed.
Well, we're in. I was just having an interview with Alex Landau outside. The officers that were listed in that Denver incident all have been rehired with back pay.
Oh my God.
It happened in February. Vacation time. 10 years off the job and they get their vacation time after they are publicly disciplined. That's fucked up. You need a mask. I am a mask maker. We have a shop here in Denver. We are employing people at a living wage to make masks that look like this. Right? Paracord, we got all kinds of different types. So, the website for that isn't up yet, but my email's on there.
I will.
And I'll get it to you.
Okay,
Thanks.
thanks.
Yep. Have a good day. Thanks. They don't even know.
I prefer much more than Final Cut, but it's Final Cut. I know. So we have it on our laptops and I reopened it. This is it's more.
Are you back to it or is
Finance committee will come back to order. Members, this is the usual that we should be called out for the district. We will continue with the supervision unless we are needed on the floor. We will not continue to break and leave, especially during testimony. I want to thank Representative Carver for having a conversation with the appropriate people, along with myself, and we will proceed. Ms. Newman, please, if you don't mind, start with the testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Mari Newman. I'm a civil rights attorney with the law firm of Cumberland and Newman. I represent the families of people who suffered from abuses by law enforcement, including the family of Lonnie Plain, the family of Michael Marshall, the family of Marvin Booker, the family, many other families that we've heard about here in Colorado, the family of Daly and others. law enforcement brutality, and particularly law enforcement brutality against people of color, is nothing new in this country. There's attention brought to it in this moment because of the very well-publicized in custody death of George Floyd, but that is by no means an indication that there's something new here, or that it's a national problem that doesn't exist right here in our home state of Colorado. And for that reason, Representative Herron and I began talking about these issues and this legislation many months ago, back in August of last year. So I know that there's been some concern about things moving quickly, and indeed things have moved quickly as the issues have become more stark. But many of the issues in this bill are ones that we've been talking about for months and months and months and months. And I want to highlight specifically some of the discussions that led to the inception of this bill, because there are issues right here at home in Colorado. So I want to talk about the Colorado cases that led to these issues. I'm going to start with the case of Elijah McClain, because you got to hear a little bit from his mother, Shani, but not so much about exactly what happened. And the reason why this is relevant is that one of the bill components is specifically designed to make sure that we don't have racial profiling in policing. And so Colorado statutes already include a very basic provision saying don't racially profile, but no meat on the bones of how to avoid that. And so what we've got is a provision that requires that there is actually a legal reason to stop somebody. Now, why is this relevant to the instance of Elijah McClain? He was a young man who was walking home from the corner store. He had just bought some iced tea. In fact, I have some iced tea here today. He was just walking home. He was wearing a mask like we all do now. He was moving his arms to the music, and somebody who drove by said he was acting strangely and called 911. They said he had no weapons. They said he was not engaging in any kind of crime. He said neither he nor anybody else was in danger. So the 911 caller made it clear that there was no reasonable suspicion, no legal reason for any police officers to stop Elijah McClain. But what happened here is that Elijah McClain was in fact stopped by 3 of our officers who immediately went hands on and threw him to the ground. Were it not for those officers improperly stopping him in the first place, there were reason to be here today. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna run out of time. I want to talk about the body camera provision that is most important in Elijah McClain's case. All 3 of the officers who went hands-on with Elijah McClain immediately doffed their body cameras. And that's why we've added provisions in this bill to make sure not only that officers all have body cameras, but that there are penalties so that when they don't have their body cameras on and it's intentional, as the evidence shows it was in Elijah McClain's case, there are some repercussions for that. We've reined in the use of deadly force by officers. That addresses instances like the police shooting of Devon Bailey in Colorado Springs, a young man who had the bad judgment to run away, although I think as people have understood more and more what young Black men face in America, one can understand why it is he was afraid of the officers and ran away. But this law makes it even more clear that it is not legally permissible for law enforcement to shoot somebody in the back as they're running away unless there is an immediate threat to people that there will be imminent bodily harm. This law makes that even more clear. This law bans the use of chokeholds that were applied to Elijah McClain, that were applied to Marvin Booker, that were applied to others across the country. It's something that is long past overdue, and many individual departments are doing it, but it's something that needs to happen across all of Colorado. The bill is also designed to try and get rid of bad officers. As you heard from Natalia Marshall, the officers who killed her uncle continue to be employed as peace officers, and one, in fact, is now a street officer with a gun. This is a man who was very responsible for killing her uncle, and yet he continues to work. And this is hardly an isolated case. The Denver sheriffs who killed Marvin Booker were found liable by a jury in 2014. The jury not only found that they had used excessive force, but their force was in such reckless disregard for his constitutional rights as to justify millions and millions of dollars in punitive damages against them. And yet those officers continue to work in law enforcement. One of them who left actually now works for the Colorado State Patrol. This is
I'm going to have to ask you to begin to wrap up.
I'll go ahead and do that. I'd be very, very happy to address some of the more technical aspects of the bill. And so if you'd like to ask questions in that regard, I'm happy to do that. This bill is very important to protect people right here in Colorado from officer misconduct and to create accountability that has sorely been lacking in our state. Thank you.
Ms. Alvarado.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Suzette Maldo. I'm Provost Professor of Civil Rights Law at the University of Colorado Law School, also the Director of the Byron White Center for the Study of American Constitutional Law. I'm testifying on my behalf and on behalf of the university. I want to thank the sponsors of the bill. I applaud you for your leadership, and I want to thank those who are testifying, especially those who have lost loved ones due to senseless violence. This is a seminal moment for the state of Colorado and for this country. We have an opportunity and responsibility to be bold right now, when so many are in tremendous pain because of the current and historical abuse of power by some law enforcement against Black Americans over the last 400 years. This bill is groundbreaking because it creates a private right of action to enforce the Colorado State Constitution. This moment is very much like when the United States Congress enacted a similar law in the federal courts, that is Section 1983 of the Civil Rights Act of 1871, which interestingly enough was called the Ku Klux Klan Act. And that's because so many formerly enslaved Blacks were being terrorized by the Klan, from individual lynchings to annihilation of the whole Black communities like Tulsa. Government officials allowed them to participate in the right. This federal law created a private right of action to enforce the United States Constitution. And it's a game changer because it empowered everyday folks to hold individual government officials personally accountable and liable for violating the Constitution. Now, unfortunately, this powerful statute remained dormant for about 100 years because of the Supreme Court's resistance to Reconstruction, but it gained traction during the Civil Rights Movement and has been critical ever since. Today's Colorado statute takes a page out of that book. There's an important lesson that we can learn from the federal model, and that is to avoid the mistake of qualified immunity defense. This defense protects a police officer who violates the Constitution because he misunderstood the law. And the defense has a lot of problems, as many of us are realizing. First, the federal law has been gutted by this particular exception. The defense guts Section 1983 and allows the exception to swallow the rule. Second, it's already hard to prove an underlying constitutional violation. You have to find that the police officer used an unreasonable amount of force. Once you get over that, then the officer gets a second bite at the apple. Third, the qualified immunity standard is too subjective. Neither the good faith nor the reasonable officer standards are working. One allows an officer to rely on ignorance of the law and his own opinion. The other, according to courts who are interpreting this, the reasonable officer standard is too broad and the clearly established law standard is too narrow. And I'm happy to share an example of that during the Q&A. It was a Fourth Circuit case that recently came out as very powerful. Not surprisingly, there's been lots of opposition to qualified immunity from all political stripes, from the Cato Institute to the ACLU. Judges, scholars, lawyers, legal organizations across the ideological spectrum are finding this to be applied in a one-sided manner and to act as an almost absent shield for police who violate the Constitution. In fact, the United States Congress right now is currently challenging the qualified immunity defense in its own bipartisan bill. When does that happen? So we don't want to make the same mistake. Here, Colorado state courts will not be able to create an exception that swallows the rule. The legislature has the power of our time. Over 400 years of government-sanctioned racial violence gone unchecked. It's too much.
Members, questions? Representative Buckenfeld.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let's expand a little bit more on qualified immunity and personal liability, because I believe that is the utmost concern
going forward for current law enforcement officers today and families. It says that if you put our personal family at risk, this profession isn't worth what we've invested in it, which tests the standards of the people that apply for these type of jobs. Because anybody who reasonably feels that, even though they have passion for the job, anybody who reasonably feels that they're putting their own personal families at risk will probably walk away and find another profession. And only those who might be of a lesser quality would want to take on that kind of job. Could you kind of expand on the qualified immunity and the story you were going to tell, Professor? And I would also like to hear Ms. Newman's perspective on those two issues.
Thank you for that question. There's a Fourth Circuit case that came out recently, which is rare, which overruled the district court in West Virginia, which granted qualified immunity to the police officers there on a motion for summary judgment. And I think it's important to push back on the notion that when we think about how does the qualified immunity standard actually work, it often acts in a standard clearly established at the time of the police conduct. And I'll just read to you the quote from the Fourth Circuit and this opinion here, and ask us to think a little bit about what does it take for law to be clearly established. It seems to be a very, very narrow interpretation, which basically means that police officers are often, able to get away with unconstitutional violations with impunity. So the court says, we are asked to decide whether it is clearly established that 5 officers could not shoot a man 22 times as he lay motionless on the ground. Although we recognize that our police officers are often asked to make split-second decisions, we expect them to do so with respect for the dignity and worth of Black lives. Before the ink dried on this opinion, the FBI opened an investigation to yet another death of a Black man at the hands of police, this time George Floyd in Minneapolis. This has to stop. To award qualified immunity at the summary judgment stage in this case would signal absolute immunity for fear-based use of deadly force, which we cannot accept. The district court's grant of summary judgment of qualified immunity is reversed. And so I cite this case because I think it's important to realize that there is some give, but I think we're at a point where the qualified immunity has become absolute immunity for police officers, and there's not a boundary in terms of what would a reasonable officer have thought the law was at the time. So I think that's important. The other thing I would say is, to your point about whether qualified officers would be attracted to the job, I think the indemnification provision that is here is very generous and speaks to that. The indemnification provision says that the default is that all police officers are going to be completely indemnified by the employer, and only in the case if you acted without good faith and if your understanding of the law was unreasonable, and up to a cap of $25,000. So I don't think $25,000 is unreasonable in terms of expecting respect for Black lives, and that seems to me an incredibly generous indemnification provision that would attract qualified officers to the job.
Representative Buckenham? Representative Carter?
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. I beg your pardon.
Oh, forgive me. So would you also like to respond, Ms. Newman?
Just a little bit briefly.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Forgive me, proceed.
Representative Buckenham, I wanted to expand a bit upon what Professor Marvel has already said about the indemnification of this bill. You'll note that there have been some very significant changes in that provision, and those changes were responsive to concerns that were raised in committee in the Senate, exactly as you raised here. And so specifically, I want to make it clear that the indemnification is mandatory. So an officer will be indemnified for liability in an excessive force case, unless there is a specific finding by their employer that they didn't act reasonably. Now there was some concern of not having a reasonable officer kind of standard. That was so profoundly subjective that it caused a real problem from a victim's perspective. And of course, what we want to do here is acknowledging the rights of the victims of officer misconduct while acknowledging that there need to be good officers who are in the force. So this provision was specifically modified to make it clear that it's only in those cases where an officer's conduct is so bad that they end up getting fired from their force that they won't be indemnified. And even then, it is only for 5% of the judgment against them up to $25,000, whichever is lesser. So that has been addressed very roundly in that indemnification, specifically in response to the concerns you raised.
Thank you, Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. And this is to either witness. There was testimony about the provisions in the bill that create a 1983 type of right to sue under the state constitution, Article 2. And I think there's 31, 32 different parts to Article 2. You know, some of them, not all of them, involve individual rights, but presumably those that do are the ones that would be actionable under the provisions. Could you address what the legal standard would be for the plaintiff suing under these provisions? Again, it would be a significant sea change. That's the first question, and then Madam Chair, Acting Chair, I note that an aspect of this that we rarely see in a 1980 liability for the bystander to the violation. And obviously in other parts of the bill, we have imposed a penalty, which by the way, I strongly agree with. But a bit unusual, as far as I'm aware, please correct me if I'm wrong, for other states that have gone down this path of a 1983 action under the state constitution to include the bystander or one who was in a position to intervene, where they would also be subject to this state 1983 action. So I know I threw a lot in there, so however you want to proceed.
We might like to take that. You can start. Okay.
Okay,
Ms. Newman.
All right. Thank you for your questions. So with regards to the we're 200 years behind the federal government in bringing life to our Constitution. And I believe you're mentioning. So you're very familiar with the concept of a right without a remedy, which is what our Constitution has been up until this moment. And so instead of just being a pretty piece of paper, the Colorado Constitution allows people to bring private claims, is the same legal standard that you would expect to see in a federal constitutional action, which is one that requires intentional conduct by an officer. And so for those who, I apologize, this is going to be, I think, redundant for you, but I think it'll be elucidated for people who aren't lawyers in the room. The fact that there has to be a finding of intentional misconduct is a high standard, and rightly so. These are important issues. And so there are multiple opportunities for an officer who just makes a mistake to get the case thrown out. And so what the point is there's an opportunity for a law enforcement officer to file a motion to dismiss if the law simply does not justify a finding that they violated the state constitution. Would be thrown out at that point. After doing discovery, after taking the depositions and learning what the witnesses had to say and what the evidence was, there's an opportunity for a defendant officer to have a factual basis to get thrown out of court. So an officer who is not in fact liable will not end up being subject to penalties. Go ahead.
Representative Carter.
May I interrupt?
Yes, please.
And not to interrupt, but I wanted the comment about legal standard and intentional conduct. Is it your view that this would be preponderance or clear and convincing? Do you have an opinion on that as far as what the plaintiff's burden would be?
Thank you, Representative Carter. In a civil action, the legal standard is that a plaintiff must prove their case by a preponderance of the evidence. But in a constitutional claim, that requires a preponderance of the evidence that the officer acted intentionally. So it's a very high standard. There are a couple other off-ramps where a jury could, of course, also find one way or the other. And even after a jury makes a finding, a judge can look back and say, my goodness, no matter what the jury found, I don't agree with it. So there, and of course, there are appellate rights. So there are an awful lot of opportunities to make sure that there's not a judgment entered against an officer who doesn't have, who's not appropriately liable. Now, I sue officers for a living, and I don't sue them unless I believe that I think that there's a legitimate claim. And of course, I can tell you from a practical standpoint, people who get killed by law enforcement do not tend to be the rich and famous who pay lawyers by the hour. In fact, what they are is mostly Black and brown people, and mostly people who are marginalized and disfavored by the establishment. And for those reasons, both federal Congress and this law has included a statutory obligation that attorney's fees are paid for by the losing defendant if they lose. And that's important because we take these cases on a contingent fee basis. That's a disincentive for any lawyer of my ilk to take any kind of case unless we truly believe that the officer intentionally violated somebody's civil rights. They're very difficult cases, very hard fought, and they take a number of years. So there's no incentive to bring a frivolous case from the perspective of an attorney who does that. With regard to the question about bystander liability, that is something that actually already exists in federal law, but is very critical here. And it's something that was even raised by the FOP or the police unions. This is an issue that I think also has some cross-ideological support, because there should in fact be a duty to intervene. In the death of Elijah McClain, for example, there were 3 officers that went hands-on, but there were multiple officers who stood around and watched as he was tortured for about 15 minutes, including one who mocked him when he vomited, and another who threatened to bring in a dog to bite him because he was still moving as he was vomiting. And finally, a sergeant who was watching, and even a minute later, that he was becoming increasingly concerned about Mr. McClain's medical condition, and yet he too didn't step up and do anything. So this law makes it even more explicit that officers have not just an opportunity, but a duty to intervene when they see that their colleagues are using excessive force.
Can I quickly, just.
Yes, Ms. Alba.
No problem. In terms of what you said about the legal standard, your question, and this is to back up Mari, that basically this is powerful because it's a vehicle that, while it doesn't supply substantive law like Section 1983, it's a vehicle from which somebody can in fact enforce the underlying constitutional right. So it would adopt whatever the constitutional standard is in terms of what that, what the substantive law is. It should be something that the opportunity to in fact bring a lawsuit. And then just to sort of chime in with the common law in most circuits, including the 10th Circuit, there is under Section 1983 a bystander liability, a duty to intervene. I think what's very powerful about this particular bill is from the state law perspective. It's very rare that a state would actually have in its would legislate bystander liability or duty to intervene. And so at this point, I believe this would make Colorado the 2nd state in the entire country to adopt this standard. So this is an opportunity for the legislature to be proactive and demonstrate leadership in this area. This is historically, there's another provision in the Civil Rights Act of 1871 called Section 1986, which was considered the notion of police intervention and requiring other people to intervene. And that is something that is, while not used normally.
Representative Carter, follow up.
And I can follow up more online, and don't want to hold up the rest of the committee. Know we have a lot of witnesses that want to testify. It struck me as somewhat unusual, but you have perhaps more comprehensive knowledge in this instance. The provisions about attorney's fees to the prevailing party, and then the bill that I have not seen before was also reimbursement of attorney's fees for other parties involved in the lawsuit who have been a significant catalyst. And I'm paraphrasing the language, that they also get their attorney's fees. Just briefly, is that something somewhat unique, or have other states utilized that?
Ms. Representative Carver, that is not a unique provision. The catalyst theory is one that recognizes that a plaintiff prevails not just when they win in their own case, but also when they cause a change to happen in the law. So from time to time, there will be an instance where there's a change in the law, but for some reason, the case ends up going away. And in those instances, this recognizes the work that's been put in by a plaintiff to cause a favorable change in the law, which is one way to prevail.
Is that in the federal Equal access to justice? Do you recall?
I don't
We can follow.
Perhaps Professor Melville recalls off the top of her head. I don't recall if it's an Equal Access to Justice Act, but I can tell you that this concept of the catalyst theory is not one that we're making up here. This is something that's well recognized in the law.
Thank you.
Representative Silver.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for being here. And Madam Chair, if I could ask you a couple of questions.
Would you like permission to do that?
Seeing as how we have two experts here, at least on qualified immunity, and this is something that I spent some time on. But I did want to establish for the record, it talks about on page 13 that the court may award to a defendant if the court finds that it's a frivolous suit. And one thing that is the issue where agencies like the sheriff's office, police department, DA's office, they'll get sued and they'll immediately point out that while it has the appearance of a frivolous lawsuit, an attorney in safeguarding their license is obviously going to have enough merits there to meet the monochrome to where they may not win, but it certainly would not be considered frivolous. And in a case like that, they would not be awarded attorney's fees. How would you answer a question like that as far as that has still placed a particular defendant certainly in jeopardy, but we haven't necessarily gotten to the point where the plaintiff is even close to prevail?
I think it's important to just make a distinction between if you don't win, if it's not a meritorious lawsuit, doesn't mean it's not a frivolous lawsuit. So I think the distinction is important, and is often this is pretty normal that if it is not frivolous, then the defendant would not have their attorney's fees covered. I think this goes to what's the purpose of the underlying statute. If you're trying to encourage people to bring these sorts of claims, and the power differential between the parties. And so here, when you talk about victims of, constitutional violation or, police misconduct, we want the purpose is you want to encourage people to bring those lawsuits to enforce the law and to make sure that there's integrity. The prevailing party fees encourage people to do that. That is not the same as somebody who's in the defendant's posture where they are in a position of power. And so that dynamic is, that differential is pretty common because that goes to the underlying purpose of trying to encourage those who are in powerless positions to bring these kinds of lawsuits and to act as private attorneys general to enforce the Constitution.
Representative Silver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to be clear, if the defendant were to be meritorious and it was not determined to be frivolous, they wouldn't be able to have attorney's fees, and basically they would be liable to their own attorney.
Yes, Professor Melville. Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Newman.
I'd like to answer that from a more practical litigation perspective as well, since I heard these cases on a regular basis. The attorney, First of all, the attorney's fees from a practical perspective of an officer who is sued for using excessive force almost never are actually paid out of pocket. They are almost always defended. I mean, in 99.999% of the time, they're defended by their department or supported by their unions. And so what we're talking about here is not officers paying for the defense out of pocket, win or lose. So that's, I think, something that's very important. The other point I want to make from a practical perspective is the idea that a prevailing plaintiff receives an award of attorney's fees, but not a prevailing defendant, is very, very well established in federal law. That's not a new concept either. That is something that is very consistently applied across the board. And the reason for that is clear. Again, it's the power disparity between the parties. If a poor person or a disenfranchised person were unable to bring a legal claim because they would risk the potential of not because it's a frivolous claim, but just because they lose, having to pay all of the attorney's fees of the other side, it would make it really impossible for any actual normal human being who is a victim of police brutality to ever bring forward a claim. So that's why the law has been designed around this. In federal law, it's enshrined in 42 U.S.C. Section 1988, and this provision echoes that.
Representative Summer, follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to ask on the same logic, because you mentioned something about Section 1983 of federal law and trying to establish that in state law. And one thing I just want to be very clear about and to make sure we have on the record is I heard you a few minutes ago answer Representative Carver's question by saying that the plaintiff's burden would be a preponderance of the evidence that the officer acted intentionally. But yet when I'm reading the bill, I don't really see preponderance mentioned unless I'm missing something. And I wonder, how could you assure us as a panel evaluating the bill that to fill in the gaps in the qualified immunity standard here, that a court would automatically look to federal law and not just start doing what courts do and making up legal standards?
Professor Matho, well, I can't guarantee what the courts will do, but I do think it's a civil action. It's a civil action, and by definition, it's not criminal, and so preponderance of the evidence standard is the norm for a civil action. So I would be shocked if they imported some other kind of standard, like a criminal law standard into this particular bill. So I think it's safe to say that you would look to analogous law. You would certainly stay within this, it's a civil action, and so you would stay within the normal burdens of proof between the parties. I think the federal law, I would imagine that state court judges would look to precedent for Section 1983 in terms of guidance, but also it's not working. And so I think the beauty of Section 1983 and all the precedents that we have in federal court is it gives the Colorado state judges a chance to learn what has worked and what hasn't, right? And where we have a doctrine like qualified immunity, which just basically gone off the rails, as many people of many ideological persuasions are getting to that conclusion. That's an adjustment that can be made. That's something that Colorado judges can learn from. But I can't imagine judges importing a criminal standard into a civil action. That seems unlikely.
If I might follow up on that question as well.
Ms. Newman.
I think an analogous situation that is informative is when Colorado passed the Colorado Anti-Discrimination Act 7 of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And in all of the Colorado state jurisprudence around the Colorado Anti-Discrimination Act, courts look to the way that the law has been applied in Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to provide some guidance how those burdens are addressed. And so I think it's fair to look into analogous federal court jurisprudence to try and understand those burdens. So there's no reason why the same thing wouldn't happen here as happens in other kinds of statutes, and particularly in other civil rights statutes, where Colorado statute is designed to take the best of federal statutes.
Were you, it was on Soper, so are you done with your question, Representative Soper?
If I could squeeze in just one more.
One more, and then Bockenfeld, and then Snyder, Carter. And I'm sorry, I kind of everyone ask questions first and then come back to Carter. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and I just wanted to take advantage of having an expert panel up here talking to us. Back to the question of personal liability to qualified immunity. And I just want to make sure it's very clear. Does removing qualified immunity mean that you have to have personal liability, or is that something that could be waived?
I'm not sure I understand
Yes,
the
ma'am.
question.
Representative Soper.
Thank you. I'll try to describe it differently. It's been a question that's come up in the hallway that removing qualified immunity equates to personal liability of the officer. And is that always true? Or is there some exception or some other mechanism? I mean, I know we have here in the bill that, I think with the Senate amendments, it talks about indemnification up to 20 or 5% or 25,000, or sorry, an officer could be liable for 25,000 personal liability. And I guess what I'm asking is that, does the 25,000, I mean, could you actually have qualified immunity removed and still not be personal?
Ms. Malone.
I do understand your question. I think that language, could be more precise. The indemnification clause, the indemnification clause requires liability. The police officer is liable in order for the victim to get compensation. Now, the indemnification clause requires that the employer 100% pay or indemnify that police officer, but that liability is required. The only time that is the default is I think gives a lot of grace to the police officer. The only time that a police officer would actually have to pay out of pocket, which is maybe what you mean when you say personally liable, the only time they would have to pay out of pocket is if they acted with bad faith and understanding the law was unreasonable. If that is true, then liable up to $25,000 maximum for their unconstitutional behavior. Does that help with the clarification?
Representative Soper.
It does. Thank you very much.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be willing to yield to Representative Carver Snyder if their question is follow up to anything that was discussed with Representative Soper. If not, I want to take a step back. Okay, I will proceed forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Bockenfeld.
I'd like to step back to the bystander liability, because there's an area of concern here that I have. Our law enforcement officers work in a control and command environment. And our rookie officers who are on the street being trained by a training officer, many of them come from a military background, which has a very strong control and command environment. And just want to have some discussion about how realistic is it that a rookie officer who's with a training officer in a control and command environment would be held at the same standard as a seasoned officer who has a lot of experience on the street, and a lot of experience as to the rules, policies, and procedures of the department, and hold the same ability. And I was hoping you both would opine on that, if that is reasonable.
Ms. Malone.
I think it's reasonable. I think it's important to look at the power differential. Even a rookie officer has far more power than the normal person on the street. If they are clothed with the power of the government and have the authority of the government. You know, obviously they have weapons and can use lethal force. So even that rookie officer, I think, has far more power. It's the government, it's the state sanctioned violence. So that person is in a position, vis-a-vis the victim, to do something. And I think has the obligation, well, you know, is it too difficult for them to stand up to a superior under change within the police department? But other professions, that's not the case. So if we have a scenario, let's say you're in an operating room, right, and you have a doctor and he's getting ready to operate on the wrong leg. That nurse or that scrub or whoever is at the lowest rung of authority has an obligation to speak up and say, wait a minute, you're getting ready to cut off the wrong leg. And so that's what we want. We want within the police force, the rookie cop to be able to feel comfortable to stand up to a superior and say, hey, you've got it wrong, back off, maybe you need to take a breath. I think that that is not only is that going to prevent unnecessary death of the victim, but it's good for the cops, right? You're looking out for your fellow brother. And if that rookie sees a superior who's losing his cool, I think that duty to intervene is necessary. If he has an obligation to do so, and if there's a anti-retaliation clause in there that protects him from doing that, that's going to get him to intervene, and it's going to help his fellow officer from making a really critical mistake.
If I might follow up.
Ms. Newman?
Representative Blackenfeld, this is specifically addressed actually, because this is a training issue, and this is an important moment to empower officers to stand up to make sure that they are intervening when necessary. And this is again not something novel. If we look at what's happened in Minneapolis, the officers who were charged for killing George Floyd include not just the officer who held down Mr. Floyd by the neck and killed him, but also the 3 officers who stood by and did nothing about it. And this is not novel. But what this does is it enshrines in law the absolute duty to do it. And so not only ought it happen, it certainly ought to, but it's not going to for the same reasons that you're articulating, that a rookie officer might feel intimidated or might feel like they're going to get in trouble or something to that effect. This makes it very clear both to them and to their supervising officer that not only should they, but they must. And in fact, on page 17, starting at line 2, we added a provision in here to make sure that a law enforcement agency cannot discipline or retaliate in any way against an officer for intervening to stop excessive force. And so it's specifically designed just to avoid the sort of mischief that you fear, which is a rookie officer getting in trouble for standing up to do what's right.
Representative Blackenfeld, follow-up? Yep, go ahead.
And the statement you made considered that this rookie officer is probably on probation at the time he can be fired at will. You both took that into consideration when you made your statements?
I'm sorry, Ms. Newman?
So in addition to doing these sorts of civil rights cases, I also do employment law, which includes cases where people are terminated for a variety of illegal reasons. One illegal reason that a person might be fired is for following the law. If they were a private employee, that claim would be called wrongful discharge in violation of public policy. If the person is a public employee like a police officer, that would be a constitutional violation. So a law enforcement officer, even a rookie on probation, who gets fired after standing up when it is their legal duty to do that would be an illegal termination. And surely their supervisors would know that as well. So this is a training issue.
Representative Snyder?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both very much for being here. I can see that having two such legal minds has brought out all of the legal questions and attorneys, which seem to be about that. So, real quickly, I'm from down in the Colorado Springs area. I've been in local government, I've hired some chiefs, dozens of officers, and met with many Colorado Springs police chiefs and others, and you talk to them individually, and they seem to be very empathetic and very understanding. And yet, when it comes time for public comment, they're completely silent. And I assume this is partly due to kind of the wall of silence, kind of that fraternal system, not wanting to be ostracized by your fellow officers. And as I look at this bill, there's a lot of great provisions, a lot of great guardrails in here, a lot of more punitive approach, though. I don't really see, any real encouraging to, I guess what I'm getting to really is this, seems to be this culture in law enforcement where they look out for each other, they circle the wagons. And I've seen in the last 2 weeks, I've seen more change from that code of silence, whether it's police chiefs in other cities, officers kneeling, marching with protesters. So I guess my question would be twofold. Do you sense that the time is finally changing for that blue code of silence to be broken, and we're gonna allow for, because I think the vast majority of officers are good people, and they want to be right by the community, and they want to do their jobs well. But they just don't seem to have that encouragement or that freedom to come forward. So I'm gonna ask you really, and is there anything that you can think of that we could do to kind of foster a new type of community mindset in this enforcement area?
Ms. Newman.
All right, I'll do my best to answer that question. I can tell you with regard to this bill in particular, some very good ideas have come from members of law enforcement who have who've done personal outreach to say, here's an issue where I think things could improve. So I agree with you completely that the culture historically is the blue wall, where they circle the wagons to protect one another. And the intent in bringing this bill, as Representative O'Hara and I began talking about it back last August, was not a punitive one, but one that was designed to make sure to keep people safe, to protect Black and brown communities in particular, and people in general from abusive and racist police practices. Now, I can tell you in many of the lawsuits that I bring against law enforcement agencies, one of the things I very commonly do when I'm settling a case, one of the things I love about settling cases is there's an opportunity to talk not just about monetary relief for the family, but also policy changes within the departments. That's something you can get in settlements, but you can't get in court. But why it's important in this discussion is that my experience in that regard is that many law enforcement agencies want change, but the culture makes it very difficult for them to do it themselves without there being some kind of an external pressure, like a lawsuit brought by a family who has been terribly impacted by a horrifying event. And so this is a moment, much like the instances where I bring civil rights cases, where many departments have an opportunity to step back and say, absolutely change is needed. We've heard a lot of that feedback as we continue to work on the bill to make sure that it's the best bill it can possibly be. And in fact, you see some individual departments making very specific changes. I know that in this bill, of course, that would cover the entire state of Colorado as it ought to. But this is one of those moments where law enforcement who want to do the right thing have an opportunity to have the kinds of departments that they want to have. And that's also true with regard to the provisions that address post-certification for officers who have a history of bad conduct. There are provisions built into this bill that are designed to make sure that officers who are either criminally convicted for using inappropriate force or lying or that sort of thing are kept on a database so that they don't move from department to department to department, and in the most extreme cases lose the certification that allows them to be law enforcement officers. Good departments don't want bad officers. Certainly the people don't want bad officers. This is a provision that's extraordinarily important to make sure that we don't continue to employ the very officers that are currently before.
I would just add to this notion, the notion of how do we get to a better mindset for the community. I think this is a great start. I think this conversation and many of the testimony today at least is going to really kind of bring to light those issues and maybe help us understand the divide between the community and the police. I would also invite the police, the law enforcement to think in some ways about how this bill is helpful to them in terms of their own self-interest. And so what I was mentioning before about a duty to intervene in many ways, that is protecting your fellow officer, your fellow brother who might get in trouble because they've gone too far and they don't see that for themselves. And so I would invite them to think about that. Again, getting rid of qualified immunity. It's not just a defense in the federal court system. The courts often, they rule that the law wasn't clearly established at the time of the police officer's conduct, What that means though is they fail to then decide whether or not the conduct violated the law. And so that's not helpful to the police officer because they need to be put on notice. Well, what conduct is unconstitutional? And if I have qualified immunity, sometimes I can never find out because the court doesn't ever get there. So I do think that there are things in the bill that maybe are not obviously helpful to the police. And I would invite them to think a little bit more about how this is beneficial to everyone.
If I add one more thing, Ms. Miller, thank you. The data collection component is also very important in this regard. There's a lot of talk these days about implicit bias, but the problem is unless there's data being collected on who officers are stopping and what kind of force is being used against them, it doesn't allow departments to recognize their own issues. Now, I don't come from the perspective that law enforcement is inherently bad. I think that bad practices and bad patterns sometimes go unnoticed because there's not adequate data collection. And I can tell you that this happens very commonly. In one of my cases very recently, we did a statistical analysis of all of the uses of force and stops by the city of Aurora. And what we determined just by crunching the numbers, that in 2017, the Aurora Police Department's use of force per person Americans than other races. 5.5 times greater. I mean, that is not just statistically relevant, but shocking and very alarming. And Aurora is by no means unique in the disparity in the amount of force and the instances of force used against people of color. The numbers allow people like me to do a statistical analysis and see what the problem is, and that allows departments to recognize their bad patterns, recognize bad behavior, and remedy it.
Okay, we have Carver and then Benavides, and then I'm going to wrap up this panel so that we can move on. Ms. Newman, you'll be able to stay if we call you back for questions, is that correct?
I'm happy to.
Okay, great, thank you. Ms. Monroe, you're welcome to stay as well. Representative Carver.
Oh, and yes, this is just to circle back, and I apologize, I didn't have the bill opened up to page 13. My initial question about asking for a legal standard to sue under a state equivalent of 1983, line 4 through 14, and maybe I'm missing the language, but I don't see intent. So now maybe that's common law and it exists someplace else, but that's my initial question, and then I had to turn and just make sure I didn't think the language was in there. So I point that out as something that might be helpful to clarify, especially given that lines 12 through 14, we are removing all statutory damage caps, liability caps. So I think when you saying in these cases, there are no statutory caps or limitations which may exist in other types of actions. Clarifying the legal standard, especially the intentional piece, which is not expressly in the bill. I would simply point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Benavides.
Did you want to respond?
Would you like to respond to that?
I'm happy to respond.
I just thought perhaps I missed it and it was someplace else in the bill. I didn't see it on page 13, and I had neglected to have the bill open to the appropriate section. I don't know if it's someplace else.
Representative Carver, to respond to your question. Representative Carver, to respond to your question. The preponderance of the evidence is the same standard as used in every civil case. In contrast with beyond a reasonable doubt, which is what is required to find guilt or innocence in a criminal case. So that is the standard in every civil case. Right. So this is no different. The intent requirement is taking from the analogous federal civil rights statutes and the way that those cases are interpreted by the courts. So just as federal courts interpret Section 1983 to require intentional conduct, that's what's required here. With regard to the damage caps, there's a specific reason why in 42 U.S.C. Section 1983, the federal law, and here there are no damage caps. And that's for the exact same reason. It's intentional misconduct. So we're not talking about a doctor who makes a mistake, a negligent thing, somebody who gets in a car accident, nobody went out of their way to try to get in a car accident with somebody. Sometimes people make mistakes. This is intentional, unconstitutional behavior. And that's why both 42 USC section 1983 and this law make sure that those are not catch damages.
Representative Diaz.
Thank you, and thank you both for taking your time to come and talk to us about this. My question has to do with section 3, use of force, beginning on the bottom of page 14, the next section. That section seems pretty vague to me, that physical force can be used to effect an arrest, prevent escape, and imminent threat. And I read that to include deadly because the only exception where deadly force is talked about is on lines 26 and 27 is not to use deadly physical force for a minor or nonviolent offense. That's the only part that speaks to when deadly force can be used that I'm reading in here. So physical force, would that include deadly force in that first paragraph that they could use in any of those situations?
Ms. Newman.
The law limits, the bill as written is designed to try to minimize the amount of force that's used by any officer to be what is necessary under the specific circumstances that they're faced. And so when an issue may be resolved through nonviolent means, this law is clear that that is what must be done. And that is in fact, probably the vast majority of police officer contacts with public. When physical force is used, this requires that it does and can only be used in a way that minimizes injury to others and to make sure that it is consistent with what is necessary for the circumstance. I do believe, though, that an amendment is going to be offered that's a touch more clear on the need for it to be for any deadly force to fits very specifically within the language that was used by the United States Supreme Court in the case of Tennessee versus Gardner, which talks about the need for which prohibits a peace officer from using deadly force unless there's an immediate threat of that the person will cause harm. And so I believe an amendment is going to be offered to make that just a touch more clear. So I appreciate the question so that we can predict the amendment that you'll all see a little later, I think.
Additional final questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. You
I
may
know
come
I've
back.
called it expert so many times in my life.
May have you back, Ms. Newman. Now we will hear from Candace Daly and Terrence Roberts, and then we will hear from some opposition witnesses. Please state your name, who you represent, and proceed in whichever order you would like.
My name is Terrence Roberts, and I am representing myself as a citizen and also an organization called the Denver Black Male Initiative. So I really want to talk about the history of policing and our relationship with police leading up to today. As we know that policing in America really did start with what we see today before they were certified to be sheriffs as state patrols. We never had a good relationship with people of color in this country, okay? When we look at incidents like Oklahoma and Greenwood, where black people are told to pull ourselves up by our own bootstraps, forget about slavery.
I'm sorry, Mr. Roberts, will you use the other microphone possibly, or there's, oh, you said to, maybe you have to lean back a little bit from the mic, it's, we're getting interference.
Okay, how's this?
That's good. Please proceed.
Okay, so when we look at places like Greenwood, Tulsa, Oklahoma, you know, we had hundreds of black businesses murdered and destroyed by angry, racist white residents. These white residents were assisted by the Tulsa police that were bombed from the air, okay? When we look at instances like the MOVE, or the MOVE organization in 1985 in Philadelphia, okay? This organization, this is a nonprofit organization that was a community, they were bombed by the police, by the Philadelphia Police Department. when we look at incidents like the counterintelligence program with the FBI, according to the Black Panthers were considered a terrorist organization, the most dangerous organization in America, even though African Americans at the time, don't have this data, maybe 9 or 10% of the population. Right now, we're down 13% of the population, but all of these conversations are around a race of people who make up 1 out of 10 Americans. Okay? The counterintelligence program was used to destroy, dismantle, and slander these Black men and women who all were fighting for justice. Fred Hampton was a young man in Chicago who was murdered by the Chicago police because of going to a pro, because he started something called the Rainbow Coalition with white, Black, and brown people. Okay? The Iran Contra scandal. Our own federal policing systems brought crack cocaine to America. This is admitted. And then once they put it in Los Angeles, they used the Los Angeles PD to enforce crack cocaine laws that are still in effect to this day, primarily against Black people, because our country needed more money for political reasons to give weapons to another country. Okay? I talked to Rick Ross myself. Rick Ross was used to distribute this cocaine to Black communities. He said that America would have never even heard of Crips and Bloods had it not been for our own law enforcement bringing it to Los Angeles. Crips and Bloods are around the world right now with the epidemic in Black communities, with tribalism and homicide. Okay? Our law enforcement has never been for people of color. Okay? I myself am a victim of police misconduct. I run a nonprofit in Park Hill called the Park Sun Initiative. We built a youth center in the park after gang-related arson. We stopped the gang war in our city. Denver police had an issue with me, and they told some older gang members to hurt me. These older guys who have admitted working for the police told these young men to hurt me. I had to defend my life and derailed my life. Okay, after I had to defend myself from men who admitted to working for the Denver Police Department. We have paperwork where they admitted this. So, okay, so let's look at people like Amy Cooper. Amy Cooper, she used her white skin to weaponize herself and call police on this Black man, knowing she knew as a white woman that the police would come and could possibly kill him. I'm asking right now, in my community, my people, that you guys not only pass this bill, but you guys also make sure that police are held accountable. There should be immunity. There should be no implied immunity at all. Like police, if they murder somebody, they need to be accountable for first-degree murder. I'm wrapping up with this. You look at Officer Derek Chauvin. Officer Chauvin sat there for 8.5 minutes. He was told by people, you're killing him. He heard this saying, I can't breathe. This is a common statement that we know about. He knew that he could murder this man in his heart and nothing would happen to him. If we had a bill like this already in place, this bill is long overdue. I think that maybe he would have got off of that man and let that man breathe. We would have George Floyd to this day and we wouldn't have had the riots, which I call the rebellions, that we've had all over the world. Because people are tired of the police murdering, especially people of color, with immunity. The time is now for these police officers to understand that they can't murder us. They could murder one of you sitting up there, not knowing that you guys are legislators. Then they'll find out after the fact that they chose him or put their knee on your neck or one of your grandkids. So I'm asking that you guys take a serious look at this bill to not only save people in your communities that you represent, but possibly one of their own lives or one of their own family lives.
Thank you. Ms. Bailey. Hi, excuse me. My name is Candace Bailey, and I'm a native of Colorado. I am also the founder of White House Consultants Colorado. I feel like my track record has to be talked about in order for you to have a caption of life. So I am from Colorado. My father is a white man, was a white man, he passed away. All of my grandparents, except for one, were immigrants to this country. Germany, Slovenia, not from this country. Half were white skinned, half were black skinned. I have such an interesting history because white privilege has played a large, considerable role in my life, being that my father was a white man. However, my black skin would never be negated. This would be the uniform that I would never be able to unzip and take off. This would be the role that would supersede anything that I would do, good, bad, or indifferent. I carried a 4.0 in high school. I was on the debate team, and then things happened. I was assaulted by the police very young. I was raped, molested, beaten. If you can imagine, I have lived it. I have been incarcerated. I sold drugs. I sold other women's bodies. I have done the unthinkable. And then I came and I began to do the unthinkable again because I had to go back down the path. I had to go back and capture my 13-year-old who was damaged from murders that I had seen as a young child, from all of my childhood trauma, from familial molestation, multiple occasions, almost being murdered on multiple occasions in many different circumstances. All of those traumas in my life led me down a path where I would eventually be charged with attempted murder myself in 1998. I became a menace to society as society became a menace to me because my white father instilled in me everything that I am today. He made sure that I would never buckle under pressure, that I would have pride and resolve in the skin that I was delivered in, even though internally I was still a white woman. I could never take this uniform off, and I could never give you the opportunity to do a ride-along in this I am in. And regardless of my poor decisions, I would get up and I would renew myself because I knew there was a community that needed to hear that you are not garbage, you are not trash, that you do not deserve to be beaten, to be murdered because of the uniform that you were born in that you can never remove. I've heard some very interesting questions for each and every one of you, and I want to redirect you and say to you, all of these things that we are discussing are a moral compass. This is about a moral compass within our country. We took the time during COVID-19 to have a reality check with themselves, with the privilege that they have, and what we strip of those who are the least fortunate among us. I say to you, shame on each and every one of you. I went to Leslie Herod and I spoke to her, and I first want to give praise to Leslie Herod and Senator Gutierrez because there is courage that comes with every step that we make as women of color. I came into Leslie's office at the beginning of this year, and I had been before many of you. I had asked many of you to take on legislation that would stop the murder of people based on how they were born, which is not a decision for us. We don't get to wake up and take this uniform off. And I feel like the questions that are being asked of even our panel of experts are questions if you go and you ask yourself in the mirror, you can come up with an answer. In 2020, we have a responsibility to call out what is wrong, to change that which oppresses the least of us. If we continue to drop the ball, every one of your positions is irrelevant. You have failed us all, and frankly, every one of you should be sued for not doing what you have been ordered to do, and you were sworn under to do. You all followed an oath. Please follow an oath. Understand the seriousness of that. I have been called to testify ruthlessly as an expert inside of juvenile justice. Am I an expert? What makes me an expert? Because I lived it or because I read a book? Because I worked within that institution? What makes me an expert? I feel like there are a lot of very lucid terms that are being thrown around without real thought behind that. Because how come a doctor has to have liability insurance? Because they deal in human life. We cannot put a cap and abandon on a bullet wound any longer. We are talking about a $25,000 cap. You know, $80,000 a year is given for a prisoner in the state of Colorado. I want you to think that through. If we are saying that there is personal off their airway. Nothing that we are talking about is something that we have to delve deeply into because this is all common sense. If this was one of your daughters, sons, cousins, brothers, fathers, uncles, aunts, whomever, you would do everything in your power, everything in your being to ensure that there was justice.
And I'm sorry, I'm gonna
Justice
have to ask you to get wrapped up.
Justice does not come from soft, palatable thoughts. We have had soft, palatable thoughts and soft, palatable conversations for hundreds of years. The establishment of this country has been on the backs of people who look just like me, and some who look just like you, that we now cage as animals. We have lost sight. And finally, we need to reclaim that this is for us, by us, this is our land. And if one of us is left behind, we have failed immensely. I support the bill. There's a lot of conversation to be held. I am deeply community connected, and I will consistently be a conduit between community and this process. The courage that is required, I hope and I pray that each and every one of you will stand, because if you're just going to sit back and watch, you're all complicit in the murders as well. Thank you for your
I'm gonna
time.
leave with this, like, that was murdered for having on the same mask. That is a law for us to wear today. And the raw police told another cop to please cut off your camera while murdering his child. So you guys just, sorry.
Thank you for your time. Thank you. Okay, and I'm sorry, I do have two more support and then go to opposition. I think we're updating the list right now for who is against the bill. It has changed as we've been here today, so I'm gonna call it Brittany Irat and Al Gardner. And then on deck, we'll have Katie Knudsen and Katie Richardson. And we represent and proceed in whichever order you would like.
Thank you, Al Gardner. I'm here on behalf of Denver Citizens Oversight Board, and I just have a appreciate it. As a past board member on the Denver Police Chief Council, as well as the Denver Sheriff's Department, as well as the Denver African American Commission, we've talked about this for years, but I think this is probably the closest that we've actually come to trying to get something done. I'm a native of Houston, Texas, where I grew up in the 3rd Ward, where I attended and graduated from Jack Gates High School, the second oldest historically Black public high school in Houston, Texas. That's where I met George Floyd. That's where we called him Floyd. He was a fellow football player, a teammate of mine, as well as a neighbor, as well as a friend. Although he's not the sole reason for us being here, he's absolutely a huge catalyst of the progress that we've made to this point. The Denver Citizens Oversight Board supports SB20-2017, which enhances accountability and transparency of state law enforcement agencies. The Citizens Oversight Board conducts civilian oversight of Denver law enforcement and generally has 3 primary functions: make policy decisions, address issues of concern with the community, and assess effectiveness. Some of the changes proposed for law enforcement. For example, we applaud the reforms in the bill that require body-worn cameras and support officer intervention when a fellow officer's conduct violates policy. Research has shown that measures like these can positively impact the interactions between law enforcement and citizens. We also acknowledge that the bill tackles long-established standards, such as fleeing felony and qualified immunity. Our experience in civilian oversight has shown us that the effectiveness of these measures will depend on how they are implemented. Every jurisdiction across the state must ensure the new policies created to comply with these legal changes are within the spirit of the legislation. We encourage legislators and safety leaders in Denver and across and include meaningful participation of community members. Finally, our hope is that this is just the beginning when it comes to the issue of changing law enforcement. The protesters certainly want more accountability, transparency, and integrity, which SB20-2017 provides. They're also asking us to reimagine our society and the role of policing. In the weeks, months, and years to come, we hope to continue this dialogue and make efforts toward a new vision of criminal justice. As I close today, I've been in Denver, been in Colorado 20 years, and this is my home. This is probably the situation with George Floyd. There's the 1 degree of separation now between me and what you see on TV. I've been removed for many years watching different deaths, but this one was probably closer to me than at any other time. At the Citizens Oversight Board, we talk about this all the time, twice a month, and this is probably as close as we feel that we are to some real police change. So I ask you on behalf of the Citizens Oversight Board, and indeed on behalf of Jack Yates High School alumni, you know I was coming here today on behalf of the gentleman we call Floyd, and the countless others in this state that have been negatively impacted, that you would seriously consider this bill. Thank you.
Please state your name and represent and proceed. My name is Brittany Uriart. I'm here as a private citizen and not in my official capacity. I'm an investigator with Denver's Public Integrity Division. The reason I'm here to testify is because I'm deeply concerned the system is broken. Internal processes meant to protect the interests of the public are not working. I've been with the Public Integrity Division for nearly 3 years. In the past several months, I've noticed a change. I honestly, I can't say if it's a change or I'm just now beginning to notice these things. But specifically, I'm seeing that more and more officers' conduct is being covered up, all at the expense of the public safety. I frequently investigate use of force incidents involving officers. I conduct those investigations discipline. Recently, use of force cases that were originally sustained and justified in the discipline report, new, not sustained findings. The original report and the original discipline are then deleted from existence. These cases involve discipline ranging from suspension to termination. I am seeing officers who have engaged in conduct that warrants discipline, including inappropriate use of force, are being absolved of all wrongdoing. These officers are then returned to their posts, interacting with the public, having learned that they can act with impunity, that they can harm with impunity. It was a very difficult decision for me to come here today. It's definitely the harder right over the easier wrong today. But I take my job and I take my personal integrity very seriously. What's been going on has been going on for months. I finally decided, as a concerned citizen of Colorado, I can no longer sit by while this gross abuse of power impacts the safety of so many members of the community. It's important to me that reform takes place. I support this bill, and I ask that you allow citizens to have checks and balances and not be reliant on internal processes that are breaking down. I believe in our system, and I believe it can function properly, but not as it's currently designed. Without these changes, the integrity of our system will die in darkness, and we will forever lose the trust of the public. Thank you for allowing me to have voice today. Thank you very much for coming today. I think it was a very courageous act, and we appreciate you being honest for the record. Representative Hockenpeth.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Over the past 50 years, I'm addressing you to the gentleman, over the past 50 years, we're going to go out and actually do recruitment and to add more black, brown, and minority officers to their roles to hopefully interact better with those communities. And that effort's been going on for 50 years. There's been some progress made in that area, especially since you're on the Citizens Oversight Board. I'm very much interested to find out why things are in the state they are today. Apparently that was a failed experiment. Why?
I would say this, I've worked personally with Denver Police Department recruiting, in terms of recruiting and otherwise, so a lot of knowledge on how we can grow the department. from a minority standpoint. The problem is not in the color of recruiting, the problem is in the environment that exists within the police department. It's a culture that, regardless of whatever color you are, when you get in this culture of the thin blue line, it becomes us against them. So in my experience and in my observation, that is the failed part of it, right? I wouldn't say the recruiting is the failed part of it, it's that failure to change that culture where it's not us against them.
These witnesses? Seeing none, thank you for your time. All right, and at this time, I will call up Katie Hudson and Katie Richardson. Please state your name, who you represent, and proceed. I'm sorry, just the one, last, I'm sorry, ma'am, what's your name?
My name is Katie Richardson.
Katie Richardson. Katie Knudsen? Knudsen? Tia Romano? Tia Romano? Annie Salazar? Annie Salazar? So these may be in the other room. Megan Conley? Please proceed, ma'am.
Hi, thank you all for being here today, and thank you for listening to us. I am very nervous. I want to thank you for taking the time that you have to listen to our officers, to listen to our officers' wives, and we are very grateful for those amendments. I don't pretend to understand the ramifications of what this bill is going to have on my husband's daily life as a police officer, but what I can share is my experience as his wife. I married my officer 25 days ago. So my experience as a law enforcement officer is very minimal. I don't know if you guys are married, if anybody's married. I don't know how long you've been married, but I'd like you to think back about your first month that you were married and the conversations that you might have been having. Did you ever regret that union? Did you ever discuss divorce? Not because you didn't love each other, not because you didn't want to spend your lives together, but because you had to have an honest conversation about the best way to protect your house. I'd like to ask you and challenge you to find another profession where the actions of a few reflect the character of the majority, where they are found guilty until proven innocent. Why one moment we're praising our officers for being part of the first responders on the front line of COVID, and the next we're demonizing them as a threat to our nation. These families heard of stories of families being followed home, pictures being taken of their house, where they no longer feel safe in their own homes. I'm very proud to be in the bonds of marriage with my husband. But I will never have a flag outside my house, and we will never tell an acquaintance what he does for a living. And again, this is not because we're not proud and I'm very proud of what he does. I love hearing every story that he has. When he comes home, he tells me how he's impacted somebody's life. But I'm scared. I'm scared what lawmakers and the media will do next, demonizing good men and women that do uphold their part of the law.
You came to speak out today as well. Thank you for your courage in speaking your truth. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ask the sergeants if any of the other names I called are still here or came in from the other room. I believe I saved them on the record, but that's, we'll go down the list back to support, and then we'll go, if they come up, if they come in, we'll pull it up. Next up, we have, no, I don't have the names of these folks, but we have the family of Jesse Hernandez and the family of Jack Hernandez.
We do one at a time, just to.
Sure, what we can do, is there, the family is 2 people?
Mom and dad.
Mom and dad can, please sit at the table and, feel free to bring up, your son. That's your son. Yes, okay. Family unit, sit together, you live together, do your thing, so. great.
By way of introduction,
State your name, who you represent.
my name is Sarah Mahoney, I'm a salary attorney here in Denver. I'm one of the owners of the law firm with I'm also general counsel of the Colorado Muslim Society, which is the largest mosque in this part of the country. I'm proud to introduce Laura and Jose Hernandez. These are the mother and father, and this is Kevin, the little daughter of Jessica Hernandez. If you do not know who Jessica Hernandez is, then I ask you to quickly research it. She was a child in Denver, the daughter of all of us. The name and the loss remain incredibly important. Laura and Jose are not professional speakers, and they have very much shied away from all public statements. The death of their daughter has consumed them, and they are they are unable to articulate how this loss is devastating. But they understand how important this moment is, and they are breaking their silence about that. These are not canned, these are not slick lawyer words or anything of that nature. These are a mother and a father whose 17-year-old brother was taken in a barrage of police bullets. And so they're here, I don't know what they're going to say. But please understand that these are as raw emotions of a mother and father as you. So thank you for your time, and I turn it over. And Laura will be speaking in Spanish, and so these are the.
Do you have a translate?
No, she will speak her truth, and that's it. And hopefully, if you have interpreter services.
Thank you. Please state your name, who you represent, as yourself, and then proceed.
This is Jose Hernandez. It's been hard for us to implement out my daughter. She was the issues. It's hard to let her do something. It's been really hard. Even for the family going on in the city. That's why we're here to we try to at the beginning, we try to be something different with the laws and everything. It's hard for people that live with the family. And we're here because hopefully make a difference between everybody, and not just to us, but everybody here in the city. And I don't know what to say. It's hard to do.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate you coming today. Please state your name and proceed.
Yo soy Laura González, mamá de Jessica Hernández. Para mí ha sido muy difícil. Parte de mi corazón murió con Jessica. A mis hijos ha sido un trauma lo que pasó con su hermana. Lo único que les puedo decir es que mi vida cambió. Día a día tratamos de sobrevivir, porque es un dolor en el corazón insoportable. Y no me gustaría que pasara más gente, pero el mismo dolor que yo tengo en mi corazón. Es todo lo que les puedo decir. Gracias por escucharme.
Thank you. Thank you both for coming here. And as I recall, just so some of the members that may not have looked this up, is that she was in a car that was parked in an alley next to a fence, and that the police were called by a neighbor who saw the car there, and it had been there for a few hours, and the other person in the car had fallen asleep. And the police approached, she was very young, 16 or 17, but when she backed out, the officers thought she was going to run into them with the car. I don't think that was her intent, she was trying to back out of the location next to the garage. And that's why it's so important that this bill addresses the use of force and when an officer is really threatening or not a threat. And I do want to say that for coming in, that you had said with some of my comments here, that it was very difficult when your daughter died, and that the trauma that it inflicted not only on me, but on other children continues to impact your entire family. And that day by day, that tragedy lives in your heart, and that sadness does as well. And that you are hopeful that this will not be endured by other families. So thank you for your words. And I too hope that some of these instances, because young people don't know always. And we do expect and should expect more from police. And I hope the accountability measures in there will help us do that. So I want to thank you both and encourage you.
Representative Burke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No hablo español muy bien, pero muchas gracias por sus palabras hoy. Tú estás muy valiente y tengo mucho gratitud. ¿Cómo se dice gratitud? Sí, sí, muchas gracias.
I just want to thank you for your time. As I told you earlier, Parkdale is my neighborhood, and this happened steps away from my home. She should be here today. But you all here speaking up, this is what I see happening right in front of me. The support of your family. That other families are not broken like yours. So just know that you're making a difference. Your continued fight is why a lot of us are here, it's why I'm here, and I just very much am grateful for your presence and for you telling your story today. Thank you. Thank you for your time. And there's some water here if you'd like some. Next up, we have the family of Jack Hockett.
Sarah Mohammed, this is a second one of my clients, her name is Viola Hawkes. Viola potentially, it's almost unspeakable. Viola's son, Jack, in a small town of Rocky Ford, Colorado, was skateboarding in his Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle t-shirt at midnight. He was returning home. His mother, Viola, stays up, waiting for him, with many mothers. An officer who had bombed out of many police departments and ends up in Rocky Ford approaches Jack and says, "Hey Jack, what are you doing? What are you doing?" And he says, "I'm just going home, leave me alone, I'm going home. See that house right there? That's my home." And he says, "Well, what's in your backpack?" And he says, "Nothing. I'm just going home. That's it right there. See that stoop with the lights on? That's my home. I'm going there." And he proceeds to go. The officer, upset at the indignance of this child walking away, grabs his backpack. Jack gets
gets away from his backpack, and at that very moment, Viola opens the door and sees this officer having Coleman runs. And this officer shoots Jack in the back multiple times. And he dies in his mother's arms that day. That officer was that prosecutor up there. Direct files on this officer, and he's the first officer in 40 years in Colorado to be convicted of second degree. Many elements of your bill with this. That officer had no business wearing a badge of honor. How many times did he need to be fired for the state of Colorado to get the message that this guy should not have had a gun? He was in fact the training officer in Washington. So Viola is here, another very quiet, very soft-spoken person who has never spoken out publicly about her son's death. She is here speaking to her elected representatives about her experience of necessity.
Please state your name, who you represent, and proceed. My name is Viola B. August. I'm from Rocky Ford, Colorado. It's hard to speak without crying and hurting and missing. And I feel for every mother out there that will see this is supposed to get better. It gets worse. The pain, the hurt. I love my son dearly. He's my only son, baby of the family. He has three sisters, and I miss him dearly. Yes. Really, never got to know him. And officers like this need to be stopped. Behavior, they don't need it. We don't need it. And this bill, in my opinion, I never wanted to be it. Doesn't feel it. Don't think what you got. That's right. But not use it. There's just gotta be a lot of change in this world before I die. So I'm gonna be 65 here in a few weeks. And I've seen a lot of change in my life. And this is one thing that I really want to see before I die. Change. They're taking people's lives. They're making people hurt. We don't have much else to say. Thank you. Questions for this witness? Representative Benavides.
Thank you for coming in, Ms. Hawkins, and giving that testimony. It is important that we hear it, because being here, I'm from Adams County, which is just next to Denver. We hear a lot about cases in the metropolitan area, but this is not a problem just for the metropolitan area. And I think your testimony, your attorney's on that, is that it's everywhere. Exactly, and that it is so important, the aspects of this bill that stops a bad officer who's been fired from one location from going to another. That is a problem. And in our smaller towns, there's also a problem in some of them because of the familiarity, oftentimes officers are out there on their own, and I don't know if they all have body cameras or all of those things, and
was out there to hurt people. It didn't matter if it was my son or someone else's son, daughter. It didn't matter.
And no, he did not have a wife.
No, he did not. He didn't have maids. He had none. He had none. That's what he used.
Thank you, Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, this question is for the attorney. I think Representative Benavides may have slightly answered it. What part of this bill would have stopped this situation? Was there an employment history? Did he get fired in the past? You guys don't.
I believe he was fired from Walsenburg. The police department within 6 months prior to him doing it.
Representative Sanders.
Madam Chair, do you recall what was he fired for?
Mr. McConnell.
Thank you.
He got into a bar fight and picked a fight with about 7 people.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your story again. Your loved one should be here with us, but you testifying and speaking up on his behalf is making a difference. So thank you so much for being here. I spoke in my opening about what my mother feared, and that's exactly what
I still, yeah, I don't, I'm not comfortable. I'm always looking over my shoulder.
Thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Is Mr. Mondak going to come up as a witness, or should we ask him questions?
Are you set up to testify as a witness?
I'm not, I'm here to support my clients. I think lawyers have spoken a little too much, and I think that we need to hear from the community, but I'm happy to answer any questions today.
Would you like to ask a question? Just in your experience, and I know you've been doing this for several years, it is this issue of the other areas of the state. And I don't know if you can shed any light on this, because this is truly statewide. And it addresses those concerns, and oftentimes, people within smaller communities feel like, there is no mechanisms that we heard from Denver, civilian oversight board, or anything else, places they can turn to. So maybe you could tell us about your work in some of the areas outside the metro area.
Let me tell you.
I'm sorry, just state your name for the record,
Sure,
please.
your ceremony. Let me tell you, let me answer the question this way, Representative. This bill will allow local communities to address issues that impact their local communities. We won't have folks in federal court in Larimer County addressing issues from federal. Folks who have lived in the community, like Mrs. Hawkins, for generations and generations in that area, are keenly aware of the shifting currents of law enforcement. And that's what this bill will allow. It will allow local juries to be the decision makers when local police officers kill community members. And that's so important.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. At this time, I'm going to call up DA Michael Doherty, Sheriff Helen. And after those two, we will go to the Vincent Carter and the family of Captain Richard Gary Black Jr. after this panel. I'm going to have you started. Jay Doherty will come join you if you can see it. Please state your name, we represent, and proceed.
Thank you. My name is Joe Pelly. I'm the sheriff from Boulder County. I'm here representing myself and sheriff.
Please proceed.
Just for the record, I'm not here in opposition to this bill. I'm here asking for some more clarifying amendments, and I want to thank the bill sponsors for working with us over the course of the last week to make some changes that were very helpful for us in our ability to implement this bill and the legislative intent that you have for it. I've been doing this for 41 years. I'm tired of the headlines, tired of the issues. I'm ready for change as well. I want to make sure that we can do it in a way that's we can implement and we can make effective. We are asking for clarifying amendments concerning jails and jail deputies and how this applies to those situations. When Senator Fields introduced this bill, she indicated it did not apply to corrections because those facilities are full of cameras. Our jails are full of cameras. Our jails, we record everything that goes on in there. But can you imagine the storage and cost in my jail, 25 deputies interacting with 400 inmates, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So we do use body cameras to record events such as cell extractions, restraint chair use, that kind of thing. We can work with all that, but to require jail deputies to have their cameras on all the time would be impossible. And also some clarification around court security, administrative personnel. We were asking for an amendment on that, and hopefully you'll see an amendment on that, and we support that. Secondly, we need sufficient time to train peace officers in a huge change. This is like an omnibus bill. There are changes in procedure and policy and definitions of use of force and liability, and we can't reteach thousands of peace officers across Colorado in a couple months. We need some time. So as you consider amendments and you consider looking at this bill, please keep that in mind. I'm still and will be concerned about body camera costs for small jurisdictions. It's still a problem. The legislature needs to try to help us figure out how to help really small jurisdictions fund those things. And finally, I ask this. I know there are a number of amendments coming today. I've heard mention of that. As you consider amendments, consider the fact that there are thousands of cops in this state doing good work every day. That's the key to solving this problem in the future. Being able to recruit and retain officers from various backgrounds, various colors, various cultures. Don't legislate the will out of them. Don't legislate the desire to be a cop.
Thank you. Please state your name and represent and proceed.
Good afternoon, my name is Michael Doherty. I'm the district attorney district of Boulder County, and I'm here today in my individual capacity as Boulder district attorney, but also on behalf of the Colorado District Attorney's Council.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to start by just acknowledging that across the United States in the days since the murder of George Floyd, there have been deeply felt expressions of anguish and outrage, and that until we address racial inequality in this country, we're going to continue to see racial inequities in our communities, the private sector, and the criminal justice system. And I appreciate that law enforcement and the district attorneys are working together with the other stakeholders on this bill, because I really believe we must make real progress. That together we can weather this storm, provided our guiding light is to make true and lasting change going forward. In the short time since Mr. Floyd's murder and the charging of the police officers involved, there are signs that change will happen. I remain very hopeful for the future. And I'm strongly and fully committed to meaningful criminal justice reform in Boulder County and also with the state of Colorado. I sit next to a champion for reform in law enforcement, Sheriff Kelly. And I'll just tell you briefly what we've done in Boulder County. We have a number of co-responder crisis intervention team programs that work directly with law enforcement throughout Boulder County. We have law enforcement assisted diversion programs, which means that people are being diverted before they're even being arrested and booked into the jail. Our office, the district attorney's office, was selected, one of the 3 offices in the country selected to do a program with the Vera Institute of Justice called Reshaping Prosecution, where they're going to come disparities and inequities in the justice system in Boulder County in order to identify pattern cases and generate further policy and reform recommendations. We've also expanded the restorative justice and diversion program by 350%. We have a 92% success rate. We've expanded to include drug cases, adults. We actually diverted more juveniles out of the justice system last year than we prosecuted in Boulder County. We also have the only mental health diversion program that's pre-charging in the state of Colorado. I'll take a moment to digress if you'll allow me to mention that the legislature is poised to cut the funding for the diversion program and the mental health diversion program. Cut the funding for the diversion program and the mental health diversion program. But we're absolutely committed to those. And we have a DA fresh start warrant forgiveness program. I share those with you not because they're about my office, but really because they have a lot to do with law enforcement. It's because of the leadership, assistance, and the support of Sheriff Kelly and the other leaders in law enforcement that we've been able to set those programs up in Boulder County. In this form, all 22 of the district attorneys across Colorado united in the call for justice for the murder of George Floyd and in support of concrete reform measures to improve our criminal justice system. I recognize that there's a lot of work to be done. I'm here on behalf of the Colorado District Attorney's Council today. We've had a lot of discussions with the other elected DAs throughout the state of Colorado, and CDAC, as you likely know, has been working on language with sponsors and other stakeholders. CDAC is highly supportive of changing. Since I did on lunch earlier today, I think I've seen 20 pages of amendments. But I can tell you that from my last conversation with them this morning, Executive Director Tom Raines, that CDAC is highly supportive of different parts of this bill. In particular, the legislation that would require any peace officer who's convicted of inappropriate use of force to be terminated, eliminating the fleeing felon rule, banning the use of chokeholds by peace officers, increasing the use of body cams along with funding being provided, creating a statewide tracking system within the Attorney General's office for officers who are untruthful, decertified, or terminated, and creating a duty for officers to intervene when another officer is violating the law. Although many of those policies are already in place at the agency level throughout Boulder County and elsewhere in Colorado, we agree that those should be in law statewide. I can't emphasize enough, those are significant, if not major, reforms for the justice system that the DAs and many members of the law enforcement community join in. There remain some issues of concern, though I do want to highlight that in just the past week, we've made a tremendous amount of progress. In that, I think we went from a time of great concern to a time of great opportunity. And that's what we could do now. So the remaining issues of concern, from my perspective, are continued discussions around liability for police officers, and I'm happy to take questions on that. But I do think a lot of progress has been made over the past week. With regards to body worn cameras, on page 5, 9, 10, there's a section that if an officer does not turn on his or her body camera, then the statements are inadmissible. I'd ask you to revisit that. I'll give you an actual case example. Boulder Police Department did an absolute terrific job in this case. They received a call of an active shooter in a restaurant in Boulder. You can imagine their reaction. They arrived at the restaurant to find the cook and the maitre d' having subdued the shooter on the ground of the restaurant, with people screaming and diving under tables. It wasn't until they pulled the shooter out that they remembered to turn on their body cameras. The idea that we would lose those statements simply because they didn't turn on until they safely took over the situation, to me is a mistake. So I'd ask that the language there be changed. Also, on page 8, line 18, there's a requirement that prosecutors or law enforcement publish body-worn camera videos. Many of those videos are prejudicial by committing a crime, or if the defendant makes an admission to a police officer on video. That's why the ethical rules actually prohibit me and law enforcement from releasing those videos. And currently, as the bill is structured, it puts the onus on the defendant to petition the court for the video not to be released within 21 days. Often, in a case, the defendant doesn't even have an attorney, or if he does have an attorney, the attorney has not yet gone through the paperwork in the case and have trouble, perhaps, petitioning the court. So I ask you to take a look at that. I want to second something that Sheriff Kelly said regarding the use of force training. The current date in the proposed legislation is September 1st. I would just point out in the great state of Colorado, we have a lot of ground to cover and approximately 350 law enforcement agencies. So if we were to push that date back, even just by a couple months, I think that would allow for the agencies to be properly trained on what's going to be a sea change for them in terms of use of force. So not asking you to change the provisions, just giving more time. One of the amendments, L107, touched on DAs having to issue a report if an officer's been charged with use of excessive force regarding what other officers may or may not have done. I won't get too into the weeds here, it's my focus time, but I would ask the committee to consider if there's other publicly available documents such as the affidavit for which the officer was arrested on, for using excessive force, that should be sufficient.
And
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes. CDAC wants to see this bill move forward, and I'd like to see us make more progress with the amendments. I can tell you that no progress we've made together. I, in my individual capacity, as well, was just trying to support the bill in its current form. Its current form. I do, if you can give me 30 seconds, Madam Chair. I've had the honor of working with amazing public servants and law enforcement officers for the last 20 years. They've done outstanding work. I was in downtown Manhattan on 9/11, and as I watched people run the other way, I watched them run in. And that's been true my entire career. So whether it's the fatality we had in Boulder on Monday night of this week, the 11,000 cases we prosecuted just in my office last year, it's amazing work done by public servants, by police officers, every single day. That's not to excuse misconduct or criminal conduct that brings us here. In fact, it's what should unite us all in making sure that we root out racism and we root out misconduct. And I do believe that we can make lasting change together. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to address, to Chair Kelly's point, L0110 does address, has a clarifying amendment for the jails. I know that was brought to us by the association, and that is addressed in the amendments. I have one question, we'll go to, okay. I just wanted to clarify what time to train officers, what does that look like? And what does that training look like? And what is that time frame?
So.
Sharon Kelly, thank you.
Sure, thank you. So I put together a group of 12, including our county attorney, to wait for this bill to pass and to begin trying to understand all the ramifications around policy changes, training, the training that needs to be developed. I mean, just for my department, there's no way I can do this by September. The end of the year, perhaps, would be better. A year would be ideal to develop, all the things we need to do. I realize the urgency and the pressure you're under to act, and I get it. Just gotta do this practically so that we can do it well, so that we can make it work.
And for the use of force provisions, though, are you suggesting a year out for those? The use of force, I'm just worried about, I'm just concerned.
To get everyone in Colorado trained. So for my department, I'm gonna be able to probably do that for 4 months. But I have an on-staff attorney, I have a dedicated training unit. For rural Colorado, they're gonna have to rely on the district attorneys to develop that for them and deliver it. It's gonna take 12 to 14 district attorney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recall in 2015, the DA's Defense Bar Innocence Project collaborated with law enforcement on changes to eyewitness identification procedures in Colorado. We were one of the first states to implement scientifically validated eyewitness identification procedures. And we traveled the state, training law enforcement, focusing on the non-metro jurisdictions. DAs went all over the state, as they do every year on legislative trainings. It took us approximately 8 months to do that. So I would say at the very least January 1st, if not longer, for the non-metro jurisdictions. I recognize Denver, Boulder, we'll get it done faster. But for the non-metros, I think we're talking at least 8 months.
And so we're talking about the totality of the bill, but when it comes to chokehold and fleeing felon, those are issues of immediate concern, I think, for Colorado. What would that training look? Is it an online training? Why? I guess I just need to clarify, understand why it would take 8 months to train officers not to use chokehold and not to shoot someone running away. Daily.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To be clear, I was referring to the use of force section of the bill. That section of the bill refers to September 1st as a training deadline. That's the section of the bill that I was referring to, and I think Sheriff Kelly was referring to. We're not talking about fleeing felon chokeholds. I think obviously that's just a matter of communicating to the law enforcement agencies that those are no longer permitted under state law. For the use of force provisions that the legislature is considering, those are more in-depth trainings.
Thank you. Representative Baca.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Gentlemen, you probably heard the conversation, I'm Sheriff Kelly did that, Mr. Doherty was in the room I had, with the gentleman with the Citizens Oversight Board here in Denver. For 50 years, you folks have been hiring black, brown, and minorities into your departments in order to better interact with these communities. Sounds like it's a failed experiment. And I believe the gentleman hit the nail on the head when he said it's a culture issue. So no matter what you talk about in this bill, if it's a culture issue, it's not gonna get resolved by this bill. I want to get an understanding after 50 years of hiring black, brown, and minority officers, why we still have this problem. What is the culture issue if there is one? And what are we gonna do to change it?
Sheriff Kelly.
I can't speak for every jurisdiction in Colorado. I can tell you that we've had excellent opportunities and the good fortune of hiring a very diverse workforce. A large percentage of my workforce is female, a large percentage of my workforce is brown. And we have command officers who are black, we have sheriffs that pretty accurately reflect demographics in our county. So that's been good. What's happened post-Ferguson to us as agencies across the country is application. And that's why I'm really concerned about squeezing the life out of the will and the desire to be a cop in this country with legislation and with liability and with the risk that they don't want to take anymore. That's just my caution around amendments that I don't want to call out that are going to come.
Other questions for this panel? Oh, Representative Benavides.
And I will say that both of you have always been willing to step forward and address these difficult issues. And I know, Sheriff Kelly, I've called on you in the past to weigh in on bills, and you have always been there to do that. So I do appreciate that and your willingness to work on this now. And I too believe that most officers are good officers, but I think the culture issue that Representative Bockenfeld brings up is a legitimate issue. I have been 10 years in civilian oversight, and it's not a question. I think Denver will still be under the Hope Consent Decree, but had been for many years, if they're not still, to bring in officers of color. And there's lots of places that have lots of officers of color, but it's partly when you're in a department and any profession, you become part of that. And the duty to intervene here, which is relatively new, is what I want to talk about. Because historically, officers have not been willing to step up and say that to stop or prevent another officer. I'm aware of several occasions in the Denver Police Department where an officer has, and the officer has been charged as a result of that, but it's very rare. And it's very difficult for an officer to do that. So when I read this section on the duty to intervene, really, my question is, that's part of the culture, and that's part of the ability for officers to be willing to do that. Just putting it in here doesn't make it happen. So with your officers or plan to, or do you think that the language in here is realistic to be able to get officers to intervene? Sheriff Kelly?
Our policy with the Sheriff's Office in Boulder County has been a duty to report, a duty to intervene for years. I can't tell you how long, a decade or more, it's been in our policy. You build policy, you build culture, you build mission and vision and values and structures in agencies. But I'm fully supportive of, and the sheriffs are fully supportive of the duty to intervene aspect of this bill.
Thank you. Gabriel.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I would start by saying the DA also fully support duty to intervene being in this bill and that being law statewide. I will say in my career, having prosecuted police officers, that flat, I think the majority of those cases came to light because other police officers reported the individuals who committed the crimes. I'm not here to say the justice system is perfect. I really want to emphasize there's a lot of work to be done. And I think instituting the right culture, to your question as well, Representative Brockendale, excuse me. I think it's about eliminating racial inequities that existed in our country for hundreds of years. So when we talk about how do you improve one particular profession, one particular area, I think it's going to take a lot of work. So as much as we've made a lot of progress, as much as I have a tremendous honor working with outstanding men in law enforcement and in the DA community, I recognize that we have work to do in Colorado and throughout the country.
Thank you. Other questions for these witnesses? Oh, Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was just about to ask Madam Chair about a provision in Amendment L099, page 15, page 15, line 18, and substituting ineffective for impractical. I understand that just got handed L116. And so, Sheriff Kelly, I don't know if you have the bill in front of you, but I can read the provision. So we are talking about the rules and use of force, and the bill currently says a peace officer is justified in using deadly physical force to make an arrest only when all other means of apprehension are impractical, given the circumstances. And then it goes on for other provisions. I had a concern about changing impractical to ineffective. But now I understand we would, the proposal by the bill sponsors would be to change impractical to unreasonable. So it would be a peace officer is justified in using deadly physical force to make an arrest only when all other means of apprehension are unreasonable given the circumstances. And then it's talking about types of felony and that type of thing. Can you speak to that?
Sheriff Kelly.
I can. So I have a real issue and concern with inefficient. To me, that indicated before I could use deadly force to defend myself, I had to try everything else and it had to be ineffective. In other words, I need to be beat down on the ground and be able to defend myself before I could go to the next level. That's the issue with that. Unreasonable is a better standard. It speaks to the point where you have an active shooter, or you have an active terror with a hijacked truck, or the kind of unthinkable things that we may have to respond to, wherein you're not going to try lesser levels of force before you intervene immediately with deadly force. Does that make sense?
And Representative Carter. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a comment about how critically important a legal obligation on duty to intervene is. But I think you both get that's just the first step. And you know, my background is military, which is hierarchy of power, and the only way you are going to get meaningful compliance, and feel free to disagree, is imposing a legal obligation, a duty to report, but not just report, to actively intervene when there is a violation of civil rights or use of force, and then within the leadership hierarchy of the police department, you make it real. So that when a lower ranking intervenes, and the culture, which is those with more power now confronting an individual who is interfering with less power in the hierarchy, that person with less power needs to be supported, validated, and the important provision here about not retaliation. And that is challenging. The police department get that, but if you could just comment on that. Everybody should understand, yes, it has to be in the black letter law, it has to be a statutory duty. But when you are talking about a hierarchy of power, the only way you make it real is to inculcate that as part of your training, your ethic, your code. And when lower ranking officers report against higher ranking officers, it's part of your legal duty and your code. And that is honored and upheld within the organization. Would you care to comment?
I don't disagree with anything that's been our policy for years. I think having the power of law behind it is important. I don't disagree that there are culture issues in police agencies across the country, worse in some, better in others, but it does exist. In addition to policy, in addition to just teaching policy, one of the best things we can do in policing is situational training, where we're not just reading stuff like our police, but we're putting them in real life training scenarios and imitating real life situations and causing them to react and think through the situations, and that's what we intend to do with this use of force, these use of force mandates as well.
Thank you, and I do want, L116 was negotiated and with law enforcement to make that change, and fees as well, so that has been that is in that amendment. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Deidre, please stay for 1 second, Representative Diaz.
Sorry, Deidre, you had mentioned that you wanted to be asked about your concerns about liability when you presented, and I don't think you got back to it, that you said you had an issue with the officer liability piece, and that you wanted to be asked about it. Questions?
Thank you. I may have misstated it. I said we made a lot of progress on the individual liability for officers. I'm glad we did. It's the first version, which I'll call extreme in my mind, that I saw last week would have been grossly unfair. We made a lot of progress. What I offered Representative Benavides was, if you had questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them, and I remain happy to answer them if necessary.
So you're okay with the way it was amended to no more than 25,000, and that officers could also obtain separate private insurance?
We have made a lot of progress since last week. I mean, when I say last week's version was grossly unfair, forgive me for being direct, happens as it gets later in the day, but I will say that the first version of this bill, if a police officer came to the district attorney's office and asked the district attorney if they had enough to go arrest someone or conduct a search, and I said yes, or even if a judge signed a warrant, and then later it turned out the police had been misinformed by a witness, that officer could still have been civilly liable and personally sued under the version. But that version is in the past, and that's why I say we've made a lot of progress, and in its current form, I think addresses a lot of those concerns, and I appreciate the work that's gone into it.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. And next up, we have the Vincent Carter family in the back. Please state your name, who you represent, and proceed.
My name is Kusar Mohammed, is the partner, Michelle's Carter, Mr. Carter.
Carter was killed in Aurora in 2016. To address your issue about lack of urgency. Perhaps because none of you have been to a funeral that had involved a police shooting. When Jessica was killed, there was over 1,000 people at the funeral. I have been to 3 funerals related to the deaths of our community members at the hands of police. One of them was Michelle's Carter. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people came out in support. So while we like to debate about the niceties and pleasantries of the law, your lack of urgency shows a lack of understanding of how serious and urgent this matter is, and how many of our community members are going to die if you do not do that. I'd like to introduce Anisha Thugger, who has remained silent, who is unfortunately unable to speak her complete truth because of settlement documents. And she won't be able to answer all your questions because of settlement documents. She is here to tell you about how the death of a very large Black man at the hands of the police impacted her and her children and her community. And I would like to point out one other thing, that this outstanding young woman used the situation to cause massive policy changes. To address your issue of culture, when left to the hands of police through settlement agreements, as Mari has pointed out, we are able to affect change. But what we have learned is that incremental small changes on the backs of people who are now longer with us is not sufficient. It's not fast enough. And it is proven to not be effective. Why? Because there are other victims here who died by police officers after these outstanding policy changes were made. You need to intervene because they're unable to change the culture themselves. Yes, sir, it took 50 years and nothing was changed. So you've answered your own question. Why can't you fix it in 50 years? And the answer is because they're unable to do so. And that's why she's here today.
Thank you. Please state your name, who you represent, and proceed.
My name is Alicia Butler. I stand for Michelle and Carter, 8 children. I'm just here basically to let you guys know the impact that it has on my family. Michelle has left 8 children here. I raised 3 of them, 2 big boys. I have a 14-year-old that's 6 feet tall. Wears a size 14 shoe. Every day I have to have the be caution talk when they leave the house. You know, it's really hard to speak with boys about how to trust the same people that killed their father with no regards. We want change. That's what we're here for. We're here for change. And the big word I heard most today was accountability. We feel like the police need to be held accountable. You know, settlements, they don't do enough. Policy change, we held body cam, we got that, but still we see murder right on the camera, and nothing is being done. It's not enough. We need policy change. We need police to be held accountable for their actions. We need them to understand that because they are law, they're not above the law. And this bill creates, to me, it will create a police within the police. It will make them step forward and say, look, this is wrong. It will make them stand more on the oath of protecting serving versus the oath that they serve to each other as a family or a unit. Because to me, they serve each other, you know, as a family and unit versus the oath that they gave to protect and serve the community. Michelle had 8 children. He spoke 4 languages. One, he made up
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Thank you for your time, thank you for speaking out, thanks for being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
The family of Captain Richard Black. Thank you. Please state your name and represent and proceed.
Jeanette,
Please proceed.
I'm going to introduce Jeanette Sarah Black. Captain Black was one of our most decorated Vietnam War veterans who was alive in the US. The man received, I'm going to get this wrong because the numbers are so high, but I believe 4 Bronze Stars, 3 Silver Crosses, and 2 Purple Hearts. The Viet Cong in Vietnam invaded the officer building that was in, and they were surrounded his building. They put dynamite on all 4 sides, and the building came down on 30 of our distinguished armed services members. Captain Black had multiple pieces of wood impaled through him when the building fell down. He was considered dead. There was the bodies of 29 of his colleagues were put in white drapery. And as they were transporting his body, they put dog tags in. And the dog tags caused him to wince. And he said, oh my goodness, this is a lot. They immediately airbacked him to Thailand, where he received many, many years of care, treatment, and surgeries. Then he comes here to Colorado, where then he enrolls and becomes a federal agent in the IRS, where he serves 17 years of distinguished federal service after his perfect, heroic military service. He meets Jeanette, a baker at Kingston, and they have a fairy tale love. They have a beautiful family, and they're all, most of them are here in this room or outside. So the answer to this is not just hiring a bunch of black and brown officers and that's going to fix things. If that's what you believe, then you do not understand at all. Mr. Black's home was invaded a few years ago. Unspeakable horrors occurred during this home invasion, including sexual abuse of children. Captain Black, using his trained service, did the best training for military, protected his family, and killed the home intruder. And moments later, from the darkness, he was shot and killed in his own home. He lived his entire life as a hero, and as Chief Metz said, he died a hero. Yet here we are going to forgive this as just acceptable collateral issues that plague our community. The man could not be killed in Vietnam, despite the best efforts. He dies in his living room with a hail of his. This is happening every day. And yes, while black and brown families are by far disproportionately impacted by these issues, it's not exclusive. Jeanette Black has never publicly spoken about this. Jeanette Black was the kind of woman who quilts blankets for police officers. And after her husband was killed, she continued to quilt blankets for police officers. That is the kind of family they are.
And I'm gonna have to ask you about that.
Sure. So Jeanette, to your elected representatives, please tell them what's on your mind.
I have a cheat sheet.
And please state your name.
Jeanette Black.
Please proceed.
Thank you for inviting me. My best friend, who's 80, came over last night and I told her that I needed to write down how I felt about my husband. But my husband was my go-to guy. Because I'm not as educated as he was. He went to, well, first he left his home put himself in an orphanage when he was a child. And he knew that he was intelligent and he was living in a poor situation. And he went to the Citadel military school. And he went to Vietnam immediately after. And because of his injuries in Vietnam, he came to Denver to be with other friends that were here, riffing out at Fitzsimmons Army Hospital. And that's when I met Gary. And my friend described our meeting better than me. She said when we met, I knew that he loved me that very minute because he did. And I could not help but love him back. And we had my son from a previous marriage 2 years and our own 2 daughters. And the girls were very close, and Chad was very close to Gary, and Gary worked very, very hard his whole life. I believe he brought it up, rehabilitating his body so he could walk. He had such tremendous pain every day that during this attack, I can't imagine what his body went through fighting with a fellow on drugs who broke into our house and grabbed our grandchild. Was seriously hurting him and trying to drown him. Had the child in a chokehold. And the thing about the gun was the fact that my husband had one was, our rule was, he said to me, if there are guns around, you have to leave, which is what I did. I went out of my driveway because I knew the 2 men, my son and my husband, were fighting this person. And I remember saying to, well, all the neighbors were calling 911. And I remember seeing as 3 officers ran by me towards my front door that I said something like, they have guns or he has guns, something like that. Meaning, police were pulling out guns, so I became frightened at that moment. And as my husband exited, he shot the bad fellow in the bathroom, and as another gang member went into the bathroom and hit my husband over the head with a vase of flowers that was on the ceiling. And my son's deposition says that Gary kind of, his knees buckled, and it was probably difficult for him to stand straight up again. And when he came out of the bathroom, I saw the videotapes, opening on the doors and the walls because it's a tiny hallway. And the living room looked clear to him, but previously it was full of gang members. The cops were hiding in the bushes in front of my house and by my pickup truck. And then the shooter cop was hiding his whole body, which was protected by an African. And Gary leaned back and opened the door to check on the grandchild. And that child said to him,
What?
I'm okay, Grandpa, I'm hiding.
No, you do it, you can do it.
And
Good.
as he
You don't have
came
to come
back,
down. Go.
the police officer said, he's taking cover and Gary was checking on his other child. One is already extremely hurt and has to go to a hospital, and the other little girl is fighting. And as he came out back into the, they started yelling at him to drop his gun. Gary probably couldn't hear after just shooting his gun twice into the heart of the backbone. And apparently he took a step forward and they said, I don't know if there was conversation, I don't remember, between the police, but I was screaming at the top of my lungs, I remember that. I had to hurt my shot him. And he shot him twice, and Gary fell on the floor, and he rolled over, and then the police officer shot him in the spine, which exploded his body. And I lost my Gary, and they lied to me and said he was shot in the shoulder. And they took me and my son to the jail and held us for hours and hours, telling us that they were going to take us to the hospitals where that child was. And they took me and my son to jail. My son is covered in that man's blood and water from water pipes breaking in that bathroom. And this child, I'm out in the middle of the street screaming for help. And the police officer walks up to me and says, I need a report. I need a, whatever she calls it, I don't, in her little black book, I don't know, I'm children right now. And she said, well, your grandkids are sitting on the bed right there with grandparents. But I was in the middle of the street, never cop cars everywhere. So I could see this. When I did, I ran into them. And they're shaking and they're cuddled up to each other, and the little boy is bleeding. The man is treating zero. The little boy is bleeding down the front, down his arm, down his hip. He's naked. He has a towel wrapped around him. And they both, I wrap my arms around the little girl and sit by her and grab the little boy's hand because I can't get into the part of his body. And April said to me, Grandma was so cold, you get a blanket. So I jumped up to run to my house to get a blanket. And a police officer grabs my arm and tells me to sit down and shut up. And I cannot talk to anybody. And I told him where he could go. And I knew I was in trouble then. We had to go. Anyway, the police officer who told my husband spoke to the baptized mother in my front yard with the gang members. She told him, my son's in your bathroom killing a child. And our police officer who killed Gary said, yeah, I'm taking care of this. So I don't need police officers on the street who do not listen to people and what they're saying, because he didn't ever listen. He's in the bathroom with gray hair. We're looking for a black man. Because I don't know what they are doing. But it doesn't matter what color they were. They had a home invasion and I needed protection. And I did not get it. I was mistreated, my son was mistreated. And I'm sorry. I can't even read full regardless, so I'm done. Thank you.
My sister's having my fault. My name is Elizabeth Blackman, and I got her.
I can get a little bit closer to your microphone.
Just really briefly. Okay. What our biggest problem is, as you can see, is things are still because of how we were treated. It wasn't even just the fact that they shot and killed my father. They destroyed my family. They destroyed us. The devastation pours from us like water every single day. And this needs to stop. The justification of police killings is ridiculous, and the fact that this has become such an outrageous problem is beyond me. Because when it comes down to brass tacks, okay, in dealing with the law, you need to be accountable, right, to the law that you are protecting. So that's the purpose of this. Thank you guys so much for your time.
Thank you. And members, I have been told that the chamber is waiting for us, so I'm gonna move quicker through the witnesses, and if you could, just be respectful of that, but I have no limit questions. Yes, yes.
I just wanted to say thank you both for coming in and sharing your story and what happened. I remember seeing it on the news, and I remember it here. what was going on. It is difficult, and, you know, no one can apologize for how you were treated, I know it's treating your family. And I'm so glad that you came over to tell your story, and it will help bring it home to us that these situations have real impacts. Not only thank you for taking the time to talk to us.
Thank you. Next up, we'll hear Zaid Atkinson and Greg Hurd. And I think I'll just, from now on, have folks introduce themselves just for sake of time. Thank you for your introductions. So Zaid Atkinson and Greg Hurd.
Hello.
Greg Hurd here. Okay, and then we'll have Dan Weiss. Christina Page. Please state your name and be represented and proceed.
I'm Zaid Atkinson, I'm representing myself. So I guess, yeah, just sitting here and listening to a lot of things, you know, I'm trying to speak from the heart as much as possible, but I did write down a few things. I guess off the top of my head, I just wanted to say it's just kind of like shocking, like how normalized this situation is. I know that y'all are doing like your best as humans to really like be empathetic and have like a feeling for like what's going on with people's cases. And I know it's quite crazy to hear some of the things that you hear. Okay, basically, I guess what had happened to me, university, and I was doing work study, and I was picking up garbage out from my dorm on my property, which is private. And I had a law enforcement official approach me from behind, and you know, he came up and he talked to me and he said that, "Oh, what are you doing here? Do you live here?" I said, "First of all, is there a crime today?" So, "Oh, no, nothing's going on. I just you know, want to know like if you're where you're supposed to be." And I immediately knew that I was being profiled. Like I consider myself to be quite aware of what's going on, and I knew immediately that I was being profiled. So the first thing I did is I gave him my identification. I legally know that I don't even have to if there's not a crime. Okay, so I gave him just I didn't want any problems, right? It wasn't enough for him, even though I gave him an identification. He asked for more. He wanted something with my address on it. I told him, "Look, I live right here. This is my home. Get down." I sat down and I replied, and afterwards he kept asking me more and more questions. I said, "No, I don't have to tell you anything else." And I got up and I continued to do my job. Not even, you know, a minute later, he's telling me that I'm now trespassing and that he's trying to figure out whether or not I have rights to be there. And I told him, "Look, I do." He pulled out his taser and he pointed at me and he told me that he's going to fire his taser because I'm not complying with an officer. At this point, I said, "You're not going to do anything." I said, "I'm legally within my rights." I said, "Actually, right now, you're trespassing on my private property." And I said, "I make a mistake and you need to leave." He continued to harass me as I went around the backside of my building, and at that point I realized that he did have a chest camera on, and I said, "Okay, you have a camera on." I said, "You're being stupid." He said, "Why don't you call your lieutenant and get your lieutenant down here?" I said, "Get everybody down here because you're breaking the law." Not even a couple minutes later, he pulled out his gun, put away his taser, and then pulled out his firearm. And he said that I had a weapon. I'm holding a bucket in one hand, and I'm holding one of those trash bags garbage with. And he said that he felt threatened because I had a long metal object. And I know that this is also a tactic that they use, and I've seen it in videos even growing up, where they say he has a weapon, here's a weapon, you know, it could be any object in their hand. I've seen kids get shot over, you know, having a wallet or a cell phone in their hand. It's just the way that they incriminate. As the situation had continued to escalate, I held my ground and practiced my rights. And at that point, another law enforcement officer had come to the scene, in which I then naturally, because police officers are supposed to be there to protect and serve, right? Naturally, I said, "He has a gun, help me, he's going to shoot me." The other officer comes to the scene, he didn't do anything. And then the next thing I know, I have more cop cars on all sides. They're coming around, maybe 8, that were besides the 2 that had came up, were then now enclosing me into the back of my house. At this point, there was a standoff that had happened for maybe 12 to 15 minutes, in which I continuously asked the officer to put his gun away. I asked all of them to leave my property. I said, "What's going on? Has there been a crime committed? Is anything going on? What's happening?" no explanation. They kept wanting me to be with them. They said, I have to sit down. I have to do all these things, even though my rights are being encroached on for absolutely no reason.
And I'm sorry, I have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay, yeah, I'll do the best I can.
Thank you.
Realistically, I guess what I had broke just sitting in here today, that the history speaks for itself. Police force is indeed founded on the means of catching slaves, which is radical, which has a radical racist history, even having ties with the KKK, as we all know. Although there are good police, I don't believe that all of them aren't fully aware of their immunity, as well as the fact that they can do and act as sovereign citizens. If people are not signing up to become police officers due to this bill, or due to the gruesome murder of, George Floyd and countless others since the police force was founded, then they might not be right. You can follow the rules. If you can't follow the rules, like don't shoot someone in the back or choke someone until they're dead, which is completely inhumane. Or remember to turn your camera on before you leave your vehicle before encountering a call, then you might be up to something unconstitutional. I understand the argument that in the heat of the moment, someone might forget, but that is why there needs to be proper training. And that's something I've said since the very beginning, is the way to train these individuals is completely off if they're able to get away to do the things that they do. As well as that, I've said it since the beginning, the training is right. On hearing what I've heard today, I know that there is a culture to this policing as well, which I heard from an individual, that they just protect each other. So it doesn't matter what type of race you put in a blue uniform. I don't honestly think that there should be any wiggle room for more unjust actions from the ones who we, the people, pay to protect and serve us. Police should be liable for all their actions, as should anyone. How can an adult not be accountable for the actions and harm that they create? It's completely irresponsible. And this bill will help with that responsibility, with the responsibility of police, and not savage murderers and hateful racists. The city of Boulder had only made these changes in which they're presenting to you as progress, which, as you remember, they said just last year, once my case had become national and international, and that's a fact. So, the chief retired on that my case, so it's not like this is just, and this has been happening forever. I don't want to ramble too much, but I'm just saying that this means that once the police force knew they looked guilty and didn't get in trouble or become accountable, only then they started to make a change. And I think that that's the biggest thing right here. It's like, let's create change before any others fall victim of police injustice. If there's accountability that they know they're going to be held to, then they're at least likely going to be able to create more injustice, whatever.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for listening. I appreciate it.
Please state your name, who you represent, and proceed.
Good afternoon, my name is Christina Page. I'm here with my son, David Page. I was invited here to speak today and told I could share my son's story. I'm not quite sure how to sum up 254 days of hell into 180 seconds, but I'll do my best. On September 29th, 2019, my 20-year-old autistic son was killed by SWAT as he cried in his kitchen for his stillborn baby. Stewart Monument, off and on all day, even offering to send him my son's CPI report at 8 o'clock that morning. He declined, saying he knew my son and was confident he could handle the situation. In fact, this had been Christmas of 2018, just 9 months prior. The same officer held my son, rocking him in his bathroom when he had a mental break during an argument with my other son. When I offered to come up and help de-escalate the situation, Corporal Stewart told me it was not necessary. I was called at 3 o'clock by a neighbor. My son's house was surrounded. After nearly an hour of standing near his home, by agencies, never making contact with him, never calling to him, never reaching out to him, SWAT turned the corner, parked their Bearcat in front of his home. At that time, I want to know that Corporal Stewart called in a hostage, my son, because my son was ASD and didn't often cater to authority. He also did this officer that had words before. So when he called SWAT, called his commanding officers, he told them my son had a hostage. He did not tell them that he was alone in his home, which had been confirmed by all of the other residents of the home, as well as myself. He didn't tell them my son had mental health issues. His words, when the hostage negotiator arrived, please forgive me, were, "This kid is fucking psycho, let's dirt him." At 4:29 p.m., I was standing face to face with a state trooper as 3 shots rang out. I was half a block away. My best friend was half a block away to the other side. Both of us trying to get to him, both trained in crisis response. In fact, we run a nonprofit doing just that. We've driven 400,000 miles all over this country in 4 years, scraping people out of sidewalks, and in a lot of cases, bringing them back to our house to love on them for months at a time. I asked the officer that I was faced with if that was my son, and her response, I don't know, was the last honest thing we have heard from law enforcement or the justice system. My family spent the next 3.5 hours detained in my police department. We were told that they did not know my son's condition. When I asked if I could go eat something at Safeway across the street 2.5 hours later, they instead asked if I would like to smoke a joint at the police department's picnic table, which I did to calm down. At 7:03 p.m., we were finally notified of my son's death. This was the first time shots were even confirmed. We weren't notified by the police. We were notified by the Gazette Telegraph when they got called to ask for our comment. Since that time, we've been lied to and harassed repeatedly. We've received very few answers. No one can explain how the responding corporal who knew my son and of his ASD felt it necessary to contact SWAT for a hostage situation, knowing my son was alone, knowing that I was very close and able to be reached by phone. We were told that my son was shot once in the chest, 3 shots, including one in the face. We were told there were only 3 shots fired. Imagine our surprise when we found a 4th bullet in the chimney pot near his body. I was not allowed to identify my son's body and was told it was because his skull had to be removed in order for toxicology to be done on his brain. After the cremation, we found out that toxicology was done for urine. His skull had not been touched. And I still haven't been told why I wasn't allowed to identify my child. But it was okay. We were told that the Criminal Justice Records Request Act would allow me to get the information I wanted about the case, along with camera footage and photos. Imagine our surprise when we got a 2.5-page report from the DA 94 days later. Or we were told SWAT doesn't use cameras in Pasco County. Or when I had to call Monument Town Manager at his home to get 3 pages of reports 6 months after his death. I still don't have my son's lock of hair, or the fingerprints, or his death certificate. Those were all lost before they could be released to me. I don't have my son's ID, or his wallet, or the clothes he was wearing, because no one can agree which agency has them. I don't have any answers. I have my son in a jar and a $10,000 bill to clean up his blood from the kitchen floor. Law enforcement doesn't handle that either. And to clean up the gas bombs that they set off in the house after he was already dead. I will never truly know what happened to my son. SWAT wasn't equipped with body cams. I will never be able to grieve the loss the way a mother should, because of the trauma that has been repeatedly inflicted by the system, that is supposed to seek the truth and step hides behind qualified immunity, both during and after the response. I'll end quickly with this. When Detective Mike Lee of the Deadly Force Investigation Team finally showed his face at 10:30 that night, 6 hours after my son's death, I asked him, why was the crisis team not called? Why were we detained? And why did we have to find out from the Gazette Telegraph that there were shots fired? His words to me were, ignorance is not an excuse, but it is the reason. So I'm asking you today to pass this bill so that transparency and accountability can lead to justice and to remove ignorance as an excuse. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, and thank you for sharing your story, and sorry that you had to go through that. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Very quickly, I would also like to add, I would caution you please to use which resources you use to find police officer involved deaths. There are some, such as Washington Post and Killed by Police, that do a very good job, but it's not quite comprehensive or thorough. FatalEncounters.org has names attached to every number so that they can be verified. Our numbers are close to 29,000 since January 1st of 2000. 843 people have been killed this year in our country alone, with 35 of those being in Colorado since January 1st. So again, as you do due diligence to look into the numbers, I would caution you to make sure that you're using correct numbers and comprehensive numbers. Fatal Encounters had to go toe-to-toe with the FBI to even get their numbers from 2000 to 2017 when they started that project. And at that time, they weren't given databases, they were given screenshots. So every piece of information had to be interpreted. So again, please use caution when you go through these things.
Thank you, and thank you for your time. Next up, we will have Autumn Brooks, Alexander. Please state your name and your
I'm Mom Brooks, I'm here representing myself and my family. As I sit here listening, I heard these people. First and foremost, I want to thank this legislative body to start making things right. The fact is you guys inherited this mess. It's systemic. The laws themselves have been written for 100 years or so, whether it be in this state or this nation. They were written by racist individuals. And we have yet to tackle everything that's necessary to fix it. I wrote you guys with the story of my son in answer to the sheriff's question earlier. Why are applications on leave decline? Because our kids are afraid that when they have to deal with the general public on small infractions, they're gonna have to hurt somebody. That is my son, a 12-year-old son's takeaway. I wanna tell you about a brown man, about 3 inches taller than me, I'm sure, so he's not very tall. In his late 50s, getting pulled over in Lakewood. That's why he got pulled over. He was detained for hours on end, and his vehicle was searched because of having an open container of fountain drink. His skin color made him a threat. That's it. If I were to do the same thing, they let me know on the morning, which is all that should have been for him. Stolen things about my fiance. Same man it was before his son, 6 foot tall, white guy. he had the plates ran at TJF Fridays. He got pulled over, committing no infractions, because hadn't come back as to whether there was one or more. He walks up to the door and is shocked. He can't hide it. The guy sitting in front of him isn't brown. To which he sat there and said, most Martinez have warrants. And I didn't want you to get away. He was let go. This all happened in Lakewood. I'm kind of grateful for that because if it happened in Denver, I'm sure I'd be speaking about any one of them alive. I also have to sit there and say that you guys are going to put a task of putting a dollar amount on somebody's life. And you chose 25,000. Wrongful death lawsuits is capped in this state at 468,000. The average life insurance policy is 500,000. And we're equating to a marginalized group of people to 25,000. How does that not seem like they're being marginalized again?
I just wanna clarify that $25,000 will be it is the officer's personal liability, police person.
You know, we have equated life to a number. It's not fair, obviously. And we need to get back to the heart of the issue. What is the cause of the problem? It's not our Black and brown community, it's the us versus them mentality. And the them are human beings. Is this bill perfect? No, far from it. Are we gonna come back? I really hope so. I really, really hope so. Because not correcting our mistakes and make them and see them is what got us here to begin with. It's what got us here to sit there and say the names of people like George Floyd, and the numerous other ones. There's so many we would have to spend a week at least here just naming them. It's not fair. And we need to make the corrections. You guys inherited the problems. We gotta fix it. Together. It's not us versus them anymore. We are all human.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Please state your name, who you represent, and proceed.
My name is Alexander Lena, and I'm here today representing myself as a Denver resident. I want to thank you, State Librarian and sponsors for bringing this bill. As a survivor of law enforcement abuse here in Denver, I'm here to testify in support of this bill. In 2009, it became very clear to me that Denver police in particular have a serious pattern of practice and comfort level when it comes to brutalizing our communities. I was racially profiled for allegations of an illegal left turn, which later proved to be false. Used the allegations to probable cause by stating that I had the aroma of marijuana coming from within my vehicle, and after being removed from my car and simply asking to see a warrant before officers running to America, Ricky Nixon and Tiffany Middleton continued to search my vehicle, I was beaten almost to death with fists, a radio, a flashlight, and a bullet in my head. I was then laughed at and called a nigger when I regained consciousness, and told me I didn't know how close I was to getting a fucking head blown off. Then I was transported to Denver Health. The officers didn't have cameras on them at that time, so the only way I was able to observe the brutality that happened to me was by demanding photos be taken. And by demanding these photos be taken, I went in shock from the amount of blood I had been losing from my face. And prior to arriving at the hospital, I was laughed at and called a pussy by the accompanying officer who was sent alongside me as I'm handcuffed in shock to a stretcher. It was when I got to Denver Health that I realized my parents didn't even know where I was and that I was being charged with criminal intent to disarm the police officers, way for them to justify their actions. In my case, had the officers had body cameras and had Denver had a proper discipline matrix, or if a bill like this existed in those times, in 2009, Officer Ricky Nixon and Officer Randy Murray would not have been allowed to go on and assault other members of our community caught on video in 2 separate cases within 6 months. on Ortega, who isn't here today. She sat alongside me for 3 hours and was not able to testify due to some other obligations. She was one of the women who survived the Denver diner assault. Officer Ricky Nixon and Officer Randy Moore were also recently reinstated. They were reinstated with 10 years back pay. They were reinstated with seniority of 10 years, and they were reinstated with 10 years vacation. And I promise you they will go on to hurt and kill other people in this community before they are in their initial interaction with me. And I just want you all to be aware of that. A bill like this has some serious power. A bill like this will ensure that officers like Randy Moore and Ricky Nixon would not be able to be terminated from a place like that as police department only go on to other agencies. A similarity that I've heard today amongst other people who have testified, and I'd like to thank them for their courage as well, is that oftentimes media is delivering the news to these families on the loss of their loved ones. I had to convince a sheriff deputy after 45 stitches of broken nose, traumatic brain injury, and an orbital fracture and a concussion to call my mom while I was incarcerated down here in the Denver Whole Denver Detention Center, right on Cherokee Street over here, because nobody knew where I was at. And the most painful part of that entire experience was when she came to visit me in jail, and she just broke into tears. And then moving forward, I was able to release this trauma, release this energy in a very healthy way in the community. Peacefully protesting, getting involved in things like this. And over the past couple of weeks, I have spent time down here in front of this Capitol demonstrating where I watched. I was a part of these peaceful protests when officers deployed explosive devices, variations of gas, flashbangs, right into crowds, peaceful crowds. I watched them hit people in the face. Some of my friends just released from the hospital. Another one of my friends here in this room was hit by a motorcycle. And these are not acceptable tactics. These are not how we think about community health and safety. So I ask you as a community member, as a father, as a Black man, as a constituent of the 4th generation Colorado native, to please support your school. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions for these witnesses? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time, and thank you for being here with your dad. Good to see you. Thank you. Okay, next up we will have April Young. Joyce Akahinda. Artway. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Artway will be up next. Then Marcus O'Hara after this panel. Please state your name and representative, proceed.
Good afternoon, my name is Kiki Council. I'm going to be speaking in place of Joyce on behalf of the Sanitary Bar Association. As I just said, my name is Kiki Council. I'm an attorney here in Colorado, and I am the current secretary of the Sanitary Bar Association. For those on the committee that don't know, that is the Black Attorneys Bar Association here in Colorado. Our membership supports the Law Enforcement Integrity Act in full, especially the qualified immunity provision. While some of this testimony that I'm about to give is personal, it is the experience of many Black attorneys in Colorado. I grew up in Aurora, Colorado. I graduated from Smoky Hill High School with honors and then attended the University of Chicago. I graduated with honors. Then after a gap year, I came home to attend the University of Colorado Law School. After graduating with honors, I served on the state Supreme Court under then Justice Ide. I followed now Judge Ide to the United States Court of Appeals for the 10th Circuit in November 2017 after she was appointed to replace Neil Gorsuch. I currently work at the largest private law firm in Colorado, Holland & Mark. I give you all my personal background for 2 reasons. First, to drive home the point that despite all of my personal accomplishments and how young I am, and despite the accomplishments of many attorney members of the Sanitary Bar Association, we are still often reduced to our race. The threat of bad policing is very real to me and to many of us. My first negative and unnecessary encounter with the police happened when I was only 16 years old. I was pulled over for essentially being Black in a nice neighborhood in Aurora.
But I do wanna say too, on the record, that not all of my interactions with the police have been negative. When I was 13 years old, I was forced to call the police on my own father as he was pretty much about to kill my younger brother. That was a calculated risk and went against every single instinct and how my parents had raised me. But I took that risk to save my brother's life, and it worked. Those were good police. Those were police that had been trained well. But it's clear that in Colorado, especially in Denver and Aurora, there are bad police. It's clear that there are systemic issues that need to be resolved and that can be resolved by this bill. The second reason I give you all my personal background is because I have seen firsthand as a judicial law clerk the way in which the qualified immunity analysis and defense is used to insulate and shield the unconstitutional acts of police officers. As I clerked under Judge I became familiar with the qualified immunity analysis. I'm by no means an expert like the professor and Murray Newman who spoke earlier, but I did learn a whole lot while I was working. I learned that unless the plaintiff's allegation stated a claim of violation of a clearly established law, the defendant pleading qualified immunity would be entitled to dismissal before the commencement of discovery. I wrote to this committee about the dysfunctional qualified immunity analysis and submitted that written testimony to this committee on my own behalf. And I hope that you all have the time to read that as well. Suffice it to say that the qualified immunity analysis is broken, gutted as the professor said earlier, especially in the 10th Circuit. For a plaintiff to establish that a defendant, a police officer who has harmed that plaintiff, or who has killed that plaintiff's family member, as we've heard so much over and over and over again today, is a monumental and perhaps impossible task. After reading the briefs for section that clearly established that some heinous act of an officer violated that plaintiff's rights, I could not find any in the cases that I had when I was on the 10th Circuit.
So Ms. Council, if you could wind up.
Thank you. There's other provisions in this bill that need to remain, and what I want to speak on specifically is the fact that as attorneys, we are in a highly regulated profession. We have educational standards, we have to take the bar exam, we are bound by complex ethical regulations, and we have to fulfill certain continuing education requirements every 3 years. Anytime a grievance is filed against me or any other of us, it's made publicly available online. You can Google my name right now and see how many grievances have been filed against me. If as many grievances have been filed against me as we've heard about from some of these officers in Aurora, Boulder, and Denver, my duties to the citizens of this state, and there's no reason why police officers should not be held to the same standard. So I am gonna have to ask you to wrap up. Accountability does not inherently mean that we hate or wish to punish all police, but many of us have been repeatedly betrayed, harmed, or killed by their actions. Legal accountability means that we recognize their service to our citizens and should be held to a high standard because we value the lives and well-being of our citizens. I learned early on in law school that the law informs our values, and if we really value human life, especially Black lives, this law must pass. Again, I am the Sanitary Bar Association, and we must allow the lives of those who have suffered at the hands of the police to have a means of legal recourse. Thank you.
My name is April Young, and I'm here representing myself. I'm here today in support of this bill. At the beginning of the session, I heard a legislator say that this bill was moving a little too fast. But for people of color, and especially people in poor minority communities, this bill hasn't nearly moved fast enough. Although I'm a little disappointed with a few of the amendments, I think overall we're moving in the right direction. When we look at nearly all the law enforcement, federal and other union, both have endless resources. To ask for reasonable guidelines around human life isn't actually law costs, it is our obligation. But it is especially your obligation. When we look at the murders of Elijah McClain, Michael Marshall, George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, there's a trend. There's a long rap sheet of abuse and violent behavior with the officers, and all of them could have been prevented had somebody had intervened. They may have been considered whistleblowers, they may have lost their job, they may have had to relocate, but nevertheless, they still would have been alive. I've had a lot of friends falling victim to police brutality, taken in the worst way. A few things that we can take away from this murder: the officers involved have a history of misconduct, they're still in the same neighborhoods, their body cameras were tampered with, leaving no footage available, only the sound of him pleading for his life, screaming, crying, saying he wanted her to fly. While the officer said that he was trying to grab their weapon and dismantle them. And at that time, had somebody intervened, even though multiple officers were worried, he would still be alive. So had this bill came a year ago, he would still be here. So to say it's moving too fast, I feel like it's a little bit, and I was really surprised for what I saw. I was here the whole evening. I ended up in the hospital with pneumonia from inhaling the tear gas all night, concussion from the flash grenades, and tendonitis in my left ear. I was watching videos online of police officers using just pepper bombing, cars driving by, people getting out and asking police officers to stop questioning them, and officers almost looked as if this was like a video game and it was fun. I think that is beyond time that we at least hold somebody accountable. And the ongoing complaint, if we are more accountable to do a better job in regards to training, policy, and what we even allow to be standard here in America.
Thank you so much. Questions for these witnesses? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
RA and Marcus Nahara. And I'm gonna be.
Yes, sir, Wade, I'm testifying here, from personal capacity, somebody who's been involved in social justice and police accountability for some time. A police officer really opened my eyes to the world in which I live in when I was 11 years old. He put a gun to my head and told me that he could blow my brains out on the sidewalk. I was walking home from my house, playing electric football, and if you guys aren't cool enough to be from my subculture or be from my generation, I Google electric football to see what that is. I had my team in my grandfather's old cigar box. The police pulled up, jumped the curb, almost hit me, told me that I fit the description. And to freeze. And as I look back on this situation, I realized the fact that I didn't show any fear, the fact that I barely backed up when the car almost hit me, pissed this guy off, and eventually led him to put the gun to my head. The situation was diffused when my friend's mom came outside with 2 Rottweilers. For her to this day, and I'm thankful that they did not take anything out on her. You know, the day when I look back on this situation, that really, you know, my mom, I had been used to police acting like thugs at a young age of 11. I had been used to them brutalizing us already. But when my son turned 11, and on his 11th birthday, you know, it all just kind of came crashing in on me. Because I knew that if anybody was to do that to my son, that I probably wouldn't survive the encounter. It truly is a cultural issue. I think there is a pervasive, permeating culture in law enforcement that, as Tupac Shakur says, kill a Negro, become a hero. And it's that permeating and pervasive culture that we need to try to get rid of. Policy will go a long way to begin to undo that culture. I agree with Reverend Benitez and others who mentioned duty to report and duty to intervene will help change the culture. There was a young officer that day when it happened to me. I realized that it probably was another training day. And in the neighborhood, in the hood that I come from, we know that training days are some of the most dangerous days. You can be out and about and come across police. There's a movie made on that. So to wrap up, police have run up for a long time. The Supreme Court has sided with police over the last 30 or 40 years when it comes to youth community. The drug war and the politics around who's a criminal, who's a drug dealer, who's a drug user, has helped police deal with the community over the years. And this bill, I think, will start to unravel that, slowly start to change the culture. It's actually the 10-year anniversary of House Bill 1021 that I sponsored 10 years ago to try to change the police culture. Simply said, police did not have reasonable suspicion of probable cause to search. They had to inform you of your constitutional right to say no. That has not been implemented properly, it has not been watched properly, and 10 years later, I'm still here, talking about the same things. So with that said, I hope you vote for this bill. All the provisions in this bill are long overdue. I don't think there's nothing in here that many would consider radical. If this bill does pass, you'll probably see the city of Denver and the city of Aurora deal with city council legislation to actually disband police. So I think as state legislators, I think it's on y'all to make a move from a state perspective and start to undo this and basic culture that we have within law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Please introduce.
Representing myself as well as State Access Colorado. I am obligated as a person. My passion for science has taken me to live in the following places: San Antonio, Texas; Churchville, Missouri; Flint, Michigan; Buffalo, New York; Baltimore, Maryland; San Antonio, San Marcos, Texas; Albuquerque, New Mexico; New Haven, North Connecticut. All of which I've had racial experiences with police officers. Oftentimes people say that if you aren't doing anything wrong, then you won't experience police brutality. I am Hispanic, although we do experience police brutality at a much higher rate. I am not a criminal and do not have any charges against me, yet even as I receive national recognition for my work, it still happens. My first experience was during high school at the age of 16. I was pulled over and did not receive a traffic violation or charge. I was on a date, was pulled out of my car and hit by 3 police officers while my date watched the public setting. It was humiliating, and I never spoke to her again after I dropped her off at home immediately. I was so young that I did not do anything about it but tell my family and friends at some point. The second incident, my best friend and I were running errands for my mother. My mother was and is still a physician. I was pulled over, and me and my friend were handcuffed and thrown on the ground and on the hood of the vehicle for suspicion that I looked like someone that they were pursuing. They got another call and left us alone. 2 years later, I was arrested for a traffic violation where my sister and 2 of my best friends were with me. The officer pulled me out of the car with guns drawn on me and my face pressed against the pavement. I was arrested and went to the magistrate after being there for almost 24 hours. The judge told me that they had lost my paperwork, and because of that, I had no possibility for bail at the moment. I was sent to county jail and spent days on the floor hardened criminals were. For example, such as people that have committed assault, rape, and murder. Here I was beaten up twice by inmates. Once my mother heard about the situation, she was a physician at this county jail. I was let out immediately, but went through a case for a year where it was dismissed and there was no police accountability. My next experience, I was tutoring students at a Starbucks next to the downtown Northwest Vista campus. I was tutoring students on the subject of nanotechnology and biomedicine and drug delivery. A woman was there, a Caucasian woman was there and said I was a terrorist and speaking of terrorist things. The police came and it was an ordeal trying to explain that I was a tutor, helping students succeed. 2 years later after that, I went to a gas station around midnight and 3 individuals tried carjacking me and I was stabbed and cut several times, and because of my interactions with the police, once I left, I did not call the police for fear of what could happen to me in this situation. Today, there is an opportunity to acknowledge that this has been a systemic problem, mostly largely for people that are Black, in addition to all people of color. I urge you to support this bill and vote yes. People should not experience this so often and fear those meant to protect us. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for these witnesses? Snyder.
Thank you. Wade, Mr. Wade? Wade, everyone.
Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Wade, just got a quick question for you, something about what you said, about if this bill doesn't pass, you'll go to, the Denver City Council about defunding police. Would you feel that would be appropriate to have that part of the bill? Do you think that'd be a problem?
Mr. Wade.
I do believe it's a tactic that should be used in the larger toolbox of trying to get police accountability. I don't know what that would look like on a state level, and I'm not here to disrupt the efforts of the sponsors of this bill. I see that more as a local thing to do. I think Minneapolis has recently led the way, and I think the words defund and disband hold a lot of promise that may not be the actuality when you start to work on those type of policies. But Camden, New Jersey disbanded their police force and started over. And it's a way to get rid of that command and control culture and bring back ways to really drain the swamp when it comes to hiring practices and really institute a peace civilian force. And real quickly to Mr. Rockflecker, I'm not sure which name.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Bockenfeld, excuse me, sir. You talk about the need for more Black and brown officers, and when you go home tonight, if you ever get there and you're having a drink, go on YouTube and look up Black Cop, a song by KRS-One, and he talks about how in many situations Black and brown officers are even more worse on their community than white officers. I think that has to do with the hiring practices, and that's one thing that's not discussed in this bill. When the Civil Service Commission, when people take the emotional aptitude test to become an officer, and if you don't really show that you're willing to shoot first and think later, you probably won't be hired. If you show that you want to talk before pulling out your nightstick, you probably won't get hired. So even though there's Black and brown people on the force, they're really not the type of people that are from the community and the type of people who believe in de-escalation. And in many ways, they're self-haters and they're even worse than what we experience with a lot of white officers.
Thank you. Additional questions for these witnesses? Seeing none, thank you for your time. Next up, we have Dan Leaf. Bridget Sarah. Oh, are you together? And okay, and what's your name, ma'am?
I'm Rachel.
Okay. Please state your name, who you represent, and proceed.
My name is Dan Luis. Good evening. Thank you for your time. I'm an attorney at Holland Edwards and Grossman. I'm here on behalf of Gregory Hurd. He was supposed to be here. He woke up sick this morning. Had to call in, given the virus issues that are going around. That would be safe for him not to come down. But he worked real hard on the statement together with my colleague Rachel. So we like to read it into the record. It's basically designed to put a human face on a qualified community discussion on what happened. Some of the earlier testifiers, Martin and Professor Malvo. At any rate, to keep the focus on Greg, this is his story. I'll just read what he wrote.
Please proceed.
June 3rd, 2016 was a beautiful day. It was sunny, bright, and pleasant. But on that day, I got into a physical altercation with another man. I know that what I did was wrong. I crossed the line and did something unacceptable. And when 2 Denver police officers arrived, I knew I deserved to be arrested. I was ready to surrender, but was never given a chance. One of the officers aimed his taser on me as I sat behind a bush. First thing I heard was, "Show me your hands." It was coming from the officer that was pointing a red beam on my hands through the bushes. I thought it was a gun. I thought he was getting ready to kill me. I tried to demonstrate submission by remaining seated. I put my empty hands out from the bush. That way, the officer knew I was unarmed. The officer told me to crawl out. He yelled that he was going to fucking tase me. I was aware that as a black man facing a police officer, my life was in danger, and repeatedly asked if he was ready for me to come out. I took care to keep showing him my empty hands. I thought that showing my hands and asking questions was enough for him to feel comfortable. I begged him not to shoot me. I began calling out from behind the bush. I slowly stood up, and I took a couple steps towards him and continued to comply with his orders. Then he tased me. The taser prongs hit my abdomen, and electricity coursed through my body. I immediately collapsed to my knees in pain. The officer and his partner jumped on my back, and under their collective weight, I struggled to breathe. Like so many others before me, I used all the air I could bring into my lungs to tell them over and over, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. While he dug his knee into my back, the officer who tased me told his partner to tase me again. Luckily, he didn't.
I've been through a lot of things in my life, but I never felt like I was going to die until I got tased. I was in immense pain. I felt like I was dead. My stomach and abdomen were burning. I couldn't breathe. I was scared. I was shocked. I was begging for them to give me room to breathe. My mind was racing. I don't know how I made it through it. I don't see how I'm here to talk to you today. My life flashed before me. I could have died from the tasing. I could have died from asphyxiation. This memory and this type of pain is something that a person always lives with. This is a pain I will always live with. I know that what the Denver police did to me that day was wrong. Police are not supposed to assault people who are peacefully surrendering. But the police department approved of these officers' conduct. The only place left for me to redress is in the courtroom, so I filed a lawsuit. I filed suit because I want justice. I filed suit to speak up for other people who have no voice in their matter. People who have died at the hands of brutality. People who have lost more than I have from injustice and police brutality because I know this is fair to me. I'm just one person in a big national situation, and when I speak up through my lawsuit, I speak up for people who have no voice in their issues. Maybe they didn't make it through, maybe they died, maybe they were unjustly murdered. That's the people I'm speaking up for. I think justice is the only thing that's going to fix the injustice. But due to qualified immunity, I may not even get redress through the courts. My case is now 4 years old and has yet to be heard by a jury. My case was set to go to trial last December. The trial judge has now twice found that the police were not entitled to qualified immunity, and I applaud him for making those findings, but they were not enough. Now the 10th Circuit is again considering whether the police are entitled to qualified immunity. If they decide the police are entitled to use this doctrine as a shield of immunity, as I hope and expect, who knows when a jury will actually get to hear my years-old case. Qualified immunity has delayed my case to the point that I feel justice is not being served. This legal doctrine is being used to delay justice for so long that it softens the impact of what these officers did to me. I believe in personal accountability. I know what I did was wrong, and I willingly paid the price. What these officers did to me was very wrong too. And a jury of my peers should have an opportunity to consider the price to be paid. We are at a turning point in this country. The system we have right now is broken beyond repair. Big changes in the world, but this is my chance and yours. The opportunity for justice is right. Let's not let it go by.
Thank you. I won't have questions since they are representing someone else's statement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we will have Elizabeth Fudge. Oh, I already called you, is that correct?
Yes.
And come forward. Remind me your name? Bridget Surratt.
Yes.
Okay, and Elizabeth Fudge. Thank you for your patience. Please state your name, who you represent, and proceed.
My name is Bridget Surratt, and I represent Connecticut Resource Commission in El Paso County. I've been asked by my community members to come here because they could not be here today to remind this body that autistic children cannot comply properly, that deaf people cannot comply properly, and that this bill is long overdue. This is not a new issue. As you heard in the name of my organization, we work with cannabis patients. Those patients use this as medicine to save their lives, and they are disproportionately harassed by law enforcement officers. We've had epilepsy patients strewn on the floors, we've had cancer patients, SWAT raids, everything. All of those things have happened, and we've already heard from one of our other mothers, about her son and his lost age. He was Asperger's. We are asking that you support this bill and keep it intact as much as possible. And that we keep the disability and disabled community in mind because they cannot at all comply. My granddaughter, I'm going to tell you the story of 2 pages that I've done, is a really cute strawberry blonde, beautiful, beautiful blue-eyed girl. And when she comes from her school, we play with squirrels. She has autism. If she were ever approached by police and got scared, she would not respond properly. She would probably scream. The officers, in turn, would probably calm her. In my organization, we have many mothers of color and single mothers of color who can't let their kids go out and play with squirt guns because they may not survive the encounter. They're Asperger's, they're deaf, they have epilepsy, they're not gonna respond the way an officer thinks they should respond. And I want my constituents and my friends, my neighbors, I want their children just as safe as my granddaughter. So please support this bill.
Thank you so much. Please state your name, who you represent, proceed. My name is Elizabeth Fudge. I'm a mother. I'm a 2 black little boys. I've taken off this suit and I've walked around it in amongst volunteers and refugees from disasters. I'm a white woman who is ashamed of many of the police officers that I've had to walk and work side by side with because of the attitude. I was recently sent to jail in El Paso County over some fraud from some other people because I refused to comply. The treatment, they didn't know who I was in there, and I'm not of color. The treatment I received was horrendous. I heard more than once, "You're in jail now, lady." Really? I'm a human, even though I'm in jail. I have an autoimmune disorder. My platelets could go whack. I went to the doctor, to the guard, and I told her, "I'm sick, I've got a headache, and I'm scared." She told me that was my problem. I was in jail now. She did. It's not right. I experienced this in El Paso County Jail. I watched them almost kill a young woman because the nurse didn't like her skin color. She didn't give her insulin. I had to help the woman. I helped keep her alive so they could get the police, the medics to her because that nurse had an attitude. In the Red Cross, I had to stand between an officer and a woman. He had his gun drew. He didn't like her dog. Her dog was a pit bull. He was afraid of the officer. I had to stand between that white officer and that black woman and her dog. I've watched it for years, folks, and I know it's happening. And I thank you very much for supporting this bill. And I ask you to please take a few more steps, just a couple of more. And when you're hiring these officers, when they're hiring them, get down into their real mental psyche. Because I see a lot of attitude that's killing people. We're seeing it. And I've seen it myself. I ask you to pull off the suits, rough up the hair, and get amongst the people. You'll see what's going on. Get out of your protection and see what's going on. I challenge you each and every one. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for your time. Questions for these witnesses? Seeing none, thank you. Fleming. Shayna Gimbel. Please state your name and proceed.
Hi, my name is Mary Catherine
Let's make
Brooks.
sure your microphone's on.
My name is Mary Catherine Brooks Lynn, and I represent myself, though I like to think that I represent every Christian with a brain that functions intact. I'm from a rural farming community in Tennessee, and it's good to be me, y'all. I've lived the American dream. I have degrees in Russian finance and economic policy from Georgetown University, and I've lived in Hong Kong, Tokyo, London, Moscow, Beijing, and Shanghai before returning to Philadelphia to get a degree in boarding school in Philadelphia. In 2013, I retired to a quiet life of parent, volunteer service, and coaching people to use running as a form of self-care for my company, the Fitness Protection Program. And that's you. Denver is by far the best city I've ever lived in, and I don't ever want to leave. My 4 kids attend Denver Public Schools. I'm active in my church, and I serve the community on the board of the Blue Bench and the Junior League's fundraising committee. And for 11 of the past 13 days, I've been washing pepper spray out of eyes, coaching children through rudimentary first aid in line of protest and weapons of the state as they approach the Capitol, and shielding medics from being maced by police while attempting to pull rubber bullets out of calves and chests of people incapacitated on the ground. When that failed, the police settled for taking our medical supplies. When you're learning about the Geneva Convention from me, you are not winning it like the rest assured in any other country, in every other country where I have lived. This, in fact, is a war crime. It has been terrifying to learn that this is, in fact, the job legislators have tasked our police with doing, and that for my medics who identify as Black and queer, part of the course in America. I'm a Cold War kid who truly believes what makes America great is the First Amendment. While living abroad, I worked with organizations who were leading the fight for free speech against increasingly repressive regimes that were utilizing militarized police force against their own citizens. I never expected to face similar tactics here in the best city I've ever lived in a country where free speech is guaranteed, right behind life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, where Black and disabled Americans still continue to experience what belief existed. Yet here we are, once again, begging legislators for a check and balance against the police force funded by our tax dollars. SB20-2017 does not go far enough to truly distance our own police force from that in Russia and in China, and from other totalitarian countries, but it does go a long way in creating a use of force standard that, much to my horror, will be a first in this nation. It will also eliminate qualified immunity, which currently shields the most egregious offenders on the police force from the consequences of their actions. Something else I would expect to see in Russia and China, but never ever here. We can agree that murder is a greater societal ill than fraud, and we can send Bernie Madoff to prison and take away everything he owns. But the Elijah McClain's killers are so well protected, I can't even find their names, let alone trust that they'll be reprimanded. I need to know that this country is worth what I have invested in it. I need to know that what police officers are incentivized to protect my autistic son rather than each other. And this has gone on way too long. Reform has not improved outcomes. Education has not improved outcomes. It's past time to start holding police officers accountable. At the very least, hold them to the same standards of conduct as the citizens they purport to serve, while we work towards a public safety system that truly keeps all safe, towards a justice system that values Elijah McClain's future as highly as Brock Turner's. And what does this bill take away from officers? Chokeholds, the ability to shoot people in the back while they're running away from state-sanctioned impunity. Shooting someone in the back while they're running away, by the way, is an defense that Beth McCann expected. She declined to file charges against the officers who shot Alexis Mendez-Perez, incarceration of people of color she ran on, I guess. But truly no one should have that much freedom in this country, especially police officers. In a time when political discourse is geared around making this country great again, I implore you to remember what made it great in the first place, and how current policing represses more than speech alone. I implore legislators have tasked our peace officers with policing and interacting with all of our citizens, starting with people of color. As elected officials, as proud Americans, and as decent human beings, I demand you live up to the tenets of your creed and sign SB 20-2017 as is, leaving the clause on qualified immunity intact. They don't need it.
Thank you for your time. I should say that last thought.
My last thought is this: it doesn't go far enough, but it will change the way communities are policed and make a great step yet towards making the American dream that I have enjoyed accessible to the Tamir Rices, the Elijah McClains, and the Alexis Mendez Perez's simply by keeping them alive long enough to try.
Much. Please state your name, who you represent, and proceed.
Hello, I'm Jan Campbell, Cut The Plastic. I'm actually one of the medics she just spoke of, we've never met. Just a little bit of background, I am first responder, I have first responders training, I'm also level 7 Red Cross, lifeguard as well. I may look like a punk kid, but you can chalk it up to classic teenage rebellion, the whole face tattoo. My mom's an attorney in Washington, D.C. with public health. My dad is a senior policy analyst of the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, the United States Treasury Department. And I'm here in positive, I don't say it, but I'm for the bill here. On October 6, 2011, around 2 p.m., I was protesting for the Occupy DC movement. I was just 17 years old. We're in Pearson Square, which is a public park. Often a lot of homeless people stay there, and obviously during this time there was tons of people camped out. And of course, 17-year-old me starts going around, and I'm ripping off signs that the police had put up on our park, saying right at dusk the park will be shut down, which was never before. So I'm walking around, I'm pulling these signs off, and I just start slowly, so I'm kind of like in the middle of the park, and there's like a sidewalk all around. I just start seeing police officers slowly encroaching me from all the angles. So right away, because we were a big protesting group, and I was raised by two, lawyers in DC, so I did know my rights. I put my hands in the air, and I just started walking away. Not soon after, I was tased by 7 police officers at once, and there is video of this on YouTube that you can look up. For lack of a better word, I shit my pants. I had huge seizures and I had a huge chunk out of my cheek. And I went to the hospital, and now I live with Tourette syndrome ever since. Funny enough, we're all sitting here hearing the same thing, but I'm hearing helicopters and ringing in my ear because I've also had tinnitus ever since. I quickly after this decided to represent myself, and instead of suing the police force, which is what my dad of course wanted me to do, I decided to represent myself and require that the police precinct of Pearson Square be required to take law classes of laws as well as our constitutional rights as citizens, because obviously they didn't know jack about that. So I did go through with this, and the police force did end up being required to take these classes. I didn't ask for $1, even though I live with this every single day of my life. And it's not about the money, it's about lives, and I can safely say that I am alive today because I am within tasers, I tell you that much. Even with the video of this happening at point blank, not enough is done. Fast forward, I'll try to keep this short. I wanted to reference back to, if that's allowed, to some of the statements made earlier from the police officers about the money happening there for the cameras. So I want to just let you know, I know they were the Boulder County Sheriff's Department. Just since this beginning of this year alone, the defense program, Defense 1033 program, actually gave them $172,495. $2,421 of those dollars were for snowshoes. And you're saying that you can't afford body cams? Not one of the officers in my situation had a camera on, luckily a friend of mine did. If you can spend about over $2,000, you can't afford to have some data. I actually studied data analytics in college as well. I can help you out. Let's get this done. Other than that, I think that's pretty much. Actually, one more thing I'd like to say. Something I learned about mentioned earlier, Tennessee versus Gardner, which an officer shot an unarmed teenager fleeing the scene of the crime. There were some things that came out of that showed what the police officers needed to do in a step 5 order. The order is physical presence, and this is how to kind of get your message through to the person. So physical presence, verbalization, empty hand control, less than lethal methods, and then lethal force. And in order to comply with the U.S. Constitution, physical force must stop when the need for force ceases, such as when a suspect is successfully restrained. Me with my hands up, I didn't have much. I couldn't have hurt them. They all had their guns and everything like this. Just this week, as I was a medic, as you mentioned, a friend of mine, less than not good yards, less than 75 feet away, was shot in the eye and left to get plastic surgery this week. Also this week, I saw a woman in a hijab be run over by a motorcycle. Cops surrounded her, detained her, and I ran up and said, "Do you know my rights?" I asked for her name, I asked for her birthday, all on camera. This is all on camera. To wrap this up, I was shot at point blank with a pepper bullet in my leg. It's kind of an ugly thigh thing, I won't show you, but there are pictures at point blank range just for coming up and asking this woman's name and birthday, of which we were able to do some things with. So, yeah, I think that's all.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions for these witnesses? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And I'm just gonna keep running through the list that I have in front of me here. Tina Campbell. Kamari Council. Alexander Kasha. Tatiana Shandy. Great. Please state your name, who you represent, and proceed.
My name is Alexander Kasha, and I'm representing myself as a Denver resident. So I'm actually was part of the week. This is my 13th day protesting. And I just came to share experiences that I personally had with police brutality within the past 2 weeks here in Denver. On Thursday night, I was part of the protests, and I was not prepared. At one point, I was walking to get away from tear gas with blurry eyes and my face is shaking. I had my hands up in the air, and a cop drove past me, rolled down the window, called me a faggot, and shot me in the head, and then drove away. I wasn't able to get any of the information because I could barely see what I knew what had happened. And then on Sunday, there was a group of us. We weren't trying to stay out till past curfew, but at a certain point, the cops had led our march all the way down Colfax and to a point where we could not get home in safe enough time. So we decided to stay with the group because going alone is much more dangerous. At one point, they had us cornered on all sides. I was helping to patch up someone's face because they had a huge gash and they were pouring blood. At that moment, a group of cops came around the corner out of an alley, pushed me on the ground, maced me in the face, and then shot me in the other head. I had to have a friend carry me out of the way, and then for the rest of the night, I was basically blind. Think about this. That's all not lethal. How do you think it feels to be a member of our Black community and have to worry about things that are worse than this every single day just to go home? It's not okay. And none of these cops are being held accountable. Well, some of them are, but a lot of these cops aren't being held accountable because the ones who are shooting at us are the same ones who are helping us in our marches now. How do you think that makes our community feel? It makes us feel like we're being gaslighted because we are being gaslighted. A lot of the cops here don't actually care about us, they care about their public image being tarnished. At this point, That's all they care about. And I would just like to also comment on the Boulder County Police, and because I actually just moved back from Boulder. Boulder County might not have a lot of police brutality, and a lot of the time, police brutality does not happen to white people, especially in white privileged neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Please state your name, who you represent, and proceed.
My name is Tatiana Chamby, and I'm representing myself as a Denver resident. A couple of stories. Firstly, I feel very lucky that my direct instances with law enforcement have come out with not very many huge ramifications. I've been pulled over, a few times just like everyone else. The 3 times that I have been pulled over, twice with a friend of color driving. They asked us to get out of the car, so they smoked marijuana, asked to search our vehicle, we did not consent. In all 3 of those cases, actually, none of it's ever been found, of course, but the 2 times that I've been pulled over with my friends, 3 times, 2 times with the friends of color driving, we did not consent to a search, of course, and they searched anyway, based on the smell, didn't find anything. One time, 2 of the times, we definitely did not consent and were bullied, of course, into searching the vehicle, saying we can't get approval from a judge to get a warrant because it's after hours, we're gonna have to impact your car, take you in, we'll get the warrant and then, search and then you'll be done. So thankfully it's just a bullying. One of the other instances I just wanted to talk about was when I was 18, my friend Aaron Brown had this friend, and apparently they had died in the dash. The security guard that was on duty was an off-duty police officer, and as they were leaving, they got to the car and drove away with the officer yelling at them and then shooting into the car and killing Aaron. So I just wanted to mention that just because I saw in the post database, I didn't see any clause of noting any officers' misconduct while they're off duty. I don't know if that is relevant at all, but I felt like that should be noted. And lastly, I just wanted to say I've also been out protesting in Xander and Jeanette for the past couple weeks, and I've also experienced firsthand tear gassing, rubber bullets. I didn't get hit personally, but I've had friends shot at, hit. One of my neighbors that I was protesting with actually did get shot, sprayed. I was helping him clear his eyes, and he had a friend that was with him, so I was like, "Are you good?" Okay, left him at that, because the cops were advancing on us, and I was like, "All right, I'm gonna step away, get your friend." Then as I ran away and looked back, the cops had gotten to them, and this friend that had gotten sprayed, pepper sprayed, and hit with a rubber bullet also in his nether region, so he was just doubled over, unable to, just in great pain. The cops ran up to them, and I saw them with my eyes just sprayed him on the ground, just point blank, while he was clutching his package. So,
Thank you. I'm gonna have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay, just in conclusion, I just wanted to share my experiences and support this bill, and I urge you guys to vote to be as well.
Thank you. Questions for these witnesses? Seeing none, thank you for your time, and thanks for that clarification. I will find out what is under when they're off duty, and if that's covered by this bill. So thank you. Thank you. Okay, next up we have Jamie Ray. Paul Jacobs. Paul Jacobs. Sheila Francois. Christina Page. Okay. Please state your name, who you represent, and proceed.
Thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Jamie Ray and I'm representing the Second Chance Center. So as I said, my name is Jamie Ray and I'm care manager representing a nonprofit in North Aurora called Second Chance Center. For those of you that don't know, we have incarceration. A population we all know too well is like traumatized and often brutalized by police from a young age. Many of my friends, my coworkers who are my family are also police incarcerated and majority Black. So if you caught on to my title, I'm a care manager, not a case manager. Our people have been in cases their whole lives, but they aren't. They're individual humans with different strengths and different struggles. Over the past couple of years, I've heard more accounts of my people being beat, chased, shot by police, and I care to share. I say with my people who are traumatized at the hands of the people who are supposed to protect them, all while having their tax dollars pay their perpetrator's salary. On a daily basis, I worry about my loved ones and the danger they face by living all Black. I worry that I have never felt. I can vividly remember multiple encounters I had with a police in a car accident. I remember that I moved to someone's day. The officer on the scene gave me the lowest ticket possible and offered me a ride home. That's a luxury the majority of my loved ones and participants have never felt. I love that encounter, I hope for my life, but with other pit in my stomach, thinking about how that encounter would have ended for my son. My 5-year-old son is Black. The last place I felt he was truly safe was just driving racism. When does my child go from being cute to being seen as a threat? At what age will he be seen as a suspicious person while walking? At 12 years old, like Tamir Rice? At 17, like Trayvon Martin? Or at 23, like Aurora's own election thing? When will the state's government listen to the hundreds and thousands of people that have demonstrated who voted you all into your positions? We the people who you represent. We the people who voted you in. We are done asking. We are demanding that you pass a bill that will stop protecting police officers who are doing anything to protect us. We are demanding that you pass a bill ending qualified immunity. Vote yes on Senate Bill 20-2017. Thank you. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Please state your name, who you represent, and proceed.
Good evening, Chair Harrod, members of the House Finance Committee. My name is Abby Winter. I'm the volunteer with the Colorado chapter of Moms in Action for Consent. On behalf of the Colorado chapter for Moms in Action, I am here to express our support for SB20-2017. The measures in this bill are reasonable actions for the Colorado legislators to take to ensure public safety, reduce police shootings, encourage community trust, and make our neighborhoods safer for all Coloradans, particularly Black Coloradans who are subject to higher rates of police violence. Research finds that meaningful use of force policies reduce police shootings, including provisions in this bill. In addition to a revised standard for when law enforcement is allowed to use deadly force, SB20-2017 also includes important provisions such as the requirements that all law enforcement officers are provided body-worn cameras and the recordings from body-worn cameras are promptly released to the public following the incident. The development of a public database that includes comprehensive data about all use of force incidents and the requirement that law enforcement regularly report such use of force to the Attorney General. Approximately 1,000 Americans are killed every year in police shootings, and Black Americans are 3 times more likely to be shot and killed than white Americans. In Colorado, Black people are 7 times as likely as white people to die by gun homicide, and 227 people have been killed by police between 2013 and 2019 here in Colorado. We ask you to please vote yes on SB20-2017. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions for these witnesses? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, next up we have Autumn Brooks. Okay. And then we have Joyce Akinada. Ron Sloan. Please state your name, who you represent, and proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and prior to introducing myself, I just want to inform you that Chief Gary Krager, the president of the Colorado Association of Chiefs of Police, was here to testify earlier, but he had to leave because of obligations in his jurisdiction. My name is Ron Sloan, and I will be testifying today on behalf of the Colorado Association of Chiefs of Police. I served as a chief of police for 13 years. I served as a peace officer in the state of Colorado prior to my retirement about 5 years ago. For over 42 years as a peace officer in Colorado. Would you like to have another introduction before I go in?
No, please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Let me make it very clear, as Sheriff Tropelli did prior to his testimony, the Colorado Association of Chiefs of Police are not opposed to Senate Bill 217. We have really appreciated the efforts that have been made both in the introduction of this bill by sponsors of this bill on both the House and Senate side. We sincerely want to express our appreciation for the members of the General Assembly as it's made its way through the Senate chamber, for the collaboration and hard work that's been done to try to meet the intent of this bill and to really make this meaningful, to reach the goals that is intended with the bill. And the goals obviously are to improve the integrity and the ethics of the provision of police services in our country, in our state, I should say. As leaders of municipal agencies, the chiefs of police are committed to improving accountability and ethics of police officers, and we truly believe that Senate Bill 217 can reach those goals, providing critical direction and support for the efforts of the leaders of those agencies, the police chiefs, to carry out the intent of this legislation. Share with you that today lawmakers in the House have worked very collaboratively still with stakeholders throughout the process for amendments to Senate Bill 217, help clarify language that will ensure that there will be implementation that is available and will support what we want to do to make this bill effective and to carry out that legislative intent. We're still working on that, and that's why our position is on end. But we are confident that the bill will make strides in improving transparency and accountability while ensuring that officers are trained to carry out all of the important changes and modifications that are going to be required in their training and how they utilize critical equipment such as body worn cameras, how they collect data, how they apply physical force, which is something we think really needs clarification in terms of how it's termed in the bill, and how they carry out their duties on a daily basis and what they're exposed to in terms of the liability for their actions as a public police in a democratic society. We know we can succeed in working to serve the communities as we can work through this on the bill. In closing, I want to emphasize that the Colorado Association of Chiefs of Police are committed to our oaths of office to deliver public safety equitably, ethically, fairly, and professionally for everyone, regardless of race, ethnicity, gender ID, religion, age, sexual orientation, and economic status. We do believe that it is our responsibility as leaders, as former leaders in municipal organizations. We do believe it's our responsibility to hold our officers accountable and to address a culture change that has been mentioned several times during this testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please state your name and represent in person.
Madam Chair, I believe there's a question, if you'd like to do that first.
No, I jumped ahead.
Please proceed. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Rebecca Gronkowski. I'm a senior assistant county attorney for the county of Jefferson, and I'm appearing on behalf of my sheriff, who I've represented now for a number of years. I got in the car at some short notice, much earlier today. I know Sheriff Pelly, and I actually used to have the honor of working for him. And I was trying to think of what I wanted to tell this committee on this very important issue. I think we all understand, if we didn't before, that then you find out as an amend, not an oppose. And I think that's pretty significant. We also, and I know, and I so thank, everyone who's been involved in drafting this bill. I know it has been, it's been a long day. It feels like it's been, we started having discussions last week, and it feels like I don't even know how long it's been. And I also think that it's hard to pivot and hear from lawyers after hearing so much pain. And so I do just want to acknowledge that it is hard to pivot. It is easy to say from the community that they support this bill throughout Colorado, has heard that loud and clear. And again, I want to be very clear as well. What we're advocating for is amendments. And I think, again, just as there have been many since this bill was first announced, ones that will make this better. I heard, again, earlier in the day that the body-worn camera provision wouldn't apply to this. We have cameras throughout our jails. We already have policies about filming things that have not been in jails. I think that's very important. But the other one is this. I think the state owes it to the people of Colorado to put their money where their mouths are. DOC is not included in this bill. In fact, in a lot of provisions, the state is exempt. Seems a little disingenuous to me. If we really think performance is important, if we really are ready to do something that feels meaningful that the community is talking to, better include yourselves. Seems only fair. The other piece that I want to mention about the body-worn cameras is even though there's a provision for funding, that fund, as I understand it, has no money to give, has not ever had any money to give. So my sheriff's office is one of the larger in the state. But in terms of people in who represent or serve in other agencies, Sedgwick County, I bet a lot of you don't know where that is. I had to look it up. Department, the sheriff, the undersheriff, and the deputy. Anybody goes on vacation or goes out sick, they go to coverage. Their closest mutual aid is in another state. So I just am curious how that is going to be paid for. Again, especially because there's indications of exempting the state from that. The other piece that I want to mention is qualified immunity. It's dry, it's boring, but I also think it's become a buzzword. And I want to just point out that the United States Supreme Court has said this about qualified immunity. It doesn't protect those who knowingly violate the law. So I think there's a sense that it would have protected the officers who murdered George Floyd. I think there's that sense in the community. That's not what qualified immunity does. Now, I understand the will of the people on this point, but I do think that we owe it to our officers who are making calls in tense, uncertain, rapidly evolving situations. And again, that's the Supreme Court, that's not me, I won't take credit. And the Declaration of Rights also doesn't apply to the state. Peace officer employed by a local law enforcement agency. Good enough for the goose, good enough for the gander. Probably should apply across the board. And that was actually something that was put forward by law enforcement. It's in pretty much every policy. So I want to point that out. And the other piece is, I know that Ms. Newman mentioned, and I believe that the good professor, Malvu, who also testified much earlier today, mentioned, there's no need to write in the standard, and I don't mean the standard of proof. I'm a civil litigator. I get that it's preponderance of evidence, more likely than not. But is this a willful non-violation? Is it a knowing violation? Is it an intentional violation? Or is it any violation of law, willful, mistaken? What is the standard? Give us the standard. If it's so clear, let's write it into the law. And then the final point that I just want to mention is simply this. The indemnification provisions, which I know have been revised substantially, and I am still digesting them. But it says we shall indemnify our law enforcement officers. So currently under Colorado law, we only have a duty to defend, and we only indemnify when the conduct is not willful and wanton. So essentially what this body and the bill are asking for is that we indemnify even when we couldn't condone the conduct. That seems wrong to me, and I think it should be re-examined.
Final thought, I know I'm over time.
I'm gonna ask you to wrap up.
Yes, thank you. I think it's worth thinking about the fact that we have left law enforcement officers as the last man standing. We as a community, as a country, have gutted housing funds, education funds, mental health funds. These people end up in our jails. And it's not only because law enforcement puts them there, it's because we, the people, have made a decision about that. So I do want to just point out that we've left them as the last man standing, and they deserve better, and so do we.
Representative Sandridge, can you please raise your hand if you're still here to testify and have not yet been able to? Raise your hand if you're here to testify in opposition and have not yet been able to. Oh, opposition, okay. Members, we are going to have to adjourn finance and go to the floor for thirds and cows, which will take a while. So I'm gonna ask us to be quick to try to go through this, but I have been given the final warning on that. So we may have to ask witnesses to come back if they have not been able to testify. And I mean, by that, come back, I mean tonight. Representative Sandridge.
Mark yourself as amended. We have a huge stack of amendments. Were you able to look at these and did they change your mindset at all? Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you. I did see a huge stack of amendments at about 2:30 this afternoon when this testimony started. I did not have a chance to comprehensively go through that stack of amendments. I do know which amendments that the chiefs were feeling were our priority concerns in terms of clarification, and we shared that with members of this committee in order for consideration of those concerns.
Thank you. Representative Carr.
Thank you, I just wanna say thank you very much, Chief Sloan, for all your service. I have appreciated working with you in Jefferson County and Arvada. Thank you for your continued service.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. I'll call the woman who is in opposition. I thought I got the opposition, so I'm sorry that you did not. We will stay at 3 minutes and then members, we will have to adjourn. Or recess, excuse me, recess. Please state your name, who you represent, and proceed.
I guess I am for amended, not opposition, so I guess I just want to clarify that.
Please proceed.
My name is May, and I'm a supervisor police officer. I'm here to voice my support for law enforcement and to show my commitment to be part of positive change. They say that no one dislikes a bad cop more than a good cop. Well, I can personally attest that actually no one dislikes a bad cop more than a good cop's life. When one bad apple throws a stone the way that his police families is something I cannot put into words. I was not raised in a blue family. I'm American, but before I met my husband, I must admit I did not have a particularly favorable impression of the police. In fact, when I met my husband, I very strongly expressed my lack of enthusiasm towards his profession. For some reason, he did not write me off. He is the reason for the first time I was able to see the human side of the badge, and I've seen him positively change the opinions of countless others. While on a ride along with him, I saw nearly every person he pulled over shake his hand and thank him. I would not believe this myself if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. We need people like my husband. We need officers whose hands people want to shake, who comfort people in their time of need, and people need to know that these men and women represent an authority. Each day when my husband leaves, I take a mental snapshot of what he looked like and what he said, and I hold that until I see him again. I do this because as police wives, we know that the moment they walk out the door, it could be the last time we see them. It is my greatest fear, but for me, right behind that fear is the fear of not remembering that last moment. There is work that needs to be done, but I respectfully ask that you allow us to be a part of the solution and not pass legislation that places additional burdens on the only people who are willing to selflessly run towards danger so the rest of us can run to safety. My husband is a survivor of the 1999 Columbine High School tragedy and knows how it feels to be on both sides of a horrific situation. The actions of the first responders that day are one of the reasons he went into law enforcement. I've heard if they're brave enough to wear the badge, you will have to be brave enough to let them. Please help our families continue to be brave.
Thank you. Question for this witness? Representative Rockenfeller.
Thank you for showing up here today, because I have a lot of law enforcement wives show up. I guess I'm intrigued by the fact that the communications that I've gotten are biased. The officers are trying to communicate to their family, to me, as the legislator, to give their side. And I hear the chiefs of police, I hear the county sheriffs. That's not the voice of the street officer. And I guess I want to ask you, what is your perception? Why is it I'm only hearing from wives and family of law enforcement officers?
I will just say, Ms. Conley, feel free to answer that question if you'd like. You don't have to speak for anyone else. Please proceed.
I guess I cannot answer that question.
Thank you. Other questions for this witness? Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, Madam Chair, I know there were, numerous letters that, spouses of, police officers in my part of the state, sent earlier to make as part of the administrative record. So I do appreciate that and appreciate the testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. We have received, members, I think all of us have received a lot of letters. A lot of those concerns were omitted, but I know that there are more, so I thank you so much for your time. Thank you for coming today. Representative Gray.
And I just want to say thank you. This is a strange building to be in under normal circumstances. I understand it's strange now. I just want to say thank you for coming and sharing your work with us and thank you for sharing your experience.
Thank you. Thank you. And with that, Finance Committee is in recess.
Like an hour?
Members, we will be coming back after.
No.
We do the floor work. We have another bill after this bill, and we have another bill.
We have to reach Ms. Harold, I only signed up to speak because you told me that Frank was finally open.
Thank you.
Now, I don't see how the cameras or the videos are going to be publicly accessible outside of Cora, and they already fight us. They don't give us the information we want.
Let's come together with the person telling me access. I'm sorry, I wish I would have been up here. I was listening.
We're working on the right
Would you mind? Would you mind? And thanks so much for coming. Oh, good. Oh, good.
And there are mothers online who wanted to have me say something.
Definitely not under Cora. It has to be.
The problem that I have is when I see the brand, thank you. No, I think we're not gonna see, the fighting is that. So this whole fighting in that is really. Orders 1901 and 1902. Banned us from filming. They banned us from filming cops in the jail office, in the court office now, right? They're using Ariela's law, they don't protest funerals, to not film them. Right? We've had to do that.
We did a whole memo on it. At least on the courthouse, we did a whole memo on it.
ECO said, what, protesting, challenging what laws enforced. Laws being enforced, and it's not.
ACLU did not tell you that.
It's in the demo.
I heard the ACLU was on there, like, show me the thing.
No, I didn't say you were going to. I said that the ACLU said that the law was applied. That was. It's fine, that's fine, that's a point.
Really?
The area of the judges using their qualifications.
I have that every.
Police officers. Most voters, okay, so just because somebody comes off disqualified by post, doesn't stop them from carrying a gun in public.
We're gonna head out, head back down, so we'll say,
These officers. So, well, okay, I don't get does not work. not even have an issue. Even though he goes out in the field and he's sometimes a supervisor on the
basically working for the county. We're on the state patrol and they are armed. They are going to do this opportunity for this guy's spell. I'm going to find that they need to wear.
What if they're not out there doing any of that?
We had to straight, we went straight through, they had a cow in the middle of the, I guess they can see it is,
Yeah.
but yeah. They were required to. They will have unless they basically every office, they need to check to make sure their body camera is functional and they need to have their body cameras to engage in these activities. And if they fail to do so, they're violating law. Exception. And that is something that the other side asked for and they said no. So there's no exception. And then there is one of the strongest pieces is this presumption in this bill and evidence against of statements that lead to this. I think they put it on as a presumption.
I've never seen or heard of a police officer on duty in the field, for example, running out with the homeless, turn the body camera on every time. And so the idea that they have the ability to individually discern.
I do, but I just, I just the idea is that they're gonna have their.
Ben, they were over to the state.
Yeah, I think that's how it should be run. It should be tested and make sure that it works. It should go out in the field.
There is so much opposition, I do not know how that's even going to And what I don't get is that, okay, the ones that okay, we definitely need this. Okay, I understand, I understand. But the ones that are, and honcho people are saying this is not mandatory in Colorado, making it mandatory. Why? Right, Shell. Oh, is that where that came from?
Give it back. That would be a state to state. Like we can. If the state has those requirements.
Absolutely. We've got,
Okay, well, about cameras and the times that I've heard it over and over again.
majority of them.
You have to be inherent command and control.
Okay.
That you got.
Okay, I'm excited about that. If we get them every now and then.
That stuck in my head. Or apologize.
Yeah. I think this, it's like we do it very harsh on all sides and everyone agrees who's included is the definition of police officer is statutory. And so if you have the definition cited there, I think we'll feel that it's literally list out.
I'm like, seriously? Great.
Sergeant.
That's cool. Like I said, again, because he said the thing about decision making and that other.
And he's doing good, we got him on our.
That's where people come to me and felt like it was.
Alright, I'm gonna head now. Bye, guys.
barely been able to go through it when I heard 25,000 dollar cap, I was like, what did they change that on to? You guys are walking on the walk. What about? Yeah. You wanna go put them on?
We don't do that.
Thank you for the watch for the car, I was like, oh. Wait, where they at? Here, let me hold my.
No.
I don't have
Okay, can I step out of work? So don't eat, no man. I don't get to make a public record in such and such a day.
Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, I appreciate
I
it.
have to check you out, if that's okay. And
Please, I don't mind being watched as it is. Say hi to everybody. Yeah, no, and it's.
my phone is about to be dead, but I'm gonna get your info from Vicky and.
Brian Bama. LOME.
I grabbed a whole bunch of cards because every time I come to the Capitol, I tend to pass them.
Oh, these are really cool cards.
They're made out of Colorado hemp.
I was gonna ask if it's him.
We
It
know
looks
it's
like him.
him.
I was like, I know him.
She knows him when she sees it.
Thanks again, Brian. It was really,
No,
really
thank you,
good.
and it was
Michelle.
Michelle. That's what I was about to
Michelle
say.
Walker, like the most white name you could ever think.
I am. Have you ever watched Ted when he gets high in a little bear? Yeah. And then what's name says what's your girl?
All right, folks.
He's like, blah, blah, blah.
Some of the most influential people in the world have said some things. Did you hear that they actually went through and reviewed whether we could videotape the people in the courthouses? No, Mari, I appreciate you. You know, everybody. Andy, I said hi. I'm still waiting for my lawsuit to get filed. Have a great day. Have a good day, Jack. Thanks. Oh, this was your wagon. Good on ya. Potties are that way. Or you can go downstairs to the second floor, or to the ground floor, where you walk, and they're on the exit end. You all have a great night. I'm getting the heck out of here. Folks, not you. You should come back live, because we're going to go to the protest. Nothing like a good protest to end a 6-hour-long meeting that you didn't even get to speak at. Oh, did my button say Blue Lives Splatter? It might have said Blue Lives Splatter. And this is how we get out of the building. Happy, 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 fuck the cops day. Oh, that echoed. That was nice, wasn't it? See, I love the Capitol because they have like an Honest Abe little elevation thing. It's really weird when somebody takes a camera in the bathroom, isn't it? Isn't it though? So, qualified immunity. They're trying to keep the expulsion of qualified immunity in the bill. That's kind of a big deal. Kind of. Oh my God, it's dark outside! Fuck 12. Yes, folks. It was a really long meeting. And it sucked. But I want you to know that the protests are still going on. And if you can't see it from here, that is a candlelight vigil happening at the Veterans Memorial. Right? There is still action. There is still activity. There is still a chance to say, Happy Fuck the Cops Day. Huh?
Stay here.
Stay here? I've been inside for 6 fucking hours.
Yo, bro. How's you doing? I need a joint really, really bad.
I got a joint for you.
I'm gonna dig for one. I might have one in my pocket, but I don't know. That's why I'm like, I went to go.
Eric, right?
Brian.
Brian.
My friend is Eric. Eric
Sorry.
fucked the cops Brandt, who got arrested for his words. But no, I was inside doing the SB 20-20-2017,
217.
Police accountability.
It's hopefully gonna pass the House the end of the week.
We were just in 7 hours of testimony.
You tell me.
These fucking people are pissed off. I've only sanitized my hands like 12 times, and I washed my dick this morning, so I think my hands are clean. They're yelling at me for not washing my hands very long.
Some things are fucking more important, goddamn.
I know.
Fuck.
No, it should pass, but it was super long testimony today. It was basically yell at this legislature because fuck the police. Excuse me, ma'am. Has anybody wished you a happy fuck the cops day yet today? Happy fuck the cops.
What's your name? Leah.
Thanks for
I'm
coming out.
calling.
How long have you been out?
Today?
Yeah.
January.
Can I show my people your little sign? This little sheet right here? Yeah. They like these things. They like these things. Defund the DPD. Despite various attempts at reform over many years, the Denver Police Department continues to cost city taxpayers millions of dollars each year in victim settlements alone. At least $2 million in 2019. During recent protests, the DPD has attacked journalists on camera, knowingly shot pepperballs at pregnant women on camera, and has targeted medics. Their continued disregard for both public safety and the law prove we are past parading with cops and too tired and failed reforms. 2020 budget allocations give over $435 million to Denver police and sheriff's departments. It's time to defund the DPD. Put this money into community-oriented solutions and work to abolish the police. Scan the code. Oh man, that was rough.
And then they pushed us down through Civic Center Park that Tuesday, and then we went down like 14 Sherman or something like that, and then they were shooting at people in their apartment buildings. Like one dude ran into his apartment building and then they shot at him into the apartment building.
Yeah.
They were tear gassing into the neighborhoods, and this is everywhere. Not just telling you about. I had a guy from this far away pointing his rubber bullet gun at my face, and he took a shot, missed.
Oh.
Thank God he missed.
And then I decided to it took him I don't know, an hour and a half, an hour to get 4 blocks. I was like, okay, I'm gonna go home now. And then I'm walking across Broadway at 13th, my hands up. There's 6 cops, and my roommate was just pissed off and talking, running his mouth. It's like, yeah, my girlfriend's got a gun like that. It's pink. It's a paintball gun. Blah blah blah. And then they got real pissed off and rolled us with the F-150 with the to pick up 5 people with the 6 military-esque dudes on the side, and they pulled up on us hard. And they were like, "Get them!" I was like, run, and so I started running. I made him chase me for a while, and I was realized that he was gonna not kill me. I was like, all right, I'm gonna let you take me. So then he tackled me, and I went to jail. I was in jail until Wednesday afternoon, and then I hung out around the jail waiting for my roommate, just giving people rides and shit. Luckily, there were volunteers out there, just individuals, passing out food and burritos, and water and shit like that for people waiting at the jail.
Yeah, there's all kinds of support in every system of
And
everything.
then we saw
It's fucking beautiful.
2,000 fucking people walking down Colfax and Spear, and it's just I've been out here every day since.
This is my 4th day.
Good.
Yeah.
Good for coming out.
I had missed all
Thank
the
you.
drama and the tear gas
That's okay.
It's okay.
And I was like, you know.
It's okay.
It enraged you, right?
It's a little safer now.
Well, it's a little safer, and that's not why I didn't come. I don't really know why I didn't come before, but
It's okay.
it's
Well,
important to.
yeah. And I think, you know, if for the first couple of days, I didn't expect it to go down like it did, right? Usually it's like the third and the fourth day that shit goes down. They want to try to stop it at day 3 and put an end to it, right?
Yeah.
So day 1, day 2, no problem. But getting shot 13 times in the first, 13 incidences of tear gassing or pepper spraying in the first 2 days, right, was a little something.
Yeah.
And I'm just dumbfounded. I am war weary.
Yeah.
Right? And so today I thought I was gonna have a nice day. Went and volunteered at the food bank, got a whole bunch of groceries, come to go testify, signed up. I literally sat up there for 6 hours and they had to go on an hour recess to finish testimony. And I'm just like, fuck it. But it looks like they're gonna keep the qualified immunity.
What's getting watered down?
What's the qualified immunity?
So qualified immunity means that like the cops can't get in trouble for the shit they do. They're gonna get in trouble for the shit they do. What's getting watered down is when they don't have to use the cameras.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, like undercover cops.
Yeah.
Fucker that was like trying to get in the group that you were like filming and pointed out last night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
Exactly.
Wait.
No.
You mean Sergeant from the gang unit? I already got his info because they sent it to me. I got a hug, folks. They just walked into a hug. Oh man.
What we're doing before we do it, and
yeah, Sergeant Al Shell of the gang unit is the guy, and I can tell you.
So when's the next? Are they here tomorrow?
Yeah, there's another one. It's still happening tonight. Sergeant Shell, 95-011. Yes, just over that side. You're supposed to be able to get in. There's an active legislative session happening right now on first floor, maybe second floor, and then they're supposed to go back into committees. Kind of loud, but I heard some protesters down there, huh?
Yeah, they're blocking off the whole street.
I'll go.
Let's go for a walk.
okay.
You've never been in a legislative session. Hey, there's a whole group down there taking the road.
Yeah, we did that earlier.
Oh man.
Nice.
You guys might have to do that. I think that's more of a place down there.
Hey, thank you all for speaking today.
Nice to meet you, Leah.
Nice to meet you. Do any of you have another one of those cancer sticks by chance? It's all good. It's all good.
Thank you for being there recording.
Yeah, are they letting
I got
people?
footage too.
Are they letting people in?
Yeah, as long as it's a session, you can go in.
So you can go in on that door over there, hon.
Yeah, around the back. It's just like a wooden door around the back. You were in there already, right?
Yeah. She was the one that was. I've been in there for 6 hours. Like I had
We've been in there since it started.
It's shit to yell at him for, but I just couldn't put up with it anymore. And another hour break, and I'm like, fuck no, I can't do it. My name is Brian. My channel, Cut The Plastic on YouTube, was originally like my handle is supposed to be all about like environmental sustainability and responsibility. That business card is made out of Colorado hemp. And then I met this guy. Actually, he moved in with us, named Eric Brandt, and he's the fuck the cops guy. And he's arrested for his words. Right, he was facing $500,000 bail. He was in jail since the beginning. He just got out like yesterday, 2 days ago, for his words, because he called the courthouse and he told the clerk of courts that he wanted to send his thoughts and prayers to the judge. And his thoughts were that somebody should kill him, and his prayers were that somebody did. And that judge was caught violating state law. Chief Justice Directive 0404 from the Supreme Court talked about how people are supposed to get a public defender and what they're supposed to use to apply for one. And your WIC card, your SNAP benefits, your Section 8 housing voucher, your veterans benefits for serving, like to die for your country, those are not things they can ask you for. And they were demanding them. If you didn't get them, then they didn't give you a public defender. And Eric went to jail and he had to serve 5 months in jail to get the secretary from the public defender's office for the municipal public defender
It's a federal law as well.
to admit that they were violating the law and they were falsifying the documentation. Yeah. And you know what? That woman still has her job. The public defender's office is still in bed with the district attorney. And by the way, today, while you are all sitting in that room, the district attorney here in the city and county of Denver, who is running unopposed on the ballot for the primary, said, I'm not going to charge the cop who shot a guy in the back.
What's his name?
Literally.
Literally.
What's his,
Beth can.
Oh, she was the only one. She's the only bubble.
She's the only bubble.
I do. I was like, oh yeah, okay. But
Yeah, no, you might actually have to vote for a Republican for the November.
why is there no one opposing it?
Because we're all too fucking busy doing other shit. It's sad. Can I get shorts off of you?
What?
I was
Oh, I
looking-
just bumped it. Oh yeah, you want some?
Can I?
Yeah,
You want
please.
to finish it? I'll just get shorts. Let's
Oh
get
yeah,
the
sure,
text.
sure, sure.
Do you videotape stuff a lot?
I'm always. I have
Do
done
you
like
own a
6 of them.
gimbal?
No, not yet.
Okay, I recommend this one. It's pretty cheap on the menu. I just got it.
I saw you had that with a
Yeah,
nice
yeah,
little
yeah.
tripod stand
It's
on
the,
it.
Yeah, it's the Osmo, the DJI Osmo 3. It's only $139 and it's the best one on the market.
What?
Yep.
What was that? The
DJI Osmo 3.
somebody email me DJI Osmo 3 gimbal. We'll get it for $150.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's battery. I only went down. It has 3 bars in the entire hearing from 230. It went down 1 bar.
I had to recharge the battery twice. The phone went.
Yeah. Took a break here and there. Like I
Yeah.
got like the first, well, I got like not the first 20 minutes, but I got 20 minutes in the beginning.
Thank you so
And then I
much.
turned it off, and then I turned it back on when we were doing this. Because that's really what we need to be filming.
Yeah.
My phone's been dead since the opening video.
Tell me your names, please.
I'm Xander.
Xander. I'm Brian.
Nice to meet you.
Shayna. First to meet you. Tatiana, pleasure to meet you as
Are you on
well.
Facebook? I have your card.
Yeah, it's so it's Brian Loma on Facebook. I have a Cut the Plastic page,
Okay, I'll
and it
follow
was
that.
dedicated to like the environmental stuff.
I'm a designer and I do all sustainable products. So,
So
I'm
these
there
are,
with you.
these are masks. I run a mask making factory here in Denver.
Oh, awesome. Do you have any seams?
So if you call me,
I will, I'll tell you.
we're hiring
Great.
some sewers.
Yeah, great.
And I'm also hiring canvassers for the primary.
Yeah, we're going out with the head count and helping people like sign up for voting and everything this
Nice.
week, this whole week.
Nice.
So, yeah, I'll definitely give you a call. So, yeah, since
Yeah, these are the things I do. I film all the time. I yell at cops.
Yep.
I clean the earth.
Yep. Well,
And-
because sustainability goes hand in hand with what we're doing. Because sustainability is also trying to heal our planet so that we can have the best opportunity to survive.
Isn't it though, Xander? That's what it's all about.
Mhm.
So I am tired, super tired, folks.
yes, you go home.
I'm gonna go see these guys down here first. And gotta show them there, right?
you do.
Blessings. See you tomorrow. Next day, do it again. Yeah. Did you go up there? Oh, you're not the same guy. That's why. So we have a group on the corner of Colfax. They're leaving one line open for the buses and other traffic to go through. It's a beautiful thing. Or maybe they're leaving 2 lanes. Really hard to see. Let's go down and say hi. We got all kinds of things going on here. Okay, take the road. Get off. I haven't eaten anything since like lunch.
Grab a snack.
May I please? Thank you. I'll have the orange. It has its own wrapper.
Totally.
Thank you. Yeah, you too. Six fucking hours of testimony, and they still haven't finished that 2017 bill.
No, they won't. They won't.
All these beautiful people out there, day in and day out. What's up, my friend? Let me see that. That's beautiful. Stop killing us. Simple message.
Fucking incredible.
The crowds are splitting up. Anybody care to tell the world why you're out here tonight?
Yeah, sure.
Go for it.
I just don't. Sorry, I didn't like expect that. Oh my god, are we live?
You want me to start over?
Nah.
Okay.
I'm out here because I've been privileged to do a lot of things that I feel a lot of people of color and that a lot of other minorities like don't have in their lives, and that I don't have to deal with a lot of other like hardships and a lot of the violence and a lot of the state repression that a lot of other people have to go through. And I think that if there's any way in which I can help, then I want to be a part of that. I want to bring us all onto an equal level playing field.
Great.
Just the quick TLDR.
No, that's good.
What I could get in the moment, you know?
I like it. And it says Black Lives Matter, resist. I love it. Upside down flag.
We won't stop till you defund the cops on the front.
So, are you a Denver resident?
I'm not a Denver resident. I'm from Lakewood. So.
In Lakewood, have you been to city council?
I haven't been to city council yet.
Because that's how you're going to defund the police, right? You have to get your council representatives to take a look and say, are police spending money on trying to be social service workers? As an example, right? Just one example. And should we take that money out of their budget and give it to the social workers, right?
Yeah.
Because we give that money to Denver police here in Denver to go out and be with the social workers and to do the social work. They don't have those job skills.
No, yeah, it's very blatant, like blanket training.
They're basically frat boys with happy trigger fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Frat boys, happy trigger fingers. That's a good answer. Yeah, thank you. All right, well, you guys be safe, folks. Be safe, girls and guys. And how many days in a row is this?
In a row, we took a day off for like a couple days off, but me and her have been down since Saturday up until that.
The first year since last
Oh yeah, the first Saturday. I guess it's a couple weeks now. It's
Yeah.
starting to blend together, right?
That's what I want to hear. Right? 30, 60, 90 days away. Buses only. Nice. I can see this.
Rock on.
Have a great day, guys. Thank you. That's hilarious. Buses only, huh?
I guess so.
No peace.
No justice! No peace! 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 No racist! Police! No justice! No peace!
Brian?
Cut the plastic! Yes! Hey!
Good, how you doing?
Good, you're right there! From like many years ago? Like 2014, 15, 16.
BLM.
You were just getting ready to go on a trip.
To Samoa.
Pick up plastic on
Yeah.
the beaches somewhere.
And now I'm live on Cut the Plastic on YouTube. My God.
Remind me.
Brian, tell me.
Yeah, Kaylee.
Haley, yes.
Yes, so good to meet you.
Good to see you. I love your hat too. Oh my God, it says fuck 12. Look at this. Look at this. This girl has got it laid out.
I made it.
Love it.
I'm going to basically start and get one. All of the proceeds are going to the Colorado Freedom Fund.
Nice. We love the Color Freedom Fund.
Yes, we do. So crazy. I was coming to you. I thought you were out and about.
Yeah, I've been out every night. Today I did most of my filming inside the building for the police accountability.
Yes.
I didn't even get it over with.
Good stuff.
Shut up.
This is your white privilege. Go around. Thank you. Bye. Fuck you, racist. That's what you are.
I love it. No, it's fine. It is what it is.
and get some signs from our car.
Go do your shit. I'm Plastic. Happy Cut The Plastic Day, everybody.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So good to see you. It's
Awesome.
been a
Hey, wait,
long
listen.
time.
My hands are messy. Take a card onto this slide right there. You got my email, my phone number's on there.
Yeah. Are you on Twitter?
I've been tweeting and stuff too. Not as much, but.
Good to connect.
A what? Fuck yeah. Mixing the Gonzo journalists. Actually read this off on my live stream already. About 10 minutes ago over there. Yeah. See you later. All right, guys, I'm going to cut the stream and rebuild it right now. Talk to me in a minute.